4 years ago, Peter Malinauskas returned Labor to government after just one term on the opposition benches.
And since then, his grip on power has only strengthened, winning opposition seats at by-elections, maintaining his towering personal popularity. And tonight, he seeks to keep power in the state firmly in Labor's hands.
On the Liberal side of politics, it's a very different story, reduced to their smallest share of seats in the lower house for more than a century. Ashton Hearn is the third opposition leader in less than 2 years, and she's had little more than 3 months to make her mark.
The pressure is on her to put up a good fight, to beat back Labor advances in metropolitan Adelaide, independent challenges across the state, and of course, the big wild card.
Tonight, we get some answers to the question being asked around the nation. Can Pauline Hanson's One Nation convert a sharp rise in opinion polls into votes and seats in Parliament? If it can, it could become the defining development of the night and send a message to political leaders across the country.
Live from Ghana country in Adelaide, welcome to SA Votes.
Welcome to the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. We're live across the country on the ABC News Channel, in South Australia on ABC TV and simulcast on ABC Local Radio. I'm Rory McClaren.
And I'm Emma Rebellato. It is great to have your company. It's just gone 6 p.m. Central Time here in South Australia. That means the polls have officially closed across the state and counting will soon get underway.
And that means our Chief Elections Analyst, Casey Briggs, will have some work to do. Casey, welcome home to Adelaide. It's great to have you here. Can you start by explaining where the House sits as we begin the night and what's changed over the last 4 years?
Yeah, evening, Rory. So much work to be done tonight. And welcome home to you too, Emma. There are so many fascinating questions in this election, and tonight is being watched all around the country. But first, how about we go back in time? 4 years ago, this was the result of the last election, the Parliament that voters chose then. 27 Labor members. Pretty comfortable majority for Peter Malinauskas and his Labor team. But since then, those numbers have actually improved. Labor picking up extraordinarily 2 seats in by-elections from the Liberal opposition, the seat of former Premier Stephen Marshall, the seat of former Liberal leader David Speers. And so we start the night tonight with the numbers looking a little bit more like this. Labor on 29 seats going into this election, but out of the 47-member Assembly. And so the big question is, will that number go up tonight? But lots of other questions too, a lot of them surrounding what happens on that side of the chamber. The Liberal Party starts tonight with 16 seats in the House of Assembly. Now, that includes 3 seats where there have been a defection, a vacancy due to criminal conviction and a retirement in the form of Dan Cregan in Carville. Those 3 seats are all notionally Liberal based on the results of the last election. And so the Liberal Party starts with 16 seats. Will that number go down? And if so, who is the Liberal Party losing seats to? To Labor in the city, to regional independents, or to One Nation? Are we about to see a political earthquake in the form of the result of Pauline Hanson's One Nation? So many questions, Rory and Emma. But polls are finally closed. We can stop speculating. We're about to get some figures coming in the next few hours, and we'll get some answers.
OK, I've got one more question for you right now, though, Casey. We've had an enormous early vote turnout. What's that going to mean for the result tonight and for the count? Yeah,
more than 450,000 people voted in early voting centres during the past week across South Australia. It is more than double what we saw 4 years ago because the laws have been changed and you no longer need to provide an excuse or make up an excuse to vote early. And so people have been really taking advantage of that, and the period has really been advertised, not as an election day, but a voting period. What that means, though, is we've got tens of thousands of votes, more than 10,000 early votes in 18 districts across the state. There are 4 districts where the early vote totals more than 40% of enrolment. That is a lot of votes to be counted. Now, they will be counted tonight, but because there are so many, it'll take a long time to report them. There are just too many pieces of paper to sort through. We'll get those figures in some of these close contests, in some of these contests where it might take some time to work out even who's in second, third, fourth place. We'll be waiting for pre-polls.
Casey, thank you. We really look forward to you helping us make sense of the numbers as soon as we start to get them from the Electoral Commission. Let's bring in our panel who will be with us throughout the night. We're joined by Labor Treasurer Tom Koutsantonis. Treasurer, welcome back to the ABC Elections Desk. Pretty fair to say you've got some fond memories of sitting here 4 years ago.
I do. I really enjoyed my time here last time. It was a good result for us, and the government's defending our best ever result in our history. 29 seats is the most seats we've ever held before. It's a formidable task ahead of us tonight.
Okay, Tom, welcome along, and also a big welcome to Liberal Senator for South Australia and Ruston. Senator, great to have you with us tonight. I want to start by asking you about Ashton Hearn. What does a pass mark look like for her tonight in terms of how many seats, how the Liberals perform?
Look, I actually think she's already passed. Her performance over the last 3 months, I think, has been really quite outstanding. And I think she's done herself and the Liberal Party really, really proud. And I think the most exciting thing I think I've heard this week was when Ashton was interviewed yesterday morning. And she said no matter what happens today or tonight, she's going to continue to lead the Liberal Party. And I think that is fantastic news for Liberals who are looking for somebody who's young and dynamic. And she just really has got the goods. So I think Ashton, in my mind, has already passed the test.
Senator, thank you. We're also joined before her insights and analysis by ABC News' Stephanie Richards. Steph, what are you going to be looking out for tonight?
Well, Rory, election night's usually about seeing who's going to form government, but tonight the key question is shaping up to be who will form opposition. And we know that off the back of their landslide 2022 win, Labor is poised potentially for what could be an historic victory tonight. The Liberals, meanwhile, they're very much fighting for their political survival. Tonight's all about seeing how many seats they can retain. So we'll be looking at some of the marginal held Liberal seats like Unley, Finnis, Morialta, even Josh Teague, the Deputy Leader's seat of Hyson in the Adelaide Hills. And then we'll be looking at how big or how significant the swing is against the Liberals across the state. Because that could, if the swing is significant enough, it could put into question some of those seats in deep blue Liberal territory like Bragg in Adelaide's east, even Schubert, which is held by the Liberal leader Ashton Hearn. Then, of course, there's a question of One Nation. We know there's been a lot of talk about One Nation leading into this election. If the polling is to be believed, they are the second most populous party in South Australia. So we'll be looking to see, will they be able to pick up any seats in the lower house? A question mark there. More likely they'll have some success in the upper house tonight.
Okay, Steph, thank you. Well, as you can see, we've got live pictures. Counting is underway. They're pictures from the counting centre at the West Adelaide Football Club in the electorate of West Torrens. And Tom Koutsantonis just did a little fist pump there. He's got his binoculars out, having a look. Now, these are the first of more than 1 million votes that will be sorted and then counted tonight across the state.
And, of course, we have reporters right across South Australia monitoring the count. Catherine Birmingham is at Labor headquarters.
And Angelique Donnellan is at Liberal HQ.
Catherine, to you first. The night is only just getting underway, but Labor must be feeling pretty good.
They absolutely are, Rory. I'm here at the Drive in the middle of Adelaide, the tennis centre, and this will be the site for Labor's headquarters tonight on election night. But as you can see behind me, there's not very much happening here just at the minute. That's because polling booths have only just closed, so supporters are still making their way in here to watch the count. We're expecting that they'll do that over the next hour or hour and a half. And of course, Premier Peter Malinauskas will also be here later on to make what we're widely expecting will be a victory speech. Now, I've been speaking to people from within the Labor Party throughout the day, and they're saying that they're feeling confident about the results heading into tonight, that there's been a lot of optimism on polling booths and that there's been positivity from voters. They haven't had a lot of anger at the government, which is a good sign for an incumbent. On that big question, though, of how One Nation will fare tonight, they're saying that there's widely different results across the state, but they are noticing it more in outer suburban and regional areas, as we expect expected. And they're even thinking that their primary vote might drop in a couple of those seats. I've been told that the primary vote in Mawson and also in Elizabeth could drop tonight. However, they're still comfortable and confident that they'll be hanging on to those seats. They're safe Labor seats. And then another little bit of intel for you from inside the Labor camp is that they're feeling confident about the seat of Bragg, which is traditionally a very safe Liberal seat. It would be disastrous for the Liberals if they were to lose the seat of Bragg. Of course, they won't have to wait much longer to find out, with counting just about underway right now.
OK, let's go to reporter Angelique Donnellan now, who's monitoring the Liberal camp for us tonight. And what are Liberal insiders telling you about what's an acceptable result for Ashton Hearn?
So one Liberal I spoke to said remaining in double digits would be optimistic. Holding on to 8 or 9 seats would be seen as a very good result, but there are fears the party could be left with just a few. The party is hoping in seats such as Hartley, the value of incumbency will pay off and they'll be able to hold on. But in other seats where MPs are retiring, such as Unley, I'm told the situation is looking very tight. Apparently pre-polls have been strong in Morford, but there's been a little bit more red today. Summing up today, one Liberal said things appear better than the polls suggest, but not as good as hoped. There is quite a lot of frustration from the Liberals that people are backing Pauline Hanson without knowing who her candidates are. As for Ashton Hearn's performance, party sources say they are happy considering the circumstances. She took the job about 100 days ago and at the time said her party had a mountain to climb. Well, that mountain has been Everest. Tonight, it's clear that it's going to be very unpleasant for the Liberals, but they're going to not want to fall too far behind because come the next election in 2030, it'll just make it that much more difficult for them to try to win government.
OK, thank you, Ange and Catherine.
OK, so we just heard there from the major parties. Can you take us through the key battlegrounds tonight?
Yeah, in a traditional two-party election, we're often talking about a set of key seats that are sort of around the margin of zero, the marginal seats on either side of the pendulum. I'll take you through those seats, but there are a vast number of seats that could potentially be in play in this election. So this graphic's going to help us through this evening to explain it. I've laid out all of the seats along the pendulum. On the left-hand side, all the Labor-held seats from the most marginal, and will get safer as we move to the left. So Dunstan, one of the state's most marginal seats, a seat that obviously Labor picked up in that by-election a couple of years ago. We move along. Some of these seats that we're used to talking about as battleground, you know, the seats that determine a government, often the key seats in a South Australian election have been pushed further up the pendulum after the last election. We see Black, that Labor picked up in another by-election from David Spears when he left the parliament. Quite a lot of seats that Labor hold on very safe margins, 20% or more, all the way up to Croydon, the safest Labor seat in the state and the seat of the Premier, Peter Malinauskas. Let's head back, though, to the other side. As we've been saying, the expectations are not a lot of action on that side of the pendulum. We're really looking more on the blue Liberal side, where there are, as you can see, a lot of marginal seats, and many of them are in Adelaide. So will Labor be picking up seats like Morialta, one of the most marginal Liberal seats where John Gardner is retiring, the former Education Minister? Could they pick up Unley, where David Pisoni is retiring? What about the seat of Hartley, the former opposition leader Vincent Tarzia? Now, he fought off a challenge from Nick Xenophon 8 years ago. Will he be able to hold his seat tonight? And then you've got beachside suburbs like Morford, held by Stephen Patterson, Colton, held by the retiring MP Matt Cowdrey. There are a lot of urban marginal seats with retiring Liberal members that could complicate things here. But let's move even further up the pendulum, safer and safer. You've got the opposition leader seat of Schubert in the Barossa Valley. You've got the seat of Mount Gambier, which again we're saying is notionally Liberal based on the results of the last election. Troy Bell was the member. This is a vacant seat because he's now in prison. Lamorna Alexander is the Liberal candidate. Travis Fatchen, a former staffer of Troy Bell, trying to win that seat and keep it in independent hands. Let's keep going up. Chaffey in the Riverland. Could Tim Whetstone, this is a safe Liberal seat on paper. Could One Nation pose a threat in the Riverland to Tim Whetstone? Let's go a little bit even further up to the safest notional Liberal seat on the pendulum, the seat of McKillop, which the Liberal Party is trying to win back from Nick McBride, who, of course, quite famously now, is running a campaign while under a home detention order, while being charged and facing aggravated assault charges. Rebecca Rosser, the Liberal candidate, trying to win that seat. So you can see we don't normally go all the way up to the end of a pendulum and talk about some of these being key seats. It tells you something about the battlegrounds in this election and the stakes, especially on this side of the pendulum.
Casey, thank you. Reporter Evelyn Manfield joins us now from One Nation headquarters tonight. Evelyn, we know One Nation are flying high in the opinion polls, but can they convert it into seats?
That is the big question here tonight, Rory. The will they, won't they moment for One Nation. As you said, they have been riding high in opinion polls, not just here in South Australia, but right across the country. This, of course, is the first electoral test for the party since those high polling numbers. Can they convert that into seats? Look, the expectation certainly is that the party's lead candidate, Cory Bernardi, will be able to win an upper house seat tonight. There could possibly be a second or more on the cards for the party as well. But look, there will be a real focus on the lower house. Will they be able to win seats there? When we've been hearing from Cory Bernardi throughout their campaign, he's been quite hesitant to put a number on just how many seats the party could pick up. But a source I spoke to earlier in the week said they were eyeing off about 5 all throughout regional South Australia. So that'll be one thing to keep your eye on. Also, the primary vote for the party, which of course is, we've been seeing that big number in the polls. So One Nation is saying if they do get a high primary vote tonight, it'll send a message to the major parties, Labor and Liberal, or as they call the uni party. So look, we're expecting the federal leader, Pauline Hanson, to be in town tonight. She's been right across South Australia from Port Lincoln, Maitland, on the Yorke Peninsula and Coober Pedy as well. But as you'll notice, I'm not actually inside the function here, so I'm your eyes and ears outside the pub here in Adelaide's East. The party has told the ABC that we are banned from entering their function. They're unhappy with some of the ABC's coverage yesterday. An investigation published into their candidate for Adelaide, AOE Baxter. He has been charged with allegedly sexually touching a woman, and there is a warrant out for his arrest in the United Kingdom. So look, we'll be outside the pub here for what could be a major night for One Nation and Conservative politics more broadly in South Australia.
Evelyn, thank you.
Okay, let's head back to Casey now. Casey, how does One Nation win seats in the lower house?
It's a complicated question to answer, Emma, because we've been talking about the complexity of this electoral map. I mean, question number one, does One Nation match the statewide primary vote that the opinion polls are suggesting? If they are, then there are seats going to be, there mathematically must be seats that they would be outpolling the Liberal Party on a primary vote basis. What seats would they pick up is a much harder question to answer. Now, One Nation traditionally has always done better in regional parts of Australia than in the cities. The difficulty for One Nation is almost all of these regional seats have a complicating factor. An incumbent independent, a retiring independent, someone who's been running a prominent independent campaign for quite some time. It makes, life difficult. There's just more, credible candidates in the field. And so, it isn't always completely obvious which ones. We mentioned Chafee in the Riverland. That's Nadgerry. Let's go to Chafee in the Riverland. Is that one where, there isn't this sort of independent that's sort of complicating the race? Is that one where One Nation could perform better? We have a lot of regional seats with a lot of candidates, so that's complicating the picture somewhat. Then let's go into Adelaide. Where are the parts of Adelaide that you would expect One Nation might do well? Again, we'll get some data soon to actually answer this question, but traditionally, and the results of the last federal election suggest, southern Adelaide, areas around Port Noarlunga, that sort of area, seats like Gunner and Brunel, you might expect One Nation to poll well. And in the north, Elizabeth, Gawler, Salisbury, those sorts of areas. The problem for One Nation there is they're safe Labor seats. It would take a very big result and a very good flow of preferences for them to gain those seats, and I don't think we're expecting to see that. So the One Nation party could win a lot of votes, could see a lot of those votes in areas that they don't have a hope of winning a seat, and so it's possible we might see One Nation winning more seats than the Liberal Party. That's what polls have suggested this week. But they might end up with fewer seats, perhaps even no seats, compared to the Liberal Party.
Okay. Casey, on that, can we ask and talk about the prospect of how the two-candidate preferred system works on a night like this to determine who the two candidates that are being counted are?
Yeah, it's so we talk a lot about the two-party preferred vote in elections, and obviously in this election, if there is a third major force, it starts to become a bit of an academic concept because the results will be determined on the seat-by-seat level. Now, tonight, the Electoral Commission will be counting preferences between two candidates. They have already decided the two candidates that they'll be counting those preferences between. It is just an indicative count. And if it turns out that the final two candidates are not the people that are being counted for tonight, well, those preferences will be recounted starting from Monday next week. There is every likelihood that we'll see a large number of those if the result is as unpredictable and patchy as the expectation broadly seems to be. We are getting some preference counts between the Liberal Party and the One Nation, in some cases Labor and One Nation, in a handful of seats, but are they the ones that will matter? We don't yet know, and so that will be something to watch as the figures start to come through.
OK, Casey, thank you. Tom, do you think One Nation can win seats in the lower house?
I do, yes. I think if you're going to get over 20% of the vote, there's going to be some seats where they're going to poll exceptionally well, or as Casey just said, they'll have lots of votes in different seats and they'll just be trapped. It depends where those votes are. It depends a lot on who comes third and who comes second. It's a relatively simple formula. Keep the dominant party under 50%, come second and receive everyone's preferences. Now, this is going to be tough for One Nation, but 20% of the vote's a lot in South Australia.
But are there any particular seats you think it could happen?
I would be looking at traditional Liberal seats, I'd be looking at regional seats, and I'd be looking at seats where potentially there's been a lot of misfortune or, quite frankly, cost of living pressures that are hitting people hard.
And Ruston, do you agree with that analysis? Is that where your party's most vulnerable?
Look, I think the thing that Tom made the point around, there are so many candidates in these seats, and so it's going to really come down to where the preferences when they split. And so, you know, I've seen, you know, just about every how to vote card so far I've seen have actually got 8, 9, 10, sometimes even more candidates on it. So I think that really complicates what is likely to happen. But preferences are going to be incredibly important tonight, incredibly important. You know, certainly it appears as if the One Nation presence has been much stronger the further you get away from the metropolitan area. Certainly the polling booths that I've been working on over the last week, the ones in the city don't seem to have a lot of One Nation people, but the further you get out and once you get out into the regions, they do have a much greater presence. So I think it's fair to say that One Nation are targeting Liberal-held seats. There is no question about that. But it will be really interesting. But it is just so complicated the way the preferences work to actually predict, you know, whether One Nation are going to take any seats or whether they're not. I'm not prepared to say they will or they won't, but it's going to be an interesting night to see as it unfolds.
And you mentioned the regions. In which Liberal-held seats do you feel you're most at risk to One Nation?
Look, I think, you know, there's probably a risk in any seat because as you know, we know that there are a lot of people in rural and regional South Australia at the moment, across the whole of the country for that matter, that are doing it really tough, and that has been exacerbated by what's happening in the Middle East at the moment. And I think people they're feeling the pressure of the cost of living crisis and inflation and how their wages aren't going so far, and the pressures that farmers are feeling at the moment. They don't know whether they're even going to be able to get fuel. They're seeing fertiliser prices go through the roof. So I think there's a lot of anger, and I think you'll probably see that there will be a protest vote against both the major parties on that basis, particularly in those areas where they're feeling the pain more. And there is no question the pain is being felt in rural and regional Australia way more than it's being felt in the city at the moment, but that's not to say that we won't see it creep into the city as well.
When you talk about that protest vote, and you know, a lot of One Nation voters say that they feel disaffected by the major parties. What is it about the Liberal Party that you think One Nation voters feel disaffected by?
Look, you can't gild the lily here. I mean, in South Australia, we've had 4 leaders in the last 4 years, and we've been plagued by legal challenges that, you know, quite clearly I think people are not happy about. I think, you know, perhaps we have been too inwardly focused instead of actually focusing on what really matters and what's important to the people out there that we're supposed to be representing, which is why I think Ashton's campaign has been so sensational. She's just looked at the people of South Australia and said, I'm actually listening to you, whereas I think, you know, we can probably take a fair bit of the blame internally, because we're talking too much about ourselves and not about the things that matter to South Australians.
Treasurer, are you concerned that even the events of the last month with the conflict in the Middle East could potentially drive former Labor voters to One Nation?
I think Labor voters who are seeing the actions of the US government are probably not flooding to the Conservative side of politics. I think the Liberal Party's flirting with MAGA has hurt them, especially amongst their more urban base. I think you're seeing the Liberal Party, which right now is a sleeping giant, tearing itself apart. Liberal Party at the last election got over 30% of the vote. There will still be a 30% non-Labor vote rump. I don't know how that will be divided between One Nation and the Liberals. Anne is a rare example of a Liberal MP who's focused on outward looking, talking about the future. Most of her colleagues are looking inwards, and it must be very, very difficult.
Given the way that your party pivoted during the last week of the campaign, does that show that you underestimated One Nation's pull in those outer suburban seats which you hold?
I think everyone did. I think the ABC missed it. I think we missed it. I think the Liberal Party missed it. One Nation really had no offering to the people of South Australia. I mean, I held up a blank piece of paper as their costings as a joke, really. But the truth is there is nothing to cost. It's more a vibe. Now, the question is, will that dissatisfaction with the two major parties translate into a protest vote? Who are they protesting against? And which base sticks with who? That's the question we're asking ourselves tonight.
We certainly saw a change, though, in the rhetoric and the way that you and the Premier in particular were speaking about One Nation at the start of the campaign. And in the past few days, you were holding up that piece of paper. The Premier was saying, let's talk about their housing policy, and stayed silent. So clearly you've been pretty worried about how it will affect your vote as well.
Oh, of course. I mean, you know, having political parties promise everything to everyone without any sort of rigour behind it, it can be dangerous. So, yes, we obviously want to talk about One Nation because we think One Nation is a threat for our country. I would much prefer Anne Ruston being government than One Nation. And that's not because I like what Anne says or how she campaigns or what her policies are, but I know that her policies are sensible and they won't harm the country in the long term. I'm really concerned about One Nation, especially their leadership.
Anne Ruston.
Well, I think that we do have to accept the fact that there are people out there that are protesting at the moment, and there's some pretty reasonably serious things for them to be protesting about. You know, we've only got to have a look at, you know, the cost of living, the uncertainty in the Middle East and the impact that's having on fuel prices. And I think people are actually feeling scared, they're feeling disillusioned, and they quite naturally saying, OK, I'm going to protest against the parties of government, and being the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, and that will be their reaction. And I think that we have to accept the fact that that's a reasonable reaction for South Australians to be having. But I do think that we're absolutely right, that if you want to be a party of government, you have to have policies. You have to have policies that you're prepared to cost. You have to be prepared to go out there and tell the South Australian public what is going to be the impact on the budget of what I'm proposing to do. A lot of the stuff we've seen from One Nation in this election campaign has quite frankly been federal. It's got nothing to do with the South Australian landscape or matters that are in the control of the Parliament of South Australia. So I think, you know, I understand why people are protesting, I absolutely do, but I think, you know, when the dust settles, people will sit down and realise that to be a serious party of government, there are things you have to do. You have to have a full policy suite, not just pick and choose the things that you might think are popular. You've got to be prepared to put your costings out and actually say what your policies are going to cost, and you actually have to represent all Australians, and that is the responsibility of a party of government. Sometimes it's hard to do. But that's why I believe that the policies that we've put forward, I think, represent that. Obviously, the Labor Party have got a suite of policies, and One Nation have not done what I would expect of a party of government.
OK, we want to take you now to the Deputy Premier, Kai Ma, who's joining us from Labor HQ. Kai, thanks very much for joining us.
Pleasure to be there.
How are you feeling tonight?
I think cautiously optimistic would be the way to describe it.
Surely a bit more than that. Come on.
We'll see people streaming in here over the next couple of hours. Look, I've been to a couple of dozen seats over the last few weeks. I've 14 pre-polls on Thursday. It is an amazing thing seeing Liberal, Labor, Greens, One Nation, just people putting their hearts and souls into a campaign. I think there's going to be some really interesting contests. The Electoral Commission has just put up on their website how they're going to call it in terms of two candidate preferred, and I think there are 11 seats where it's not a traditional Labor versus Liberal matchup. In seats like Hyson and Hammond, they're counting as Liberal versus Labor, but that may not be what comes out on the night. So, I think there will be a lot to go after tonight, and we will have an idea probably of who wins the election, but there will be some seats that will, I think, almost certainly be in doubt and won't be the candidates that they're counting tonight.
You're a former ALP-SA State Secretary. You've been around campaigns, both state and federal, for quite some time. How do you rate this campaign? How do you think it's been for Labor?
Yeah, I'm a former Labor State Secretary. I've been involved in the central part of campaigns for quite a number of campaigns. This has to be up there with the most disciplined and structured of campaigns I've been involved with. Peter Malinauskas is a leader who really puts his heart and soul into it and expects a lot from his whole team. So, it's probably the most disciplined, structured in that sense of a campaign I've been involved in over quite a few of them.
Let's talk about One Nation, because that is going to be one of the stories of the night. Tell me about your reaction to the polls before the campaign started and then continuing through this campaign, where One Nation's polling remained really strong.
Yeah, we are in some ways in uncharted territory. We've seen in other elections, there have been regional areas in South Australia where there hasn't been a contest for a long time. The Liberals could have put up a desert dog and won some seats in years gone by. But this time I think we're going to see in some areas, it might be Flinders or Chaffey in the southeast perhaps on Narungga on the Yorke Peninsula. It will be really interesting to see as those early votes from small booths come in, just if One Nation's, the polling we've seen published this week particularly, holds up, in which case the counts we see on the night are probably not going to be the counts reflective of the seats.
Deputy Premier, there has been another election that's been held today as well, and this is for the Voice to Parliament, the second term. I understand there has been a stronger turnout with voting than what we've previously seen. The first term, there were some challenges, some resignations. What are you hoping for this second term of the Voice?
Yeah, I think 46 people who were elected to the Voice about 18 months ago. I can't remember the exact number. There was 3 or 4 resignations. I think it's probably on par with councils or general parliaments in terms of resignations. We might see a greater turnout. The last Voice election was a standalone election. There wasn't any other election going on at the same time. I think the Voice elections have been a bit drowned out with the state election. And we've had some reports I've had over the last few days of some problems. People going to vote and not being given Voice ballot papers or having to go back into the line and line up for another hour to vote. So we'll see how it turns out. But the Voice has made significant contributions to government policy that we've acted on already, and I'm really looking forward to a new Voice being elected. There are elections in each of the 6 regions, so I'm looking forward in the coming weeks to seeing who that throws up and working closely with them as we have the last Voice.
Deputy Premier Rory McClaren here. You obviously sit in the Legislative Council, the state's upper house. How concerned are you by the prospect of the Primary Industries Minister, Claire Scriven, who was pushed to 5th on the Labor Legislative Council ticket, that she might be looking for a job once this count is over?
Look, Russell Worley was number 5 4 years ago, and we succeeded in winning that. I think I used the word cautiously optimistic about a lot of the feeling. I think a bit more than that, I think, is how we're feeling about our chances of getting number 5 this time. Again, on the published polls from this week and before, we would win 5. You don't take it for granted, but Claire's my colleague, sits next to me in the Parliament, and I'm really looking forward to continuing with her. On the published polls, it would be more of a worry for the Liberal Party with the One Nation vote than the Labor Party, whose primary has held up reasonably well, and hopefully that's reflected in our upper house vote.
Deputy Premier, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Let's now go back across to Casey Briggs. Can we talk a little bit more about these non-traditional counts that the Deputy Premier spoke of there?
Yeah, so as we were talking about earlier, the Commission's decided 2 candidates in every seat to count the preferences between. We know that we will get a one nation preference count in 4 seats across South Australia. In regional South Australia, that's Chafee and Schubert, the opposition leader's seat. We'll be getting a Liberal one nation count. In Giles, we'll be getting the seat around Whyalla, we'll be getting a Labor one nation count, and in the seat of Wright as well, a Labor one nation count. That's obviously the seat where the Liberal candidate was disendorsed mid-campaign. That will be interesting to see how Liberal preferences flow toward one nation. Now, as we've been saying, it might be the case that those are not the final 2 candidates in those seats, and it might be the case in other seats that the 2 candidates that are being counted are not those. And if a rethrow is needed, if the preferences need to be recounted, that will happen from Monday, not tonight. So it might be that we're needing to estimate some preferences through tonight in potentially a large number of seats. I'm waiting to get the first figures to get a sense for just how complicated tonight will be. A couple of those you might be interested in Carville. The Commission's counting between the independent and the ALP candidate. Will that be correct? We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, there is about a dozen seats where it's not being counted as a 2-party contest tonight. But I will again stress this is an indicative count only. It is really just about helping us get a result faster, learning the result of as many seats as possible tonight so we don't have to wait for a full distribution of preferences. The other thing that's complicated, of course, is the record number of candidates that we're seeing in this election, and there are some very long ballot papers.
Well, a dozen in the seat of Hammond is one example.
Exactly, and some of these that have many candidates have several conceivably competitive candidates, and so we may well end up in a situation where there are seats where there are several candidates on a similar sort of number, and if that's the case, it's not Monday we'll be waiting for. We'll need to see a full distribution of preferences. We are still waiting. We're speculating. We're waiting for those first figures to arrive to find out exactly how complicated tonight will be. Really, there's nothing we can do but wait.
And Casey, while we do just that, we're going to take you to the seat of Hartley in Adelaide's inner northeastern suburbs. We're joined now by the former opposition leader, Vincent Tarzia. Vincent Tarzia, welcome.
Good evening, Rory and Emma.
Vincent Tarzia, you saw off Nick Xenophon in 2018. You had the Prime Minister campaigning in your seat today. Are you worried this could be the end of your run as the member for Hartley?
Rory, as you know, I've always had to fight in my electorate. I wish Albo came and saw me because he's very unpopular in my electorate. He's welcome to come here whenever he wants. But no, on a serious note, it's always been a fight here in Hartley, 14, 18, 22, now today as well. But ultimately, we have thrown everything at it, got nothing left in the tank. I'm very grateful for my constituents for allowing me to be the member for Hartley for 12 years. We worked hard. I've been on that pre-poll for some 6-7 days now. And whatever the result, very grateful for the opportunity to be the MP for Hartley. We'll see what happens.
Was it a difficult decision for you to resign the party leadership in December?
Yeah, absolutely. But ultimately, I made the decision. It was my decision. I made it for my own family and for my local community. And it's also enabled me to spend more time with my community. And if I'm completely honest, I wouldn't have been able to campaign the way that I did had I not left the leadership. So I think Ashton's done a great job. Her popularity has increased during the campaign. She's run a very disciplined campaign, and hopefully we'll be the beneficiaries of that. But ultimately, I think there were 2 campaigns, if you like, the overarching themes and also the local themes. We threw everything at it, and we'll await the result with great anticipation tonight.
How much responsibility do you take personally for the current position the state team is in?
I think everyone can appreciate that what I inherited from the party was a really tough position, not to mention some of the federal issues, and I'm very proud of my record in making sure that we did put policy forward, making sure that we put forward a number of candidates in key seats. And so, look, it's a tough job, but I'm very grateful and very proud of the team and the way that they pulled together. While we appreciate there's many factors, the brand has got some issues at the moment. I think everybody appreciates that. You've got new players into the market, you've got federal issues, but ultimately I did the very best I could, and I'm very grateful to have been not only the member, but also have been the leader and also former minister as well.
Vincent Tarzia, should you hold Hartley and the opposition remain in opposition, would you seek to take a bigger role in the next shadow cabinet?
I lost it. I think the question was if I wholeheartedly would I be seeking a position in the shadow cabinet. But ultimately, that's a decision for the leader of the day. I'm more than happy to help the team wherever I can. I think there's a number of people that have been ministers. Hopefully, they still stay on. But running good campaigns and having that ministerial experience, I think you're assuming that we lose the election, Rory. We might win the election. We'll see what happens. But in the event that we did go on to lose the election, I think it's important to have as much experience helping the leader around the shadow cabinet table as well.
Vincent Tarzia, thank you.
Thanks very much. All the best.
And Rustin, let's talk a little bit about Vincent Tarzia. Obviously, he spent just over a year in the state opposition leader's chair. With the benefit of hindsight, was he the right person to replace David Spears in August 2024?
Look, I think Vincent did an amazing job. I mean, it has been a really tough time to be a Liberal over the last few years, whether it's been here in the state parliament or where it's been federal end. And I really thank Vincent for taking up what sometimes is rather a thankless task, being the leader of a party that's got the kind of challenges that we have been going through. So I think he did an amazing job. But, you know, every now and again, a leader comes past, and for the Liberal Party, that leader was Ashton Hearn. Now, the circumstances under which she has become the leader obviously were less than favourable because she hasn't had a lot of time to do what she's had to do. But I actually think, you know, we have seen after all the hard work that Vincent put in to try and stabilise after the challenges of our previous leader in South Australia and a very bad loss at the last election, you know, we're now seeing Ashton being able to do what a true leader can do. And I actually genuinely think she is one of the few people I've ever seen who walks into a leadership space and commands that space. You know, she's not trained to be a leader, she's not worked hard to be a leader, she just is a natural leader. And I think that, you know, the juxtaposition between Ashton and many other leaders that we've seen around the country, not just in our party but across the board, we have got a real leader here. And I'm just, if there was one thing that's made me excited over the last 3 months, it has been seeing Ashton come into her own.
And you mentioned that Ashton hasn't had a lot of time in the leadership position, only just over 3 months, I believe. She could potentially be leaving tonight carrying the baggage of leading the Liberals to their worst defeat in South Australian history. Would it have been better to have put her in the position after the election just to give her that clean slate?
Well, I think this is where we have to say a huge thank you to Ashton, that she was prepared to step up with only 100 days to go when the situation was looking pretty dire. In fact, I think, you know, when Ashton came into the role, there were predictions that we weren't going to win any seats at this state election. So I think, you know, we owe a huge debt of gratitude for Ashton for being prepared to stand up. But I think she's shown over the last 3 months, well, I think she'll save the furniture, which is fantastic. I think we'll see seats won that we probably may not have won had she not been the leader. But I also think that she's demonstrated that going forward, that, you know, we do have a true leader. So as much as everybody likes the easy ride into, you know, becoming the leader or becoming, you know, being successful anyway. That's not the way politics works. She inherited something because circumstances put it in her lap, and we should be very grateful she took it up.
Tom, what's it been like? Have you had to change strategies since Ashton Hearn took over as leader compared to Vincent Tarzia?
No, the entire policy framework that was argued by the Liberal Party was developed by Vincent. I don't think the result tonight would have been any different had Vincent Tarzia been the leader. I think the Liberal Party have done Ashton Hearn a huge disservice by putting her in now. I mean, she would never admit it because she's a trooper, but they've treated her very badly. Vincent was undermined. He was basically forced to leave. The platform the Liberal Party have fought on today was not Ashton's. She didn't develop it. It was developed by Vincent and his team. And what they've done now is pushed Ashton through the cycle an election earlier than she would have otherwise have planned.
OK, so if she had been in the role for longer, do you think that would have been a tougher situation for you? Do you think the Liberals would be going much better?
I don't know. I mean, the Liberal Party has undergone over the last 4 years something quite seismic. Their former leader was shown inhaling a cocaine on air, in a photograph. That was seismic in South Australia. And I don't think South Australians are used to seeing their political leaders in those types of images. And the damage that did to the Liberal Party, along with the leadership changes and a lot of the interventions federally, have made it very difficult for anyone in the Liberal Party to get any clean air on anything. It's been very difficult for them. But I've got to say, I feel very sorry for Vincent, because I'm not quite sure what has changed other than...
You also do have a fair, I think it's fair to say, affection for Vincent Tarzia. You've referred to him at various times in State Parliament as your young apprentice.
Yes, I do like Vincent. Vincent is much maligned and underrated. And we'll see tonight what happens in Hartley and how he goes against, if there is a Labor swing, if there is one, how he compares to his other Liberal colleagues around the state. I think he is a fighter. I say that probably the most talented politician I've seen in South Australia, other than Peter Malinauskas over the last 10 years, is Nick Xenophon. And Vincent sent Nick, beat Nick at the election. So underestimating Vincent is difficult.
Anne Ruston, I'll bring you in on that. Should people not be underestimating Vincent Tarzia's capabilities as a grassroots campaigner?
Oh, absolutely, they shouldn't be underestimating him. I mean, sure, we saw what happened in 2018 when he saw off the surge of Nick Xenophon and basically, you know, buried the Xenophon party during that election campaign. And, you know, he is a solid performer. He's a good guy, but I think, you know, I absolutely agree with Tom, and that is that he is a fantastic grassroots campaigner. He understands his electorate, and his electorate knows who he is. They know what he stands for. I don't think there'd be anybody in Hartley that doesn't know who Vincent Tarzia is and what he stands for. And I think you'll see that across the results tonight, that those people that run really good grassroots campaigns, you often see a different result than the statewide trend or in federal politics, the federal trend. And I agree. I think Vincent's one to watch, because I would suggest that his electorate have such a favourable view of him.
Well, interesting, just on that, I mean, that's what we saw in 2022 with David Spears in the seat of Black, who managed to hold off the tide when you lost a number of seats in Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Tom, I just wanted to get back to the question that Emma asked about Ashton Hearn and whether her going into the leadership position changed Labor's strategy when it came to attacking her as a leader. And there were some comments made by the Liberal Party after some of the debates that we've been having in this campaign, accusing the Premier of mansplaining at different times. Do you think that changed things, having Ashton Hearn there, not Vincent Tarzia?
Well, I don't know. There's always a nuance in a debate when it's a male and female in opposing sides. I think Peter's very respectful of Ashton, but it's also a political debate and a fight. So Labor will make its point and make it forcefully, and we've got a story to tell. Now, Ashton is no softie either. I mean, she gives as good as she gets, and you've seen that in the debates. So I think Ashton is up to the task of debating the Premier, and the Premier gave as good as he got. So I don't think that was an issue. My point is, elections are fought and won on policy. And I can't see a difference between what Vincent developed and what Ms Hearn fought, because they were exactly the same policy platform. The only change were two changes to stamp duty and the water pricing. Other than that, the rest of the policy platform was exactly the same. So the Liberal Party took to the election a platform that Vincent Tarzia developed, not one that Ashton Hearn developed.
Casey, I want to bring you in now because it is 6:46 p.m. local time here in South Australia. Where are the votes?
Yeah,
What's happening?
Look, this is an anxiety-inducing part of any election night for all candidates, for voters, for everyone watching along.
Panellists.
For panellists. Look, there are no votes yet. Okay. We have had nothing reported from the Electoral Commission. South Australia 4 years ago was a little bit slow to get going with the initial counting of the feed. So I, to be honest, I'm not all that surprised. Also, we have many, many candidates in many, many seats, and that tends to slow down things. So we're still waiting. No votes yet. I'll be with you as soon as I have one. Believe you me, I'm madly refreshing our media feeds and the Extra website as well.
Refresh,
yes,
Casey, come on.
Not too much.
Tom, I want to get onto that point as well as you, Anne. We have seen so many candidates here. We've seen 2 seats with 12 candidates. We've got 11. This is blowing everything out of the water in terms of previous records. Why? I
think because the government was so strong, there are a lot of people who saw weakness in the Liberal Party. And I say that respectfully. I'm not trying to preempt a result. I think that people felt there was an opportunity to take advantage of that weakness. And most of the candidates that are running here are centre-right candidates. And there's Family First, the Bob Day Party, One Nation, a whole series of other conservative independents in Liberal seats, some in Labor seats too. But I think what you're seeing here is people seeing a softness in the Liberal vote and thinking they can take advantage of that.
But do you think they're sick of Labor as well?
Well, we'll find out tonight whether they're sick of Labor. I have not sensed that in my electorate. I think people think Peter Malinauskas has done an exceptional job as leader. But look, we've got the tide of history against us here. I mean, expectations are up here for us. Peter currently holds the most seats Labor's ever held in the history of our party in this state. And everyone's expecting us to do more. If we just return the seats we have, it's equal to our best ever result in our history. And if the Liberal Party just hold what they have tonight, it's officially their worst result in their history. So expectations are high on both sides.
And Rustin, let's get your thoughts on the number of candidates.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously there is an awful lot of candidates out there, which, as I said earlier, will make it very challenging to even understand in some of the seats where they do get reasonably high votes, because it's going to depend on where the preference splits as to how the preference is going to be distributed. But I think there's also something that's really changing on the landscape, and that is how we are campaigning and how we're communicating with voters. You know, previously we used to rely heavily on legacy media, conventional advertising and, you know, putting little pieces of paper into people's mailboxes. That's just not the way it works anymore. And I think modern communications and modern techniques are probably encouraging people that you don't have to spend, you know, a huge amount of money and have an army of people running around sticking things in letterboxes. You actually can run an effective campaign just by using social media and other forms of communication. So I think there's a whole heap of reasons why we're seeing more candidates on ballot papers. But, I mean, we also have to understand that there has been quite a fracturing on the right of politics around the world, from, you know, those that hold much more conservative views, those that hold more moderate liberal views. And there's a whole heap of things that go into the mix. But don't underestimate the ability to be able to campaign without an army of volunteers or a whole heap of money is also encouraging people to put their hand up.
And do you see the fact that we've had a record number of candidates this year as being a good thing? There has been some debate about whether South Australia should increase the threshold for having a registered party here. I understand that South Australia, the threshold's quite low compared to some of the other states. Should that bar be lifted?
Well, I mean, it's a democracy, and I would always encourage anybody who wants to have a go at representing their electorate or their community that they should put their hand up, whether that be local government, state government or federal government, and to encourage people and make sure that people, you know, have the ability to do that. Now, in terms of whether you're a party or whether you're an independent, I don't think that particularly matters, but I absolutely think it's a great thing in this country that anybody can just put their hand up to represent their community and have their name on a ballot paper. That's a good thing.
Tom Koutsantonis, what about the electoral reforms that came through in this term that's ending today? Do you think that may have potentially encouraged more people to put their hands up?
Potentially. Look, it's always hard to know what makes someone want to nominate for Parliament. People want to serve, they want to serve their local community. Sometimes they see an absence of leadership in a particular party that they've supported previously. I suspect there are a lot of One Nation supporters tonight who have either been former Labor voters or former Liberal voters who are feeling disenfranchised, and we'll see what proportion of that there is. I mean, I know that the One Nation candidate in West Torrens who I met, Judith Aldridge, who was a lovely person. We spent 6 days on a pre-poll. She ran because of 2 clients of hers at a pub she worked at committed suicide. And she felt like she wanted to get something back, and she related to Miss Hanson's story, and she decided to run for Parliament. Now, was she inspired by the movement of One Nation? I don't think so. There are 2 other candidates who we didn't see at all. And the Liberal candidate in West Torrens didn't even hand out how-to-vote cards. So I don't know. I think the reforms, we can overthink the reforms and overthink the process. What I think happened is people saw a vulnerability in one side of politics, thought votes were up for grabs, and wanted to fill that void.
I want to ask about an issue that you touched on, and in terms of the way people campaign now, and we thank you both for being on traditional media as well, because we love it, clearly. How are things different? Tom, how are you at taking a selfie? Do you have to do it a bit more now?
I'm terrible. My daughters who are watching think I'm hopeless at it. They think I'm a, Neanderthal when it comes to taking selfies.
But have you had to do things differently?
Yes, and they make me do selfies, and they make me do videos, and they make me do what they call memes. I hate it.
Okay.
But apparently the kids love it.
But is that the way to get votes now? Is that where things are headed, that it's going to be more of that and less of the traditional forms?
I think not.
Okay.
I think people still want sensible
That's just
policy.
because you're sitting here with us, Treasurer. Thank you.
No, I tell you what, the most feedback I get from is being on ABC Radio. David Bevan would interview in his particular style. I know he's listening or watching. And I get more comments about thoughtful discussion about policy on radio than I do about any 5-second meme I do on Instagram. So I think that is part of the engagement process to get you in deeper. I still think people are thirsty for traditional media, and people do turn to trusted sources for
What about our conversations on the morning's program?
You know David
You've
Bevan,
heard
mate.
him now.
You know David Bevan.
Oh, lucky I'm in
You know
between.
David Bevan.
Creepers, wow.
Jeepers.
Not even 7 o'clock.
Shots fired.
And is this where things are headed, do you think? Do you think it's headed in that way, the social media and, getting to people differently?
There is no doubt. You've only got to have a look at, how the influencers and the kind of numbers of people that are following them, and then you look at some of the, the more high-profile members of Parliament and see what their social media feeds are looking like, to know that people are hungry to get information by a myriad of different ways. I mean, I thought Tom was very brave abusing you so early in the night.
So
That we are now.
That normally happens after 9.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that means that you're going to ask him all the nasty questions and I'll go the easy ones. But I just think that campaigning has changed. I mean, campaigning's changed because we now have a week where you've got election day is now an election week, and federally it's even longer than that. And I think that people, because life is so instantaneous now, you can't actually build a bank of things with the public, but that's where very good local members come in. You need to make sure that you've got a really snappy message that's being delivered at the right time in the right way to your audience, and you can be much more granular around how you're speaking to people. You used to just have to blast everything out everywhere and hope like all hell that everyone would pick up the piece of information that they wanted. Now you really can target by using very clever algorithms that work with social media and the like. So I think campaigning really has changed. I mean, I love taking pictures with dogs because I just love animals and I love dogs, and the amount of time that if I take a photo on the campaign trail with somebody's dog, it usually gets 15 times as many hits on it than if I've got doing something with a person in it. So I think, it's a combination. It's no one way is right. You have to do it all.
And you mentioned some of the positives of using social media to get your message out there, but what are some of the challenges, particularly for MPs, when you've got that direct line of communication with punters?
Look, I think the biggest challenge of social media is you're just never sure, because you don't have the checks and balances you do in legacy media where you actually have to tell the truth. And you will often see things being put out on social media that just plainly aren't true. And it's really, really difficult to pull that back once it's been said. And I mean, you can see some of the campaigns, the sort of undercurrent campaigns that get out there, and the truth is created on a lie, and it's very difficult to bring it back again. So I think that's the big challenge of social media or a non-regulated media. Is that there's nobody actually validating this information as actually being correct. So it can be used quite mischievously I don't think the major parties use it mischievously, but it certainly has been used for...
I have some numbers if you're interested.
Oh, let's briefly hear those if we can.
So I've got some indicative numbers from Netherby in the seat of Unley. At the last election, Labor received 23.062% of the primary vote. In this election, it's up to 33. Liberal Party got 60.6%.
And
in 2022.
Just so we're really clear, can you explain to us where you're getting these numbers from?
This is from our ALP headquarters. A Liberal Party vote has now dropped nearly 26% to 34.3%. So Labor's on 33.7, the Liberals are on 34.3, the Greens are steady on 16, and One Nation's on 9.3.
Well, there we go. We do have some early numbers there. Thank you for that, Treasurer. Casey, I want to bring you into this conversation because in a moment we're going to go to the state's southeast. Can you explain to us the seat of Mount Gambier in the contest there?
Yeah, fascinating contest tonight. This has really become quite a fascinating seat. A long time ago, the seat of Mount Gambier, obviously centred on the city of Mount Gambier, had a Labor history. Over time, it became a Conservative, non-Labor seat. But in recent elections, it's become really a hotspot for independents. This was the seat of Rory McCuan. When Rory McCuan retired, local Mayor Don Pegler picked up the seat, preventing the Liberals from gaining that seat in Parliament. And then when Troy Bell won that as a Liberal, he, of course, has defected, or did defect, amid his criminal charges and the various issues surrounding that. So Troy Bell the seat is actually vacant. Troy Bell has resigned from this seat. A by-election wasn't held because it was so close to this election. And Travis Fatchen, the independent candidate trying to keep this in independent hands, is someone who used to work for Troy Bell, worked in the electorate office of Troy Bell. So the question will be, independents have won this seat in 6 of the past 7 elections. Will it remain in independent hands tonight, or will it return, as it has been before all of those independent MPs, a relatively safe Liberal seat?
Casey, thank you. Let's bring in Travis Fatchen now. He is the independent candidate in the seat of Mount Gambier. Travis, welcome.
Hey guys, how are you?
Travis, how has that more than a decade working for Troy Bell shaped your campaign?
Look, I think every day in the office, I've got to speak with the community every day and listen to their issues and concerns. And I think I have been able to pick up the skills to, help out the community and make it a better place.
Just explain to us, if you can, Travis, how the campaign has played out down there. Obviously, we know that the Liberals have been pretty keen to get it back in their side of the pendulum. How's it been on the ground?
Pretty tough, really. Like, I sort of kicked off about October and, lots of letterboxing and the likes, and recently candidate forums, And, look, we've all had a pretty hard go. I think it's a bit of a tough one. I actually think, Liberal, Labor and One Nation and the independents are all going to be in the mix.
What would you bring to the next Parliament, Travis, if you are elected tonight?
What would I bring to the Parliament?
Yeah.
I think, having lived in Mount Gambier my whole life, I know what the community wants and needs. And like you mentioned, working in the electorate office for the last 12 years, I've heard daily what the concerns are. I've built good relationships with Labor and Liberal MPs and staffers, as well as people in the department. So I kind of feel like I'm ready to hit the ground running.
Travis, thank you.
No worries, thank you.
OK, let's head over to Casey now, because finally some votes are coming in. Casey, we were sweating over here.
We just got quite a lot come in at once, and so I've just been hit by a flood of numbers that we're trying to just have a look at some early trends and see what's happening. I'll pick out 3 very quickly to show you, because there are some very interesting figures. Now, in most of these, we're looking at one booth, maybe a couple of booths, so I'm going to caution very early figures. This is 2,800 votes across the state in total. But Chafee, Tim Whetstone, the former Primary Industries Minister, we were wondering if Jennifer Troth, the One Nation candidate, might become the most serious challenger to Tim Whetstone. Here's what we're looking at. 224 votes for Tim Whetstone, 37%. Jennifer Troth on 33.7%. So will that hold up? Will One Nation remain as close to Tim Whetstone? Can they overtake? Very early days. We're going to take some time and look at these numbers properly. I'm giving them to you as soon as we've got them. We are getting a count, as I said, between the Liberal Party and One Nation in that seat. On these figures, on that single booth, Tim Whetstone would be re-elected, but one booth. Let's look at Flinders as well, along the west of South Australia. Sam Telfer, a first-term MP, is on 45%. One Nation has snuck into second in these 2 booths. The independent Megan Petherick, who's been running for quite some time, a Port Lincoln businesswoman, is in third on just 8%. I haven't checked to see where these figures are from. I would expect her vote will be higher in Port Lincoln than some other parts of the seat, so this might shift through the night. But again, One Nation putting in a strong showing in a couple of booths there. And let's go to Elizabeth, where at the moment, 1 booth in, Kim Hanton, the On Nation candidate, has won that booth on the first preference vote. Kim Hanton with 39.6, Ella Shaw on 32.4, the Greens on 13.7. These are very interesting numbers. I'm going to go and have a look at the other numbers that have come in and see if we can start to pull apart some patterns here. But One Nation does appear to be, in a handful of seats that we're seeing already, performing very well.
OK, Casey, thank you. Well, let's get a bit of reaction on that. I know it's very, very early days. Tom, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm thinking that a lot of Liberal MPs tonight who'll be very grateful that Labor is preferencing them ahead of One Nation. Interested to see what happens in Elizabeth as more booths come in. That's obviously a worrying number. But I don't know where that booth is and what the traditional vote there is. I think also it's going to be very hard tonight to get a feel of what the swing is, given that pre-poll was so different this time than it was previously. I'm getting some booth results in from West Torrens where the numbers are really down on last time at the booths. People voted beforehand. So it's skewing the results as well. So for all we know, that vote in Elizabeth or that vote we saw in those two regional areas could be skewed by people who traditionally have voted there, voted at pre-poll. So we won't know until we see a trend over time. But it's a big result for One Nation so far.
Anne Ruston?
Yeah, there's no doubt they're big votes, but I think, you know, in the absence of knowing which polling booths they are, it's very difficult to understand whether it's actually it's a trend that's going to have an ultimate impact at the end of the night. So until we actually see those, but yeah, I mean, quite clearly, you know, One Nation, by the look of that, their vote is holding up at this stage, but also it comes down to those preferences. And you know, as Tom said, you know, in the regional seats, the preferences of the ALP may well be very important for the Liberals.
Let's go back to Casey. What else have you got for us?
I thought I might just... Now we've got a collection of votes in 0.2% counted across the state. Let's just have a look at the very, very early figures on the statewide totals. I am going to continue to caution these are very, very early figures, but they are indicating that this momentum toward Pauline Hanson's One Nation is, in fact, real. We just need to work out exactly how real it is. These are figures that are over index on regional areas. There is not that much Adelaide in these figures yet, but Labor on 35 at the moment. We are projecting, based on what we know about the votes, where this will end up. But these are, as I say, not a lot of Adelaide in here, so treat this with caution. 35 for Adelaide, the Liberal Party 17.9, One Nation on a quarter of the vote of what we've got, which is only about 4,000 votes. Just look at the change in vote there. The Liberal Party is well down, One Nation is well up, and Labor's down a bit as well. This pattern that was predicted by the opinion polls appears to be coming to pass in what we're seeing so far. How exactly it plays out on a seat-by-seat level, it's way too early to know.
OK, Casey, thank you. Well, we're going to pause here at the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide for just a couple of minutes. We're going to get the latest in what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Here are the ABC News headlines. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has rejected claims that Australia failed to give support to the US in the Middle East. It comes after US President Donald Trump called NATO allies cowards for not helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Mr Albanese said the government has done what was asked of them. Iran has reportedly threatened to expand its retaliatory attacks to include recreational and tourist sites worldwide, while the US is reportedly making plans for the possibility of deploying ground troops to Iran. The International Energy Agency says the world is facing the greatest energy security challenge in history as a result of the crisis. Residents in the top end are being told to make their final preparations for tropical cyclone Narelle. The Category 2 system is expected to re-intensify as the storm moves west through the Gulf of Carpentaria. Communities along the NT's eastern coast are being urged to prepare for damaging winds, heavy rain and flooding.
We've issued a severe weather warning this morning for most of the top end for heavy, locally intense rain and damaging winds. Gale to storm force winds of 60 to 110 kilometres an hour can extend as far inland as Bullman overnight on Saturday into Sunday morning. Further over the weekend, across the top end, again, we're expecting that heavy to locally intense rainfall, widespread 150 to 200 millimetres of rain, with locally isolated rainfall totals of over 300 millimetres. Again, that rain could fall in a very short period of time, which can lead to flash flooding. So roads can be cut, rivers and creeks will rise quickly in response to that rain.
A warning: the following contains the name of a person who has died with permission. Indigenous community leader Rhoda Roberts has died from cancer at the age of 66. Ms Roberts was the first Aboriginal presenter on mainstream television and the first Indigenous head of programming at the Sydney Opera House. She dedicated much of her life to elevating First Nations culture and creatives at Australia's biggest festivals and events, and was recognised with an Order of Australia in 2016. We'll take you back to our coverage of South Australia votes.
Live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on the news channel and ABC iView. You're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Rory McClaren.
And I'm Emma Rebellato. It has just gone 8 minutes past 7 and we have 5,500 of the vote counted so far. Let's get the latest on the count with Casey.
I think it's going to be a long night. Let's show you a few more seats and just show you what this One Nation effect appears to be doing. Again, early counts in all of these, no more than a few booths that we're going to look at, starting with a couple of regional seats. Narunga, the seat held by Fraser Ellis. We've got 4 booths here. Fraser Ellis, the incumbent MP, on the current count, 10%. One Nation, Chantel Thomas on 38%. Let's have a look at Giles, the seat around Whyalla, held by Eddie Hughes. Eddie Hughes on nearly 30%, the One Nation candidate on nearly 40% of the primary vote. The Liberals on 27.7%. We've got only one booth there. Let's see how things play out. And then let's head to Northern Adelaide. David Wilkins is seeking to succeed the outgoing MP Lee Odenwalder. He has more than half the vote, so he would go on to be elected if these numbers hold up. This is, again, just a single booth. One Nation, though, has come in second on that one booth. The Greens in third, and the Liberal Party, Melindy Fardoni, has fallen to 4th place in Lee. This is painting us a picture of a night that will be very long, of a night where these preference counts may end up being the indicative ones just completely out in so many seats because One Nation. Let's have another very quick look at the statewide primary vote. And again, I'll say most of these votes continue to be from regional South Australia, so these numbers will fluctuate. And I'll say as well, One Nation didn't run in most seats 4 years ago, so there is a bit of caution on this because it's much harder to estimate the history where they didn't run before. One Nation on 23.3 on what we've got so far, the Liberals 21.1, the ALP just shy of a third of the vote. But again, this is a lot of regional votes and less Adelaide votes.
Casey, thank you. Let's now go to Joe Sokach, who is the member for Cheltenham in Adelaide's western suburbs and also the Minister for Trade and Investment. Joe Sokach, welcome.
Good evening, guys.
Joe Sokach, take us out to your part of some cheers there, unsurprisingly, behind you with your supporters. You probably aren't going to face much of a challenge tonight, but I want to get you on the seat adjoining yours in Colton. How hopeful are you that Aria Bolkus might be able to flip that seat for Labor?
Look, we've been very hopeful. Aria is an outstanding candidate, and you know we pre-selected Aria early, many months before the Liberals did so because of the very late resignation of the incumbent Matt Cowdery. But look, what we're seeing from early boos through Rory is a really strong maintenance of the Labor primary vote here in the western suburbs. That's really pleasing both across the Lee electorate and the Cheltenham electorate today.
Oh, and also Port Adelaide, can I ask you about that seat too? Obviously no incumbent in the seat of Lee, Stephen Mulligan retiring and leaving politics. Susan Close also in another adjoining seat to yours in Port Adelaide. What are you hearing from the boos there?
Look, it's very early days. I haven't seen any data come through yet from Port Adelaide other than to say that there is a really strong sense across the western suburbs of a Team Labor approach. It's been a focus of our campaign, it's been a focus of our government, And I'm very confident, albeit that we're in very early stages in this count, that the Labor primary will hold really strong across the western suburbs. But what we are also seeing is an absolute decimation of the Liberal primary, and that's splitting two ways between One Nation and the Greens.
We are seeing some early numbers for your seat of Cheltenham as well. Here, Joe Sockarts, we've got you on a primary of almost 40%. One Nation on these very early numbers, and I stress just 0.5% of the count has been conducted. One Nation running second currently.
Look, as you said, it's very early days. We don't have anywhere near the qualitative data to be able to make an assessment at this stage. But there's no doubt, for each and every one of us as candidates who were on the early voting, that One Nation were far more popular than the Liberals. I think there is no doubt that the One Nation campaign has been a focus of many who have been seeking to move their votes away from a Liberal Party who have, to put it lightly, really struggled across the last 4 years.
What would a second term for you mean in government and in cabinet, rather?
Look, every single day that we have the privilege of serving in government, and if I'm speaking personally, every day I've got the privilege of being in cabinet is a day that we can make a difference. And I've been asked many times over the last week about, why am I doing this and why are we doing this? Well, it's pretty clear, Rory, and fundamental for me. Every day that I wake up, I get to drive past the hospital that I was born in at the QEH. I get to make a difference by fighting my backside off for a community that I love and that has shaped me, and that the sense of fairness and the sense of justice that we hold true here in the West is both something that drives me, but something that also is part of who we are as a Labor Party.
Joe Sockarts, thank you. I want to turn to you, Anne Ruston. Obviously, I started there asking Joe Sockarts about the seat of Colton. It is one of the three metropolitan seats where you don't have an incumbent. Do you feel particularly vulnerable there?
Well, it's always really difficult when you pre-select your candidate so late, which we had to do because Matt Cowtrey's late retirement from the Parliament. And look, Beck Sutton has been a great candidate. She's worked really, really hard, but she came in really late, and obviously Aria has been out on the ground for a long time. So it does make it particularly difficult, but you've got to turn up on the good days, you've got to turn up on the bad days. And, I'm obviously, with the early figures still being, very, very limited, it's a little early to say. But, yeah, it's a tough gig for a candidate to go into a seat at the very last minute against somebody who's been out on the ground for a really long time.
Tom, on the incumbency factor, obviously we saw some of the very early results for Elizabeth. That's obviously one of the seats in Northern Adelaide where you don't have an incumbent MP, Lee Oldenwelder, retiring. Does that place that seat at additional risk for you?
I think it's way too early to think that. Ella's an exceptional candidate, in my opinion. She's someone who's going to work very, very hard. I think we're going on about 300 votes or so. We're seeing this swing, so let's just wait and see what comes out of it. I'm Matt Cowdrey. The Liberal Party needs to ask itself why someone of the calibre of Matt Cowdrey would decide to quit. He's young, he had a bright future in the Parliament, he was good in the Parliament, and he decided to leave. And it's a real loss. Aria will be fantastic. I'm not trying to disparage Aria, but I just think when you have people like that deciding not to recontest, that should raise real alarm bells.
I think we'll speak more about that and also recruitments a bit later as well. But first, let's go to Casey now. Casey, you've got some more figures?
Yeah, the picture in regional South Australia is extremely complicated. I want to just focus on Adelaide for the moment, where government is won and lost, because that's where most of the seats in South Australia are. This is the change in the primary vote for the parties across Adelaide, metropolitan Adelaide. The Liberal vote is down 16 points off this 0.6% count. Most of that seeming to have, well, maybe all of that seeming to have transferred in net terms to One Nation, and Labor is down a little bit. What does that mean in terms of the primary vote? So we've got Labor currently, we're estimating at about 42.4. The Liberal Party and One Nation sort of neck and neck in metropolitan Adelaide, the Greens on 13.4. I'm going to be very careful about what I say at this point because these figures are very low. But at the moment, it is seeming like in Adelaide, while there is a very complicated picture happening across many seats, Labor is holding its ground in the votes we've seen well enough that if that continued, you would see Labor re-elected. Being very careful with what I say because it's a very early count and there's a lot of complexity here. But
so are we getting close?
No. At the moment, though, there are many seats we don't have any votes in yet. But Labor, you know, on the votes we're seeing at the moment would not be so concerned that they are, you know, about to lose government or anything like that, or they're about to lose significant numbers of seats. I'll leave the comments at that for the moment, and I want to show you a couple of Adelaide seats in particular. Hartley is one of them. 3 booths in. Jen Roberts has 40.6% of the vote. Vincent Tarzia, the former opposition leader, is on 24.2%. The Greens are in third. One Nation, you wouldn't expect One Nation in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide to do as well as they're doing in some other parts, but in fourth place on 13.8%. We are getting a preference count between the Labor and the Liberal candidate in this electorate. You would expect that will be the correct count, and that count at the moment is showing a swing toward Labor that is more than sufficient to see Labor elected. Again, an early count, but Labor ahead in Hartley at the moment, so that is potentially a gain that we're looking at. And then the seat of West Torrens, Tom Koutsantonis on the panel has more than half the vote. Now, your vote's down a little bit, but I don't think you'll be too worried because 55% of the vote here, and then you've got the Greens on 16.9%, One Nation on 16.8%, and the Liberal candidate has fallen to third place with 9% of the vote. So, Tom Koutsantonis, I think I'm prepared to say you're probably the first MP that we can say has been re-elected. I don't think that's turning around. But what's happening in second, third, fourth place in this seat is very, very fascinating.
Okay, very reassuring.
As if it was in doubt, Tom. Come on. Look, let's go now to the Deputy Opposition Leader in the seat of Hyson, Josh Teague. Josh, thanks for joining us tonight.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm back here at Stirling at the end of voting today.
First up, I want to ask you about your former leader, Vincent Tarzia. Things are not looking good for him at all. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I'm just seeing those early counting figures that you've been reporting on, and I'm sure that there's a long way to go. I wish Vincent all the very best in Hartley. He's demonstrated that he's a fighter and he will be there and putting every best effort forward. So he'll be watching the count just as I am here in Hyson.
Well, let's talk about your seat now. How confident are you that you will hold on to your seat?
Well, it's over to everybody throughout the district now, of course. We've just come to the end of 7 days of voting, including the last 6 days of early voting. And I saw 8,500 of our community coming through over the last week and around the district today. I think what we're seeing is that there is clearly a red-hot contest. I'm used to that in Hyson. I came in 18 when Nick Xenophon was a phenomenon, and that was a close contest. And today, the results will be, I think, a close result again. And I think we'll need to be watching as the larger booths and certainly the pre-poll result comes in later on tonight.
Josh, you're the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Shadow Attorney General. You hold other portfolios as well. How difficult has it been with that load to maintain a local campaign as well? Has that been challenging?
Well, I think what's really important for me to emphasise is that I want to pay tribute to our leader, Ashton Hearn, who has, over this last little more than 100 days, taken on this task to lead the way. And I've been permitted, along with all of us, to run hard locally, and with Ashton leading the way in our overall campaign, we have been putting our best foot forward over this journey, and so it's now over to the electors of Hyson.
Josh, I think it's fair to say one of the stories of the night is One Nation. What's your reaction to that? Have you been surprised by the fact that they have polled so well leading up to this campaign? And looking at some of the early vote count as well, they're doing pretty well.
I've seen some indications of relatively high votes for One Nation in different parts of the district and some results around the state coming in early. And I think it shows that there are several contenders who are doing their best to attract votes in this contest. As I say, I'm no stranger to that in Hyson, and it's over to the community now. I want to maximise the primary, of course, and then those others are running their own race. But I'm really proud of the fact that throughout this campaign we have maintained a commitment to telling our story. And it's been really interesting to see some of our competitors talking about us the entire time. So we'll look for the results now. As I say, it's over to the community, and I'm really proud of all the colleagues, especially our leader, Ashton Hearn. And I want to say thanks to all of those people who are behind me who have committed so much time to our campaign. Really proud of them and the campaign that we've run in Hyson.
Josh Teague, thanks for your time tonight.
Thanks very much.
I want to have a chat to the panel now about some of the policies that have been thrown about during this election. Tom, last election you guys went really hard on health. You promised to fix ramping, you didn't. How damaging has that been to this campaign?
I think given that the Liberals were the ones who were prosecuting it the hardest, I think the government stood on its record and is proud of its record, and I think what people are seeing are ambulances rolling up on time. Yes,
but they're still being ramped.
Sure. And I accept that, and no government's perfect, and we've made mistakes, and the Premier said that. But we have thrown the kitchen sink at it, and what is happening now is ambulances are turning up on time, people are surviving because an ambulance does arrive, but we haven't get that bed flow through our hospitals working just yet. Given that was the main argument our opponents were making, and given the results I'm seeing tonight, I don't think that campaign worked. I think what the Liberal Party attempted to do this election was refight the 2022 election rather than fight the 2026 election. And I think they're paying the price for that now.
Anne Ruston.
Well, I think that, you can't shy away from the fact that it was the entire campaign in 2022. You were going to fix ramping. Singly, you failed when it comes to fixing ramping, and quite frankly the health system in this state is in a pretty parlous state. I mean, the AMA's recent report that was released just last week shows that on just about every metric South Australia is in a world of pain when it comes to health. And I think, sure, there are many issues that South Australians obviously are feeling at the moment, not the least of which is, as you say, the challenges of paying the bills week by week. But there is a failure, and I think you have to admit that you have failed South Australia on the number one promise that you made when you went to the last election, and that was to fix ramping.
I have a lot of time for Anne because I think she's a serious politician. But the truth is, anyone who goes to our public healthcare system is seeing the massive investments we're making. They're seeing the extra doctors, nurses and ambos. They're knowing that when they call an ambulance, they can trust it turns up on time. Have we fixed ramping? No, we have not. And we've said that throughout the entire campaign. If South Australians felt that our health system was completely failing, as Anne has just characterised, we would see that tonight in the results. We're not seeing that in the results tonight. What we're seeing is, and it's still very early, but we're seeing a repudiation or a halving of the vote of the people who are making this argument. And I think it's those types of arguments that have done the Liberal Party a disservice. People aren't seeing it in their day-to-day lives. Saying that the economy is going backwards in South Australia when clearly it is not, did not serve the Liberal Party well. Claiming that the health system was a disaster when clearly it's not, has not done them well.
Before we go to Casey, Anne Ruston, I'll give you a moment to respond.
Well, I mean, I think, you can say that, Tom, but the reality is that every time somebody goes to see their doctor, they're paying more out-of-pocket costs than they've ever paid before. We know that ramping last year was the worst that it's ever been on record. We know that we're struggling to get older Australians out of hospitals into places that they need to be. So, I mean, I think the experience of the everyday South Australian is that they are finding it very difficult to access healthcare, and they're also finding it much more expensive than it was. So I don't think that just by you saying that it's okay, that South Australians are not actually challenged.
I think we will come back to health at various points across the course of the night, but let's have a look at a couple of seats. Let's now start with the seat of the opposition leader, Ashton Hearn. Schubert.
Yeah, let's head to the Barossa Valley in a moment. We've got now a bit more of a count. I think we showed this one very briefly earlier, where Ashton Hearn, the opposition leader, here is up against Labor's candidate James Rothie and Bruce Priest of One Nation. Here's the primary vote we've got at the moment. Ashton Hearn, her vote is well down, 35.7. Bruce Priest on 26.2 and James Rothie at the moment on 22.9. Now, we'll get a preference count between these two later tonight. We haven't started to get it yet. We're very interested to see what happens with that count. But the change in vote in that seat, again, even the opposition leader's seat, the Liberal vote is well down, One Nation's vote is well up. And then let's now have a look at a couple of seats in Adelaide. We're getting a few more votes in Adelaide. Let's start with Hurdle Vale, which is Nat Cook's seat, and we're seeing a consistent picture now appearing in a few electorates in the south and in the north of Adelaide, the kind of outer fringes of metropolitan Adelaide. Nat Cook, 43% of the vote. Katrina Emerson, One Nation's candidate, 26.5%, and the Liberals have fallen below the Greens into fourth position. Let's show you one more. Let's show you the seat of Lee in the north. We saw this one earlier, but a more compressed count now. David Wilkins again, 46.5% to One Nation running in second, the Greens in third, and the Liberal Party in fourth position. One Nation is clobbering the Liberal vote across parts of metropolitan Adelaide, in fact all across the state, but we're seeing it very clearly in southern and northern Adelaide. I think Tom Koutsantonis, David Wilkins, Nat Cook should all be re-elected on these figures, but there is a massive reshaping of the electoral map happening below that big red bar that we're seeing at the top of these electorates. Let's just have one more quick look. I'll show you let's look first of all very quickly at the primary vote in metropolitan Adelaide. Again, this is remaining as it's starting to settle down a little bit more. ALP 43.2, Liberal 16.5 and One Nation 18.4. And let me show you the swing that we're seeing at the moment. An estimate of the swing across Adelaide, a swing toward Labor of about 5 points at the moment. That has been shuffling back and forth quite a bit. There are lots of seats we're having to estimate preferences in at the moment rather than having any actual counts. But this is at the moment shaping up as a swing toward Labor in Adelaide.
Ashton Hearn would be very happy. We're preferencing her in the seat of Schubert. Very happy.
Oh, and let's get your reaction to that, seeing One Nation. It looks like the polls were right leading up to this.
Yeah, well, quite clearly, at the end of the day, we always say that the only poll that counts is on election night, and here we are on election night, and obviously this is the poll that does count. It is concerning to see the deterioration in our vote, particularly. I'd say, Ashton's been a really good local member, but quite clearly the voters out there in voterland are not happy with us, and we're seeing it across the board. But obviously let's wait and see. We've got a bit more of a vote, but you do have to concede that the people have spoken, and there's been quite a loud message sent.
And when you're looking at these figures, does it run through your mind at all whether the Liberals should consider forming a coalition with One Nation?
Look, not at all. I mean, things go through ebbs and flows. I mean, I think as the Liberal Party, remain absolutely committed to our core values. I think one of the things I would probably say I have to concede is that I'm not sure we've done a very good job of communicating them to Australians. And I think, we have a core set of beliefs that we never deviate from. And I think, they are very Liberal values. And we just need to get back to those Liberal values. We need to put policies out that reflect those values, and then we have to work out how to communicate them better, because quite clearly we haven't been communicating very well, and the results tonight are showing it.
And let's talk about the communication on a local level, because when Ashton Hearn was elected, we had the awful terrorist attack in Bondi. Then the federal coalition was an absolute mess. Then we had the Middle East war in the last few weeks. How has that affected her and Ashton's ability to get her message out and to get that communicated to South Australians?
Well, there's no question. Not only has she had a very short time, but she's had a very rocky time since she's become the leader. And as I say, I think she's done a fantastic job to have held things together. But yeah, it has been a very challenging time. And when you're competing with the kinds of issues of, what we saw unfold at Bondi, I think, where every Australian, felt unbelievably challenged by the fact that something so horrific could happen on our own shores. Yes, the federal Liberal Party or coalition has not done Ashton any favours at all. And of course, in times of uncertainty, you often will see that people will tend to not want to change, and that's probably why we're seeing the Labor Party's vote holding up, is that they're staying where they are. But quite frankly, our vote, we have to take responsibility for where it is, and we can say about all the tough things that have happened during the election campaign, but nonetheless, our message didn't get out and others did.
Let's now go across to the leader of the Greens in South Australia, MLC Robert Sims. Robert Sims, good evening.
Good evening, Rory. Good to be with you.
Robert Sims, the Greens have been bullish about their chances of potentially picking up a lower house seat, in particularly the seat of Hyson. We heard from Josh Teague, the sitting Liberal member, a little bit earlier this evening. How confident are you feeling now?
Oh, look, we feel very optimistic. We've run a really strong campaign in Hyson and we've knocked on thousands of doors. We've had a huge presence on polling booths today, and some of the preliminary results we're seeing are very positive, but, you know, we've got a long way to go on this count, and it might be a little while before we know the result. But, look, we're feeling optimistic and we'll see how things play out. But it's absolutely been our biggest ever lower house seat campaign here in South Australia.
Well, we do have some early numbers here, and actually shows that Genevieve Dawson-Scott's running fourth at the moment. I hasten to add, again, that's 0.6 of the count that has come through thus far. I want to talk more broadly now, though, Robert Sims. One of the stories of the night...
That's very early, though, Rory. There's not much on that to go with.
It is very early. One of the stories of the night which is emerging is the rise of One Nation in South Australia. What are your reflections on that result?
Yeah, look, I mean, the Greens have been obviously raising the alarm about One Nation for some time, and I think it's clear that a lot of South Australians are concerned about the rising cost of living, and they're also concerned about the fact that governments aren't offering the things that the community wants. Access to basic housing, access to community services. What One Nation is offering, of course, is very simplistic solutions, blaming migrants, and yet we know the fault here lies with the Labor and Liberal parties, and it's only the Greens that are actually challenging those policies. And so during this campaign we've been pushing for action on the cost of living. Whoops.
Looks like we may have lost Robert Sims there as he plays around. We'll try and bring him back if we can. But let's... There it is. That is live television for you, folks. Tom Koutsantonis, are you getting any more numbers through from your scrutineers?
Yes. We're very pleased with what's going on in the northeast of Adelaide. The results are holding up quite well. I haven't got anything more. There's a booth in Mawson that I've seen, but I want to see some more numbers that are showing some very strong Labor results. But again, early days.
Looks like we may have Robert Sims back. Have you got us there, Robert Sims?
I have. Sorry about that, Rory. I'm back with you now.
You were just passing on some reflections on the rise of One Nation.
Yeah, look, the reality is I think voters are angry at the moment and One Nation are offering very simplistic solutions. But that said, let's not forget here, the early results we're seeing show the Greens have got our strongest result we've seen here in South Australia. We're seeing some positive swings to us right across the state.
But certainly
and that's
not on the
happening at a
scale
time
as
when
One
there's
Nation,
been a swing
though.
against Labor and the Liberals.
But certainly not on the scale.
Oh, well, look, let's just see what no, of course, that's right. Not on the scale that we've seen from One Nation. But what is very clear tonight is that the Greens are here to stay in South Australia, and we're on track to elect a member to the Legislative Council. We're doing very well in some lower house contests as well, and of course the seat of Hyson is looking very, very positive too. So let's see how things play out, but I feel really pleased with our results so far, and the fact that we've run our biggest campaign and we're getting some of our best results that we've seen here in South Australia at a time when there's swings against both Labor and the Liberals.
Robert Sims, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on the News Channel and ABC iView. You're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Emma Rebellato.
And I'm Rory McClaren. It is now 36 minutes past 7 and we have 2% of the vote counted. Let's get the very latest with Casey Briggs. Casey.
Rory, we're focusing on Metropolitan Adelaide still for a couple of reasons. One, the count in regional South Australia is very patchy and is really quite complicated in a great number of seats. We're getting a better handle of things and the pattern is a little bit more consistent across the metropolitan area. The other reason is, of course, Adelaide has the most seats and it is fundamentally where government will be decided tonight. These are the primary vote projections we've got at the moment for the parties. Labor on 45, the Liberal Party on 17.3, One Nation. Now that gap has shrunk a little bit through the count, but One Nation remains ahead of the Liberal Party. The Greens are up just a little bit to 13 and 6% sitting with others. And here is how that has changed since the last election. Labor down a point, the Liberal Party down at 17.5 and One Nation up by about the same amount. I'll take you to a few more seats that are illustrating the pattern that we're seeing across Metropolitan Adelaide. Actually, I'll start with a seat, though, that has got a lot of interest. I'll skip past the numbers for a second. I'll talk about Black in the southern suburbs of Adelaide. This is the seat that obviously was formerly David Spears. He was the Liberal leader. He left Parliament and it was won by the government and Alex Dighton became the MP in that by-election. And, of course, David Spears is now recontesting his seat as an independent. Well, 3.6% counted. I'm not liking David Spears' chances of re-election at this point. At the moment, he's actually running in fifth place with 11.6% of the vote. But look, this pattern that we're seeing is even extending to Black. You know, we're not even really that far south. We were talking about seats like Ghana and Raynell. Well, Black's a fair way north of that. Alex Dighton, 43.8% of the vote. One Nation has taken a big chunk of the Liberal vote and is sitting at 16. The Greens in third, the Liberal Party in fourth. This we're seeing now in several seats around the city. And then we'll head north again to Light, the seat that sort of takes in quite a bit of Gawler and surrounding areas. And here again, James Agnes, the new Labor candidate. This was Tony Piccolo's seat. He's contesting the seat of Nadgerry next door. James Agnes looking to succeed him. He is leading on first preferences. One Nation is in second. The Liberal Party is in third position. Now, I want to head outside a little bit. Let's head a bit further away from the metropolitan area and go to the seat of Hammond. We're looking at, this is the seat of Adrian Pedrick. Simone Bailey, the Labor candidate, Ellie Keane running for a second time. I'll jump you back to the numbers. We're at 3% counted. One Nation is leading the Liberal Party and Labor as well. But look at that, 27, 25, 24. We've got three candidates within 3 percentage points there. It's going to take a while to sort out exactly what the order of finishing is. Ellie Keane at the moment a distant fourth position. The other thing I'll say is we don't have Murray Bridge reporting in Hammond yet, so quite a bit to come there. But this disruptive influence that One Nation seems to be causing across the state is showing up in most seats that we're looking at.
Casey, thank you. I want to pick up on the seat of Hammond, if I can, with the panel here. Tom Koutsantonis, Labor has put a lot of effort into Hammond to try and flip it this time round. Why now?
Well, we think the time is right. We think that Hammond is changing. We've got an excellent candidate. And this seat will be decided by who comes second. If the Liberal Party stay in second place, they'll probably be elected on Labor preferences. If Labor can get into second place, I think Adrian Pedrick's in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. But we'll wait to see the Murray Bridge numbers. I'm not sure where these numbers have come from. But for Labor to be doing that well in a seat we've never held in regional South Australia is a very, very good testament to the campaign and to Simone. She's done an exceptional job.
And did you think Adrian Pedrick was going to be in trouble here?
Well, look, it was always going to be a difficult election, and I think, you know, all the seats, you know, there was always some level of concern. But, you know, to Tom's point around Simone, I mean, if she comes from a particular part of the electorate, if these results are coming in from where she's
because
in local government.
She is the mayor of the Mid-Murray, or has been the mayor of the Mid-Murray Council, which is based around Mannum.
Yep. So if these results are coming in from Mannum, you know, it would not be unreasonable with somebody with the kind of profile and name recognition. But, you know, equally, if they're coming in from other parts of the electorate, then they are significant. So I think, you know, I might just wait a little bit on that one before we actually...
way too early. Way too early.
Yep. I think, well, we're way too early on all of it, but I think...
Look, let's revisit the issue of health. We talked about ramping. Tom, I want to ask you a bit more about that. You have often said that one of the reasons why there's ramping is because beds are blocked, because people can't get into aged care. This is a federal problem. But is that just an excuse?
It's the truth.
But is it a cop-out?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, we've got the equivalent size of a hospital in beds that are being filled by people who are no longer needed to be in hospital, who are waiting on aged care places. And we have to come up with a policy solution to that. So we're offering interest-free loans for nursing home providers to build new beds. If we don't move these people out of our hospital system, that backlog continues to grow. People are finding it tougher to get spaces. Aged care places are taking what they call patients that are easier to handle. Dementia patients are very, very hard to manage. We're the last resort, and we don't turn anyone away. And that impacts our healthcare system, and this government's determined to try and fix it as much as we possibly can.
Let's now go to Adelaide South and the seat of Ghana, where the Health Minister, Chris Picton, is standing by. But before he joins you, let's now go across to Casey with the latest numbers from Ghana.
Yeah, we've got one booth reporting 54 for more votes. This is Christy Downs, and it's 54 votes, but it is showing a pattern consistent with other seats in the area, right? We've got Chris Picton on 37, One Nation on 24, the Greens on 13, and the Liberal Party relegated to fourth place with 11 points. So one booth, we're not going to say too much about just 50-odd votes, but the pattern is consistent with what we're seeing in that area of Adelaide.
Chris Picton, what have you been seeing on the ground throughout the course of this campaign when it comes to the support of One Nation in Ghana?
Well, Rory, you know, I think it's sitting similar here in the outer suburbs, the outer southern suburbs of Adelaide, to a lot of other places. We're seeing the Liberal Party crash. No one's going to take Liberal Party how to vote cards, and there are a lot of people going to take One Nation how to vote cards when they're going to polling booths. It's obviously really early results, and we're going to see what happens on the night. But it seems to be a fundamental shift in terms of what's happening in Conservative politics, which is playing out in the South Australian election here.
Chris Picton, of course, you are the state's health minister, and the pledge to fix the ramping crisis was prominent in the 2022 campaign. Are you concerned that you might be judged harshly considering Labor's performance with ramping over the last 4 years?
Well, look, I think similar to what Tom Kirsten-Tonis on the panel just said, is this is a government which is throwing everything at this, and I think people of South Australia could see this. I mean, we have a government which is united, which is strong, which has been delivering. Of course, we would have loved to see more performance and more improvement when it comes to ramping. We have got those ambulances turning up on time, which is very different to what the case was 4 years ago, and that was a real life and death scenario where people just weren't getting those ambulances rolling up on time. And one of those big issues which is causing issues in the hospital system is aged care, and we've really lent into it in this campaign with a big investment as part of our plans for aged care.
Chris Picton, you apologised and took responsibility for the email bungle involving dying cancer patient Stephen King. What sort of impact do you think that had on your campaign broadly?
Oh, look, I mean, that's for commentators to judge, but I think the issues that I was speaking to voters about were issues about health, issues about the cost of living. A lot of people who were, you know, going to One Nation in the outer suburbs were talking about immigration as an issue, even though that's not a state issue whatsoever. But we're also really, you know, a lot of people really confident about the direction that this state is going and the leadership of Peter Malinauskas, who I have to say, you know, I'm just honoured to be able to serve. I think we all are in a pretty united team. He really is, you know, one of the most exceptional politicians and leaders that we've seen in a generation in this country, and I think that we'll see the voters of South Australia reward that today.
Chris Picton, should Labor be returned, do you have a desire to remain in Cabinet and hold on to the health portfolio?
Yeah, well, certainly I'll be putting my hand up if we get to that stage. Obviously, we're very early in the count and not taking anything for granted in terms of what the outcome of the election will be. But in terms of the portfolio, that's ultimately up for the Premier. I've been in this portfolio through opposition and government for 8 years. That's a very long time as far as people in health go. I think it's the longest in 20 years. And if I go to another portfolio, that'll be the first time in 30 years that a health minister for a long term has had the opportunity to take on another portfolio. Usually, is the last thing people do in their careers. So if there is another opportunity to do something else, then I would certainly relish that.
Chris Picton, thank you.
Thanks, Rory.
We've got Casey now with some breaking news. What have you got, Casey?
Still a pretty early count. There is a lot of results still to pick through and a very complicated picture on the Conservative side of politics. But there's one thing that we're pretty sure of at this point, and that is that the Labor government has been re-elected. Peter Malinauskas will win a second term and serve for another 4 years, if he wishes, as Premier. And the reason we can say that is we'll look at the vote in Adelaide, where most of the seats in South Australia lie. Labor has, slid a little bit, but held its position largely in the mid-40s on the primary vote, while it's the Liberal Party being clobbered by One Nation. Labor have 29 seats in South Australia going into this election. They would need to lose more than 5 to lose government, and we're not seeing that. In fact, at the early stage we're at, it looks like Labor is indeed picking up seats. Let me demonstrate it for you on the pendulum graphic. We've been talking about where seats might change. Now, not a lot of these are projected. We've only got 2.6% of the vote statewide counted, but let me just colour in as an indication of where the count is at, which party is ahead in all these seats on the Liberal side of the pendulum. These are not projections. I want to stress this very clearly. But we have got Labor at the moment in the count ahead in Morialta, Unley, Hyson, Nadgerry, Hartley. Now, they may not all hold through the count, but that would put Labor, if it holds, into a seat haul in the mid-30s. They need to lose 5 seats to lose government. From what we're seeing in Adelaide, that's just not happening. And indeed, it's the Liberal Party that's losing a lot of support to One Nation. So we're pretty confident at this point. Labor has been re-elected. Just how many seats they've won, that is going to take a while to work out.
Well, there you have it. Labor has retained power here in South Australia with Peter Malinauskas set to enter a second term. This century, Labor in South Australia has only once failed to form government after a state election. That, of course, was in 2018. Tom Koutsantonis, you've been a part of those victories. How does this run rate?
I'm very happy for Peter. I think Peter is a once-in-a-generation leader. I think he is the best Premier leading a state government anywhere in Australia. He's transformed the South Australian economy. He's transformed the Labor Party. And I think there are a lot of people tonight very grateful that we have a centrist leader who is appealing to a lot of people across a broad political spectrum that is allowing us to have such a result in metropolitan Adelaide. Adelaide's a different place. South Australia's a different place than it was 4 years ago, for the better. And that's largely because of a once-in-a-generation style leadership from Peter.
And how are you feeling after seeing some of those numbers and some of the swings there?
Well, look, I mean, we still have to remember how early this is in the count. You look at the numbers and then you look in the top corner and it says, it's 4.2% of the vote counted. And we don't know where these booths are coming in. So, look, whilst there appears to be a trend, I'm not prepared at this stage to quite give up on this. I still think there's so much more counting to do before anybody's claiming victory. I mean, it was interesting. I just had a quick look. Chris Picton won the last election on a 56% primary vote. The figures that we just popped up on the screen showed him with a 37% primary vote. Now, once again, it's a long way to go. That could change over time, but I think we probably just need a little bit more information and a few more figures in before we can be quite as definitive as perhaps we're heading at the moment.
Tom, how much of the success that we're seeing from Labor tonight do you put down to Peter Malinauskas personally? We know he's a popular Premier. Is it all because of him?
Well, look, we're a united and disciplined team, which allows him to go out and lead and be so forthright with the people of South Australia. He's not looking over his shoulder. And I can't tell you how important it is to give the leader, whoever it is, the ability to go out and lead and express themselves and be sincere and honest with people, knowing they don't have to worry about colleagues behind them potentially trying to undermine them. I mean, poor old Ashton, in the last week of her campaign, was seeing her so-called colleagues like Alex Antic not being very helpful. And I feel for the Liberal Party, but what's occurring is leaders need clean air. And our leaders had clean air from the moment who took the leadership. Whether it was Jay Weatherall, McClaren or Peter Malinauskas. If you don't back the leader, they can't lead. Leaders need to be backed. And we saw that with Susan Ley in federal Parliament. If a leader's not given the opportunity to go out and do the things that they want to do and take the risks, they're not going to get the results. Peter has, and the results are there for everyone to see.
Can I ask how your government going forward is going to manage the risk of hubris or complacency with such a commanding lead?
You obviously haven't met Peter Malinauskas. Hubris is something that cannot be mentioned. There is no chance of arrogance. If anyone starts acting arrogantly, anyone starts acting like this is a foregone conclusion, I have one simple answer for them. Stephen Marshall won in a landslide in 2018, and there were a lot of Liberals who thought they'd be there for 2 or 3 terms. Governments can change quickly. John Howard won in a landslide in 1996 and then he lost it in 1998, just 2 years later. The people can give and they can take. And we've seen that tonight with the Liberal Party. And if the South Australian public sees us acting arrogantly, they'll punish us accordingly, and so they should.
And I just want to touch on, Tom was talking about leadership and certainty in leadership. Do you think Ashton is still going to be in this job from tomorrow?
Well, I absolutely hope so. And as I said, I was really heartened when I was listening to her yesterday morning when she was speaking to the media, that she said that come what may tonight, she would still be leading the Liberal Party going forward from here. And so I'm very heartened to hear that, because I do agree entirely. Leaders not only need time, but they do need clear air. And I think Ashton will get clear air. Hopefully we'll see a good team of people behind her get elected tonight, so that she's got a group that she can start the rebuild in South Australia. So that, because quite frankly, a good government needs a good opposition. And perhaps, we haven't been the best opposition over the last term. But I think Ashton can be a good opposition, and, she takes it up to people. She's absolutely prepared to fight for the people of South Australia, and I think that she can do that. So I'm very, very confident that Ashton will still be the leader, or will still want to be the leader, and I'm quite confident she'll win her seat, and she will start the rebuild, so that in 2030, when we're sitting here again having this same conversation, we'll be seeing a different story. You'll be a little more nervous than you are tonight.
I'm always nervous.
Do you feel that there's buy-in from across your party at a state level to get behind Ashton Hearn's leadership for the next 4 years?
No.
Well, I absolutely hope so. I absolutely hope so, because if ever there has been a demonstration that disunity causes massive problems out there with the electorate, because the electorate say, why are you looking at yourselves? Why are you infighting? Why aren't you worrying about the things that matter to me? Why aren't you worrying about my energy bills? Why aren't you worrying about my mortgages going up? Why aren't you worrying about the fact that, I'm paying $3 a litre for diesel at the Bowser at the moment? Why aren't you worrying about that? And I think that's the whole point. And I think that's what Ashton's been able to show in the short 3 months that she's been there, that she actually does understand what are the things that are important to South Australians. So, I would say to all of my colleagues, Ashton is a brilliant leader. She's proved herself over the last 3 months, and anybody who doesn't want to get behind Ashton and support her as our leader going forward, quite frankly, should rethink about whether they really want to be in the Liberal Party.
And you said a good government needs a good opposition. How can you be a good opposition when you've got hardly anyone there?
Well, this is what I'm saying about the rebuild has to start from now. And I said, I think Ashton is going to win her seat tonight, and hopefully there'll be quite a number of others that are able to get across the line tonight to give Ashton something to build from. But yeah, quite frankly, that is the job going forward: unity, rebuild, and becoming a competent opposition to take it up to a government, because a government's always better when they've got a good opposition.
I want to pick you back up on something you said earlier this evening, Senator, and that was about the 2022 result. I think you referred to it as a bad loss, if I remember correctly. How much of what we're seeing tonight can be attributed to the result in 2022, given how much margin was lost in seats? We think about Morialta as one example, or even Vincent Tarsia's seat of Hartley.
Well, I mean, obviously this has been compounded this election, but we've seen it also federally over a period of 2 elections where, you know, quite frankly, I think the people think that the majors aren't listening to them, because we've actually seen nationally a drop in the votes of both major parties. And so what we need to do is to get back to listening to the public and actually doing what the public wants us to do. But there's absolutely you know, no doubt that when you're coming from a small base, it's harder. There's a longer journey of rebuild, and you know but that doesn't mean to say it doesn't need to be done.
Tom, it's a question that the Premier has somewhat avoided answering, or certainly hasn't enjoyed answering throughout the campaign. But having Labor having such a majority in the lower house, it can't be good for democracy.
I disagree. Not because I don't like having a large majority. It's that this is what the people have given us. And it's easy to intellectualise about results, but if the people give us this result, there's a reason. And I say to people, have you ever known a bad opposition to make a good government? That's the first point. And if you've got a bad opposition, the people respond in a certain way. These results should not be taken as if we are locking in a government for a long period of time. As you've seen tonight, results can turn very, very quickly. And you could see the inverse of this in 4 years' time if we behave arrogantly. We'll take this majority for granted. So we've got a leader who won't take it for granted, because I've seen his style. We've got a team that's united that won't act this way. And if we do become arrogant or show hubris, the public will respond accordingly. That's the beauty of our system.
OK, let's head over to Casey now, who's got some more numbers for us.
Yeah, Labor's been re-elected. We're confident of that at this point. Attention will now turn to what is shaping up to be the, you know, in many ways more significant nationally story. Sorry, Tom, but, you know, your government has been re-elected, but there's a lot going on tonight in a lot of seats, and we are still getting a handle on exactly how many seats Labor will win. These are the statewide primary figures at the moment. They are beginning to stabilise across the state, and they are stabilising at a level that looks roughly like what the opinion polls were suggesting, right? We've got Labor just shy of 39, the Liberal Party on 18, and One Nation just shy of 23. Let me bring up the change to show you how this earthquake, I think we should call it that, is playing out. The Liberal Party down 17.5 points, One Nation up 20 points. This is a very significant shift in politics that we are seeing. We've been trying to get a handle on these regional seats. Let's head regional for a moment, and you'll see why things are just so complicated, and many of these seats we will not know the result tonight. Let's just be really up front and clear on that one. This is Mount Gambier, the seat that is vacant. Troy Bell was the member. Travis Fatchen worked for Troy Bell. One Nation is leading the primary vote count, 28.2 to 26.6. Labor in third, the Liberal Party on fourth on 11.7%. That considerable counting to be done there to work out exactly who will come out on top. Let's go to Narungga. The One Nation Party, again, leading more than a third of the vote. The Liberal Party, Tanya Stock, 25.5. The Independent, Fraser Ellis, 16.3. Labor on 15. This is, again, very, very complicated. Maybe you would guess the Liberal Party would be the favoured one at this point. But it's really, you know, quite a difficult one to estimate. But you would think many of these preferences would really back in the Liberal Party, and that One Nation vote is sort of not high enough to withstand a strong preference flow. Much more counting to be done there. And let's go back to Chafee, where Jennifer Troth, the One Nation candidate, is now in first, just over a third of the vote, but only a couple of points ahead of Tim Whetstone. And again, you would expect Labor and Green preferences to favour Tim Whetstone. So if these two candidates candidates remain where they are at the moment, you would think Tim Whetstone would probably go on to win that seat. But this is the picture we're looking at. This is why we're being very, very cautious in regional South Australia, because these complicated contests with lots of candidates are making this count quite complex. But you'd think potentially, yeah, the Liberals ahead potentially in Narungga Chafee. Much still to work out.
OK, Casey, thank you. And Tim Whetstone joins us now from Chafee. Tim, thanks for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
Well, how are you feeling about that? Things are looking very tight in your seat.
Yeah, they are looking tight. I've been at pre-poll since the very beginning. I've been there for every hour, and yeah, look, I'm seeing a. I'm seeing a sentiment that has been reflective, that people are a little disgruntled with the major parties. But what I am hearing a lot is that people aren't looking to vote for the local candidate. They are all coming up. They're calling out for their leader, if you like, and I guess it really does just typify what we're seeing in South Australia, that Pauline Hanson is the figurehead for One Nation, and that is really what people are about. They're looking for, people are coming up to the polling booths looking for an orange T-shirt as a protest vote, and that's given me some concern. But look, I've put my best foot forward, and no matter what the result is tonight, I'll accept it. But I think that I've been a worthy representative here in Chafee, and I'm looking forward to hopefully representing the region once again.
Tim, looking at the numbers though, this seems more than just a protest vote, doesn't it? People are saying what they think loudly and clearly. Why aren't you, the Liberal Party, the major parties, listening?
Well, I'm certainly listening. There's no doubt about that. But the waters have been muddied. We've seen leadership change here in South Australia. We've seen the shenanigans that have been going on in Canberra, and that has got people concerned. We're seeing the global uncertainty at the moment, whether it's the war, whether it's the price of diesel, particularly in a regional setting. We're seeing the wine industry on its knees at the moment, and so people are very concerned about what the certainty holds for them, and they're really, really upset at the moment. And the demeanour of people walking up to a polling booth tells a very, very clear story that they're unhappy. And there is a typical person. I think a lot of those 25 to 40-year-olds are coming up looking for an orange ticket. And I understand that, but in the bigger picture, I'm someone that understands what's happening on the ground, and it's very real that One Nation is making a charge.
OK, Tim, if you are hearing all these things from the ground, from the electorate, from voters there, what message will you be taking back if you are re-elected to Ashton Hearn and to the Liberal Party? How are they going to do better?
Well, I think first and foremost, we need to be a truly united party. I think Ashton has done an outstanding job in the very short time that she's been the leader, and I give Ashton 100% commitment to her leadership. We've seen the leadership change, and that upsets people. People saying that what is going on within the corridors of the South Australian Liberal Party. But what we're seeing today, particularly in regional South Australia, is that we're seeing a pushback on the brand. And that brand, I think, is under question at the moment. There's no doubt about that, and I don't shy away from that. But Ashton and I have a very good working relationship. We have open conversations, and should I be re-elected, we will continue to do that so that we can rebuild, because that's the phase that we're in at the moment. And as regional South Australia, as the South Australian Liberal team, we need to do better, but we do need to show that we are listening. We do need to show our constituents that we are connected with them, and not just a major party that's not listening.
Tim Whetstone, we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Pleasure, thank you.
Live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on ABC News Channel and iView. You're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Rory McClaren.
And I'm Emma Rebellato. It is 5 minutes past 8 and we have 7% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest with Casey.
Yeah, the trend is still firming up across the state and it is looking considerably like the opinion polls were suggesting. This is our latest estimate. Labor on 39, the Liberal Party on 18. This is all primary vote. One Nation on 21.6. Let me show you the change in vote. These are statewide figures we are looking at. Labor down a little bit, the Liberal Party down a lot. One Nation up by a roughly similar amount. This is settling in. This is the pattern of the night. And this, despite the fact that we've got Labor re-elected with a record seat number, I think this is going to be the set of bars that draws the most attention, which is a curious statement about how politics is playing out in South Australia tonight. We'll run through in a moment. We're just preparing a bit of a list of the seats we think Labor is looking good in to gain in Adelaide. We're just having a look at that, but there are, it looks like, several seats that Labor will pick up in Adelaide, which will put Labor into the 30s in terms of a seat haul in the next Parliament. And those regional seats, as we've been saying, you know, we're trying to get a handle on, can One Nation, having outpolled, by the looks of things, having outpolled the Liberal Party on the primary vote, can One Nation win seats? And the sort of unsatisfying answer at the moment is because it is such a complicated picture in the regions, it's taking a while to work out where they might be competitive, and it might not be something that we know tonight.
Casey, it might be a good idea now to remind everyone about the importance of the two candidate preferred decisions that were made earlier by the Electoral Commission and how that is impacting what you're doing tonight.
Yeah, the Electoral Commission, they count preferences between two candidates. It was a predetermined decision and it is an indicative count. It is not the final count, and if those two candidates are not the ones that end up being in the final two of this distribution, this will be recounted starting from Monday. We've got a lot of seats where we don't have a count that we feel comfortable using because it isn't looking like the two candidates that the Electoral Commission projected. That is one of the reasons it's very hard to work out. Is One Nation competitive? We're not getting yet really any substantive counts that give us an indication of when Liberal candidates get excluded, where do those votes go?
Casey, thank you. And I want to touch on, you've been talking about, Tim Whetstone talked about it as well, this rebuild of the Liberal Party. How do you rebuild? Is recruitment going to be difficult with the position you're in? The fact that leaders have changed, you might not have many seats in this Parliament. How difficult will it be?
Well, I mean, obviously it's made all the more difficult by decreasing numbers of people in the Parliament, but we also need to make sure that we're building out the grassroots of our party and making sure that we are engaging with people who are like-minded with the Liberal Party, who share our values. And I think that is probably as big a part of this issue as what we're seeing play out tonight. It's about making sure that our members of our party believe that we are reflecting the values that they believe in and why they're a member of the Liberal Party. So I think the grassroots rebuild actually has to start with the party itself. And I think we actually have to go back to our grassroots and actually think about what those value propositions are, because our values haven't changed, but how you present them sometimes needs to change. How they manifest themselves in policy positions sometimes need to change, and obviously how they're communicated need to change. But I think we do need to go back to that square one where you actually sit down and say to your members of your party, this is what the Liberal Party stands for and this is what we're going to do about it, so that you have to build from your membership, and it's not just your members of Parliament. That comes after you rebuild your party. And
will the broader Liberal Party undertake a review of this election, or does the party know what went wrong already?
We should never assume you know what went wrong. I think a review and an analysis of what has happened is always very, very useful. But I think it's useful in the sense of you can identify the things that you could have done better, the things that had worked and you need to build on. But we have to look forward and we have to make a decision as a party what we're going to take forward to our members, but also to the South Australian and the Australian public. So I think reviews are fine. But they're only part of the process.
When it comes to rebuilding from a grassroots level, Senator, Is that an acknowledgement that maybe your side of the party, the moderate side of the party, hasn't been quite as successful as doing that in recent years compared to the Conservative side of the South Australian division?
Well, the one thing, well, not the one thing, there were many things that John Howard said that were, I think, very, very wise, and one of them was we are a broad church. And I think that we have to get back to being a broad church where there is a tolerance across the party for the different views of people who hold core Liberal values. Some of them obviously manifest themselves in different ways, but we do have to accept that a broad church means that you tolerate the views of others in your party that may not necessarily have exactly the same views as you. And that's part of the rebuild, is that level of acceptance of the fact that you don't have to agree with somebody. And I often say that, I probably don't agree with Tom on many things he says. I'm sure it probably is. But I will defend your right to say it, and I will respect the fact that you have a different view for me, because it's that contest of ideas that I think makes everything stronger. As soon as you try and dismiss somebody else's view as not being relevant and not being important, that's when the problem starts. So that's all the part of the rebuild I think that we have to be looking at.
All right, in a moment we're going to go to Adelaide's inner southern suburbs in the seat of Unley, where the Labor candidate Alice Rolls is standing by. But Casey, talk us through the numbers first.
Yeah, this count is ticking up quite a bit. Alice Rolls is leading with more than 40% of the primary vote. The Liberal candidate Rosalie Rotolo, 29.4. The Greens in third and One Nation in fourth on 8.6. So this is the pattern we're seeing. One Nation doing very well in the outer suburbs, not as well in the inner suburbs. But let me show you the change in vote, because we are still seeing the Liberal vote crash quite dramatically, down 20 points, and it's splitting across several candidates on primary vote terms here. So One Nation is picking up, Labor is picking up, and there's an independent, a couple of independents, I think, in that seat that are gaining a little bit of the vote as well. We're getting a preference count in Unley, and it is showing at the moment that Alice Rolls' a really significant swing is sitting at the moment on more than 60% of the two candidate preferred vote. She is well on track to win that seat. That would then be a Labor gain in a seat that Labor has not held in decades.
Well, Alice Rolls, you've just heard that news come through your ear as your supporters go wild behind you there in the seat of Unley. If those numbers hold, could this be second time lucky for you?
Well, look, I'm very excited about what's happening tonight. I mean, we're not home yet, but things are looking really good for me and our team, and we've done all the work over the last 9 months. So very excited to be here, surrounded by family and friends and all the volunteers that have given so much over the last 9 months.
How beneficial do you think your run in Bragg at the by-election in 2022 was to get you prepared for this particular campaign?
Well, look, like anything, when you do something new for the first time, it's always a bit easier the second time because you know what to do, But this was a very different campaign. This was a 9-month marathon. We've given everything, and I'm just so grateful to the people of Unley that have given their trust to me and put their trust in me and my team. And, the door knocking works. The ground campaign works. We knocked on thousands and thousands of doors. We made thousands of calls. I spoke to many, many people. And through the last 7 days, they've all come up to me and said, thank you for coming to my front door. Thank you for helping me with my problem. Thank you for being there. And that's exactly the kind of Member of Parliament I hope to be. Someone that shows up, that acts for people and helps make, politics easier for people to believe in.
Given your experience with the Legal Services Commission, what would that bring to the Labor caucus?
Well, I am a legal aid lawyer, and I'm very, very proud of that. My work at the Legal Services Commission has allowed me to really understand the main issues that are affecting people out there, because we know that people are doing it really, really tough out there. We know that. And at Legal Aid, Legal Services Commission, we help those most vulnerable people. So I'm hopeful that I can use my role in the Parliament to influence and make sure that as our economy grows and we get stronger, we don't leave those people behind.
What does it mean to you, Alice Rolls, to potentially turn Unley red for the first time in decades?
Well, I must admit, the news hasn't sunk in. Things are looking really good for us at this point. I've been very excited to be celebrating with my friends and family tonight, but it's really interesting. When you're in this position, people don't know it, but as a candidate, you're not really privy to the results as they come in the way that you might think. In previous elections gone by, I might have been in my PJs sitting on the couch watching more closely, but here I am surrounded by people, and I'm getting reports from people that things are looking good. So, to turn Unley Red for the first time in 32 years.
Alice Rolls and your supporters, thank you.
That is.
Alice Rolls, thank you.
They are very, very...
I think there might be some very hoarse voices from the Labor camp
There's already
later
some
tonight.
hoarse voices on this panel, let me tell you.
That is true, that is true. Look, let's head over to Casey now with some more counting.
Yeah, and Emma, we're going to look at some Adelaide seats that it is looking like Labor is very well placed to gain. So starting with Morialta, where John Gardner, the Education Minister, is retiring. Matthew Marozzi is the Labor candidate. Let me show you the primary votes first. Labor leading 42% of the vote, and the Liberal and the One Nation primary vote is within a few points of each other. Now, on most of these seats, I'm going to show you the change in primary vote because it's a consistent pattern and it's pretty illustrative of what we're seeing around Adelaide. Labor's vote is up 5 points. The Liberals are down more than 20, and we're seeing some of that go to Labor and a lot of that go to One Nation in Morialta's case. We've got no preference count in this seat just yet, but it's pretty clear to us at this point that Labor will go on to win Morialta. So Matthew Marozzi takes that seat, a seat that was held by John Gardner until this election.
OK, let's go over to Adelaide's West and the beachside seat of Colton. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, Casey.
Yeah, and Matthew Cowdery obviously retiring at this election. Again, let's look at the primary vote. Aria Bolkus on more than 40% of the primary vote, and the Liberals in second, One Nation in third. Here again is that change in vote, and we are seeing a similar pattern. The Liberal vote down a lot, Labor up a bit, One Nation up substantially, but not enough to get into second place. So the Liberal Party is remaining in second place in these, but with a very, very, very big haircut to its vote. If those numbers keep up, you would imagine, again, we're not getting a 2CP count yet. This has been a very slow 2CP count to report in this election, I'll just say. But if those numbers continue, with 40% of the vote, you would imagine that Aria Bolkus would go on to win, although we're not projecting that just yet.
OK, Casey, let's go a little bit further south to the seat of Morford, held by Liberal Stephen Patterson. What's going on there? Yeah,
just a couple of suburbs south, and you'll see the figures look very similar to what we've seen in Colton. This now is at 36.8. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong seat on my monitor. Morford, 36.8 for Toby Priest. The incumbent MP, Stephen Patterson, is on 32. So this is a closer match-up on the primary vote. And again, I'll show you that change in vote. We're seeing a similar position here. Now, this is one, we've seen a couple with a retiring MP. This is one with an incumbent MP seeking re-election, and a slightly different picture, but still, that primary vote is crashing.
Take us back to the seat of Hartley with former opposition leader Vincent Tarzia against Jen Roberts.
Yeah, we are getting a preference count in this seat. Let's start with the primary vote. Jen Roberts is leading just shy of 40 points. Vincent Tarzia is in pretty big trouble in this seat. In fact, I reckon we've just ticked over. We might be about to even call that one. Vincent Tarzia on a quarter of the vote. Jen Roberts on 38.9. And again, here's the primary vote change. Labor down a little bit, but if the Liberal Party vote is down that much, you would imagine some of those votes will, that have gone to One Nation will leak back toward Labor, putting Vincent Tarzia in very, very big trouble in Hartley. And we are getting a preference count, as I say, and that preference count does put him in deep trouble, 57.7 for Labor and more than a 10% swing toward Labor. So that's a run of sort of Adelaide seats that we're seeing a really consistent pattern in. I'll just say one other thing. At the moment in the count across all of metropolitan Adelaide, the Liberal Party only lead in one seat, and that is Bragg. At the moment, Labor leads in every other Adelaide seat, which is, showing a sense of the domination, putting Labor, at a seat total of, somewhere in the mid-30s, if that's what comes to pass.
What about any potential movement that could come when those big batches of early votes come into the count?
Yeah, there's a reason we're being a bit cautious, because remember, there are more than 10,000 pre-polls in many of these seats. So we're being cautious about some seats, especially where the order of finishing second, third, fourth will matter. But the consistent picture we're seeing across Adelaide is, at the very least, holding its ground, the government, and certainly there are seats that the government does seem to be well ahead, defeating incumbent or retiring seats where Liberal MPs are retiring.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Anne, I want to get your thoughts in a minute, but Tom, I've been very curious to see your reaction as Casey's been looking at some of those figures. I mean, it feels like even you can't believe some of the numbers there that's going against the Liberal Party.
It's seismic. It really is seismic. The Liberal Party are coming fourth in many of the seats in the western suburbs. I am in shock. I thought they would not do well, but I did not think it would be a complete sort of meltdown. Just looking at Tim Whetstone earlier, after the last election, that was the safest Liberal seat before the redistribution that the Liberals held. Now 2/3 of people living in that seat voted for someone other than the Liberal Party. That's a remarkable turnaround in what is the jewel in the crown of the Liberal Party, the seat of Chafee. It's amazing, and it comes down to the calibre of the candidates and the calibre of the campaign. And again, I go back to the exceptional work that the Premier has done. And I think the message here for me is when you flirt with One Nation in seats like Unley, in Bragg, in Hartley, in Morialta and Colton, where people are well educated, dual income, and you start flirting with Pauline Hanson the way Miss Hearn has, they're being punished, and punished very, very badly for it. And there are a lot of Liberal MPs who are paying the price for that flirting with One Nation. And I think you're seeing it in Metropolitan Adelaide. I think Metropolitan voters would like to have seen the Liberal Party take a much stronger point of view towards Miss Hearn, to the One Nation than Miss Hearn did. And what you're seeing with us is a principal position, because a lot of Liberal MPs in the regions are going to be elected because of Labor preferences, because we put One Nation last. And that is going to be telling for the Liberal Party, and that is their biggest lesson tonight, I think.
Anne Ruston?
Well, I mean, preferences matter. I mean, we've got a compulsory preferential system, and that's why we have preferences, so that you end up electing the person that, or you don't elect the person you don't want, but you know, that's the way preferencing works. And obviously, you know, you make the decisions on the basis of that. But, you know, I think, you know, what we've seen tonight gives us a huge amount of, you know, thinking to be done around what we're seeing. But, you know, the Labor Party preference the Greens. You're always having fights with them. But I think, you know, all of these things are up for grabs now in terms of the rethink about where we are, what we're doing. But to say that Ashton was flirting with One Nation, I think is probably a little bit harsh. I think what she did was she tried to lead in some very difficult circumstances. She put her best foot forward, which I think was a very, very good one. I think she's done a great job, and it's pleasing to see that her seat looks like it's shoring up for her. But, you know, we have to respect the fact that South Australians have got a compulsory preferential voting system, which will deliver some interesting results, especially when you've got the number of candidates you've got in the seats that we've seen tonight.
Okay, we're just going to pause for a moment here at the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. Let's see what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Here are the ABC News headlines. Residents in the top end are being told to make their final preparations for tropical cyclone Narelle. The Category 2 system is expected to re-intensify as the storm moves west through the Gulf of Carpentaria. Communities along the NT's eastern coast are being urged to prepare for damaging winds, heavy rain and flooding.
We've issued a severe weather warning this morning for most of the top end for heavy, locally intense rain and damaging winds. Gale to storm force winds of 60 to 110 kilometres an hour can extend as far inland as Bullman overnight on Saturday into Sunday morning. Further over the weekend, across the top end, again, we're expecting that heavy to locally intense rainfall, widespread 150 to 200 millimetres of rain, with locally isolated rainfall totals of over 300 millimetres. Again, that rain could fall in a very short period of time, which can lead to flash flooding. So roads can be cut, rivers and creeks will rise quickly in response to that rain.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has rejected claims that Australia failed to give support to the US in the Middle East. It comes after US President Donald Trump called NATO allies cowards for not helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Mr Albanese said the government has done what was asked of them. Iran's state-affiliated media is reporting an US-Israeli air attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility. No radioactive material leakage has been reported at the complex. Residents near the site are not at risk. This comes as Donald Trump says he's considering winding down military efforts in the Middle East, but that he won't seek a ceasefire with Iran. The US says it will temporarily lift sanctions on Iranian oil currently at sea to stem a global supply crisis. Meanwhile, Iranian army says it targeted fuel tanks refuelling aircraft at Israel's Ben Gurion airport with drones. Israel has also attacked parts of Beirut and southern Lebanon, where Israel is expanding its ground offensive. Israel says it's striking Hezbollah targets. At least 20 people have been killed in the latest Israeli attacks, according to Lebanese officials. And a warning, the following contains the name of a person who has died with permission. Indigenous community leader Rhoda Roberts has died from cancer at the age of 66. Miss Roberts was the first Aboriginal presenter on mainstream television and the first Indigenous head of programming at the Sydney Opera House. She dedicated much of her life to elevating First Nations culture and creatives at Australia's biggest festivals and events, and was recognised with an Order of Australia in 2016. We'll take you back to our coverage of SA votes.
Live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on the News Channel and ABC iView, you're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Emma Rebellato.
And I'm Rory McClaren. It is 27 minutes past 8. We have 12% of the vote counted. Let's get the very latest from Casey Briggs. Casey.
Yeah, these votes, let's look at the statewide figures. 39 for Labor, 17.8 for the Liberal Party, 21.3 for One Nation. This pattern has continued. One Nation is outpolling the Liberal Party statewide. Is One Nation going to win seats? At this stage, we are struggling to find seats where One Nation's primary vote is high enough that it will see off the sort of preferences that are likely to not break its way. But we are having to look at each seat individually, one by one, and just work out the picture in all of them as we go through. So at this stage, I can't point you to a seat and say, yeah, One Nation's ahead in the count in that one. And it is looking like they're not going to pick up a particularly high seat haul, but the second largest party in terms of vote share. Let me show you, as well as the statewide vote, the metropolitan Adelaide vote. Labor significantly higher there, more than 45%, more than 46% of the vote. One Nation again leading even in Adelaide. 18 to 14 is a really significant result. The Greens sitting on just shy of 13% in Adelaide. And I'll show you the change in vote, if I can do that by pressing that button. Labor up just a little bit on the primary vote. The Liberals still down 20, One Nation up 17, and that's in Adelaide we're talking about here. And why don't I show you the swing, the two-party preferred swing. It's at the moment shaking out to be 7%, 66% toward Labor. A very significant result if that holds in Adelaide. This is not a statewide figure, this is Adelaide. Let's fill in the chamber. Let's have a look at the chamber for the first time this evening and colour in first the seats that... Actually, we'll just stick to the seats that Labor has won and the Liberal Party, we believe, has won. Labor 23, so one short on the seats that we're confident of a majority. Now, we know they will get to a majority, but there are at least 23 now in our chamber. The Liberal Party on 4. We are watching these very carefully, and we're just going through them at the moment. We're not sure if that's going to hold, but 4 at the moment is a bit of an estimate, and 1 other. And then I want to show you, we were talking a bit about preferences and how they might really determine the outcomes in some seats. Let me show you one seat in particular that's really key in, and that is the seat of Morphett. Stephen Patterson these numbers have shifted since I last looked at them, but Toby Priest is now on 37, Stephen Patterson is on 31.8. We've got One Nation and Green preferences that are going to determine that outcome. Our experience says Greens preferences will flow very strongly toward Labor. We don't have data yet on how One Nation preferences are flowing, but previous history suggests they flow not as strongly toward the Liberal Party as Green preferences flow to Labor. The left block of politics, tends to and has tended to stick together more than what we're seeing on the Conservative side of politics. Now, and that is sort of showing up. Do we have a count in Morford? I'm not sure. We might come back to that one through the evening. And I think there's one other seat I want to show you because I think you're about to speak to one of the candidates in McKillop. We've got 3 booths in here. There's a lot going on here. 37% for One Nation, the Liberals on 23. Nick McBride, the incumbent MP, is currently on 21.1. It's just going to take a lot of time to work out what's going on there.
OK, thanks, Casey. Well, as you mentioned, we do have one of the candidates standing by, and that is Nick McBride, the independent. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Emma.
Well, you just heard some of those numbers there. One Nation leading there at the moment. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'd have to say that's very consistent with what we noticed through pre-polling. There was a direct correlation to the figures that you're insinuating where the voters were very much in train for a One Nation orange paper. Then there was obviously myself and the Liberal Party candidate, Rebecca Rosser. And then I think, look, it was a bit hard to tell, but sometimes Labor probably fell off a little bit even lighter on, which looks like I think the figures are indicating. Couple of things around this. One is that the Liberal vote and my issues have not then, rolled out back to the Liberal Party. They've actually rolled back into One Nation. I think the One Nation vote is really on the back of let's just say, not clear, good politics. It probably stems from the national issue around gun laws and what happened at Bondi. And then when we look at what McKillop was up for, if you'd asked me a month ago where One Nation would have posed, I did not expect them to be out in the lead like they are, we're seeing tonight. However, if you consider in the regions that the fact that the Liberal vote has not picked up and not gone anywhere, but only backwards, the Labor vote in the regions hasn't picked up. So where was it going? It's gone to One Nation. The voters are looking for something different than the main party lines. I think my issues have come back to haunt me. They have actually, let's just say, let me down at this stage. There must have been just too much debris in the background. Look, we've done all we could over the last 8 years. We've run a strong campaign on that 8 years of history. We're looking forward to the next 4 years of being a strong advocate for McKillop. But the electors have really just said, well, we don't want you because we're not sure where you're going to land. We don't want Labor. They're back where they probably were in 22. And Liberal, well, they haven't gained by it at all. They haven't shown any leadership. They haven't shown any reason to be, elected on top of myself, and electors have just said we want One Nation to be part of the political force in South Australia, and I think that's what we're seeing. OK,
Nick, let's just talk about what you've referred to as your issues, because I know some people, particularly in your electorate, will be very aware, many others who are watching would not. So just to be clear, you're wearing an ankle bracelet, you are facing charges of the alleged assault of your wife. I know you deny those charges, but tell me what campaigning has looked like for you under these circumstances.
Look, it hasn't stopped me campaigning. It's been as strong as it ever could be and getting as far and wide as I could in my electorate. I think the whole innuendo of the sort of home detention that I'm on, the allegations that sit there which haven't been proven, haven't been substantiated, were too much for the electorate to turn a blind eye to. And that's the only way to look at it. Look, one voter said to me, well, if we don't elect you and you're then cleared and found to be innocent, that would be too much for us to lose. Well, that must have been too fewer people saying that. And I think that's probably what it comes down to, that presumption of innocence with what I have faced. It's almost like it evaporated. It wasn't there. And sadly, I believe it should have been. I had to plough on and look and act as the member right up to now, go through an election, right up to today. today and tonight as on the back of that presumption of innocence, because nothing else has been substantiated. And that, sadly, the electorate
Nick,
didn't tolerate that.
This is absolutely before the courts, so we can't say whether these have been substantiated or not. This case is before the courts, so we really need to put that aside for now, because I want to ask you, you were a member of the Liberal, you then were an independent. Seeing outside, you were inside before, now you're outside. What has gone wrong with the Liberals, do you think?
Oh, look, I don't want to sort of run the Liberals down, but I really do hope after this election, firstly I would say I'm absolutely very, very pleased that I did not have to bat and run as a Liberal in this state election. I don't think I could have survived it. It would have probably been more stressful than some of the stresses I've been through just recently. I think that what's really come to the fore is the Conservative voters out there in the region, and they would be normally Liberal, they've been lost to the Liberals. In fact, the best way to put it is the Liberal Party has lost them, and they have gone and found another party to represent them, these voters, and that's where it's landed, in One Nation. The other sad point I'd have to say is that there's talk, and maybe it's only from the Labor perspective, that the Liberal Party are suffering doing any sort of deal, conversation and aligning themselves to One Nation. I actually think, and totally disagree with this, I think that when you talk about Conservative politics, you talk about leadership, you talk about outcomes for regional South Australia, and to think that One Nation isn't a Conservative party and they're not a force to be reckoned with, I think that is what's also probably come back to bite them, and Liberals actually need to recognise that they share similar values and similar politics. They may have some differences, absolutely agree, but the differences are a lot greater with Labor and the Greens, and that is why I think it's very sad that any sort of conversation would take place that One Nation is not a Conservative party, it's not seen as Conservative, and it's not a force to be reckoned with, and I think that's what's been proven here tonight.
Nick McBride, thanks for your time tonight.
A pleasure, Emma.
And we have just heard that Ashton Hearn is expected to arrive at Liberal HQ in under half an hour's time, so we will bring you those pictures as soon as they come in as well.
And Ruston, we'll give you a chance to respond to some of what you've just heard there from Nick McBride. The Liberal Party has lost them when he's speaking to the voters. What do you say?
Well, I mean, quite clearly the results tonight show that the Liberal voters are not voting for us, and I mean, you know, you can't really sugarcoat that. That's the way it is. But the thing I probably would disagree most with what Nick has said is that that somehow the Liberal Party has the same values as One Nation. We don't. We have our own values. Our own values are steeped in the Menzian traditions of, you know, small government, personal responsibility, reward for effort, all of the things that I actually intrinsically believe in, and why I'm a member of the Liberal Party. And so I think that, you know, we have got to create or re-establish our identity in the public space. You don't beat a party by becoming a party. You become victorious by standing on your principles, telling the community what you stand for, and actually giving them something to vote for. So I would disagree with a lot of what Nick just said in that regard.
And can I ask you about how the results that we're seeing tonight might be playing out on a federal level? We know the next federal elections in 2 years' time. Could we see One Nation start to have more of an influence in other states and territories too?
Well, look, I think there's a long way to go in this whole situation, in the sense of, you know, obviously we've got to do some work to re-engage with the voting public who would normally vote Liberal. We have to see, you know, what One Nation does over the coming months. I mean, you've only got to look back at their history and see that, you know, like 70% of their candidates that get elected don't end up staying with their party. I mean, Sarah Game here in South Australia was elected as a One Nation candidate, and, you know, she left them. So I think, you know, their track record of holding things together is not particularly good. So I think, you know, to try and predict what's likely to happen in 2.5 years' time on the back of what we've seen tonight, I think would be perhaps reaching a little too far into the future. But notwithstanding that, there's some lessons that we absolutely have to take home from tonight and change going forward.
Casey, looks like you've got some more results. Let's go to Davenport in Adelaide's southern suburbs, held by Erin Thompson, first-term MP.
Yeah, let's look at Davenport. Now, before I go to the numbers, I just want to say this was a safe Liberal seat 2 elections ago, held on an 8.8% margin. It was a surprise Labor gain 4 years ago. And now here are the primary vote figures we're looking at now in Davenport. The Liberal Party has fallen to 4th position, and Erin Thompson at the moment has more than half the vote in Davenport. One Nation running second. One Nation is second in the seat of Davenport. This is a seat that has a long, storied Liberal Party history, and One Nation is second and the Liberal Party is 4th. Here's the change in vote. The Liberal Party vote down 27.9, and that has gone, as we're seeing in suburban Adelaide, the closer you get to Adelaide, the sort of Liberal vote is splitting across both Labor and One Nation. It is shaking out as a 2-party preferred swing of more than 14%. This is becoming, it seems, a very safe Labor seat. This is I'll just say this is an estimate of preferences we're getting at the moment, so treat that one with caution as we wait for more of a count to come through. But with Erin Thompson on more than half the vote, the primary vote, she will be re-elected. She will retain that seat.
OK, and the next up you have got the seat of Waite. This was going to be an interesting tussle. Frank Pangello looking to switch chambers here.
Yeah, and Frank Pangello is running in 3rd position on the count we've got at the moment. Catherine Hutchison has more than half the vote again. The Greens are in 2nd place on 19.5. Frank Pangello 13.8 and One Nation on 10.4. And so let's again just quickly show you the change in vote here. Liberal vote down 8.8 and the Labor vote here up significantly. This seat's complicated because Sam DeLuc and Heather Holmes-Ross were both independents that gained a significant vote here, so a lot of that seems to have gone toward Labor with the absence of those candidates in this race.
Now, we spoke about Black a little earlier this evening. Casey, take us back down there, held by Alex Dighton, and of course the former seat held by ex-Liberal leader David Spears.
Yeah, Alex Dighton should have no trouble being re-elected in this seat. He'll hold it for a 2nd term. The Liberal Party has fallen to 5th position, below David Spears, below the Greens and below One Nation. An absolute crashing of the Liberal Party vote in Black. I'll show you the change in vote. The Liberal vote is down 40 points on the vote that we've got at the moment. A really, really significant fall in Liberal support in that seaside seat of Black. No doubt, really, that Alex Dighton will go on to retain that seat.
OK, let's take a look at the seat of Mawson. You've got the retiring Labor MP Leon Bignell there. What's going on?
Yeah, this one's proving to be a more complicated count. We've got Labor Jenny Minton on 31.1. We've got the One Nation candidate on 27.5, Tyler Green. We've got the Liberal candidate on 23.2. So you've got a really complicated picture there. Look, we're going to have to see some preferences flow. At the moment, we're getting a count between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. Will that be the final two? I'm not really game to predict at the moment, but a very, very messy result there. Now, just again, as we're trying to wrap up some very complicated results. Last time I looked, we're pretty sure that the Liberal Party has held Bragg, which may end up being the only Adelaide seat that the Liberal Party holds.
OK, thanks, Casey. And you knew tonight was going to be tough when you said yes to coming on the panel. Did you think it was going to be this tough?
Look, it is tough, and look, I absolutely knew that it was going to be a tough night. But, you know, you don't just go out in the good times, you go out in the bad times as well. And, you know, I'm really proud of my party. Look, tonight has been, by the looks of things, a less than glorious outcome. But I'm absolutely committed, as I'm sure Tom was in 1993 when, you know, the Labor Party got an absolute shellacking. You know, I am a true believer. I believe in the values of the Liberal Party, and I'll be here for the rebuild. Yeah, it's a tough night, but as I say, I'm not just somebody that turns up for the good times. I'm happy to turn up when they're tough as well.
I think what we're seeing tonight is really interesting because South Australia, it's traditionally been more of a centrist state, and it has been a state that has had a history of third parties. We saw obviously with SA Best, the Democrats as well, and yet One Nation's been able to come through in this campaign, and as we're seeing from the results that are coming through, doing quite well. I'd be keen, Tom, in your mind, do you see this signifying that South Australia is moving from that centrist position to more of a right-leaning state?
I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking when Anne was answering that question earlier when Nick McBride was speaking about his view that One Nation should be embraced, not scorned, and wondering if Alex Antic was sitting where Anne Rushton is now, what he'd be saying. Now, Alex Antic is number one on the Senate ticket. He is probably one of the controlling senators of the South Australian Liberal Party. He has been very, very vocal in his support of One Nation. I think it's going to be a long time in the wilderness while they're trying to work out whether they support One Nation or whether they should be like One Nation. I think Anne is right. I think Alex Antic is wrong. But he's taking them down a path that I think could lead to very dark places for the Liberal Party. And if that continues to occur, seats like Unley, Morialta, Hartley, Colton, Morphett, those suburban Conservative seats, are not going to recognise the Liberal Party they voted for 2 elections ago when Stephen Marshall was first growing in popularity. They'll be unrecognisable. But that's the path they're going down. And you saw it with Nick, and you've seen it with Alex Antic during the campaign. I don't think the Liberal Party's for turning here. I think people like Anne and Ashton are sort of the last bulwark against that movement, and I think tonight it's washing over them. And I think the Liberal Party are about to embrace One Nation in a way that a lot of their voters will not recognise and will not reward.
Anne, is that your fear, that your party will be unrecognisable soon?
Well, I disagree that that's where we're heading, but, you know, there is absolutely no doubt that, you know, we do need to make sure that we return to being the Liberal Party that we once were, the Liberal Party that South Australians and Australians were quite happy to vote for, the Liberal Party that's been in power more often than not federally. Sadly, in South Australia, it's only been in power for 4 years of this century. But, you know, we do need to return to the party that South Australians and Australians were prepared to vote for. And that's the party that I think I represent. That's the party that I think has the same values as me. And that is my job as one of the leaders of the Liberal Party in this state, is to make sure that happens. And I think I've got a very willing sidekick, well, not a sidekick, I'm perhaps her sidekick in Ashton, to make sure that we do exactly that.
Confronted, though, with this challenge of One Nation, and I guess looking at tonight, we could say that your biggest challenger now is One Nation and not Labor. Will we start to see Liberal policy shift more to the right to try and win back some of those One Nation voters?
Well, I think that we have to have policies that reflect the values of the Liberal Party, and so we need to, first and foremost, we need to reaffirm our values as what it is to be a Liberal. Then we need to develop policies that actually reflect those values, and then we need to communicate them to Australians in a way that Australians are receiving their information. I think, you know, if you want to look at it, there are a whole series of places there that improvement can be had. But the reality is that unless we can reaffirm those values about what it is to be Liberal, then it makes it very, very difficult for us to be able to communicate. But I am absolutely of the view that we can do that. But yeah, there's a lot of hard work to be done going forward from here. I'm not shying away from that in any way, shape or form. But I think Australians deserve to have a centre-right party. The Liberal Party is centre-right. It's Menzies, it's John Howard. It is a centre-right party. It's not a far-right party, although it does include, you know, Conservatives right the way through to the centre of politics. We have to sit in the middle. You cannot win from the left, you cannot win from the right. You have to sit in the middle and reflect those values. And I think Ashton's done a great job of doing that. But that is very important, because if you move away from those values and you start trying to appease one way or the other, that's when you get into trouble. You win from the centre. History has proved it every time. The Liberal Party wins, we win from the centre.
We're now going to check in with what is going on in the seat of Colton in Adelaide's western beachside suburbs. The Labor candidate there, Aria Bolkus, is standing by. Before we speak to her, though, Casey, what are the numbers telling you?
In Colton, we are looking at, well, Aria Bolkus on, again, this is consistent, where the picture we're seeing is more than 40% of the vote in many of these suburban Adelaide seats by the beach. Aria Bolkus, 43.4. We've got Beck Sutton, the Liberal candidate, on 23.7. You can see there Rocco DeAngelis, the pizzeria owner, on 17. The Greens in fourth position on this seat. We're getting a preference count between Aria Bolkus and Beck Sutton, and it's showing a really significant swing toward Labor in this marginal seat, and that will be enough to see Aria Bolkus become the next member for Colton.
Well, there you go, Aria Bolkus. Casey Briggs has just called the seat of Colton for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the support you've had this campaign. I know that the Deputy Premier, Kyan Ma, has been alongside you for much of the campaign. I can see Joe Sockarch behind you, Shane Rich, obviously the candidate in Port Adelaide as well. How has the support been as you've tried to turn this seat back into Labor's column, which hasn't been held since Paul Kiker held it?
I have been so grateful and so lucky to have received the support from everyone behind me, from Team West, Joe Sockarch, Shane Rich and David Wilkins, and all the Labor Party team in general across the campaign.
How hard has it been? Let's talk about that. Like, how difficult has this campaign been? Because campaigning, I mean, it was on a margin of more than 4%, Aria.
It's been a long campaign, but it's been a campaign I loved. I was so grateful to have the opportunity to campaign in the place that I've grown up in, which has made the campaign so enjoyable from the start.
Now, you spent time working with Federal Health Minister Mark Butler. You are very much part of the South Australian Labor family. What has it meant to get such a grounding with the Federal Health Minister?
I've been incredibly lucky to have received the support of Mark and Mark's entire team from the start of the campaign, and I'll be forever grateful for that support as well.
It seems like you've got plenty of support on the panel here as well. The Treasurer, Tom Koutsantonis, was giving out a little bit of a cheer as well. I need to ask you about your father, the late Senator Nick Bolkus. Some reflections on this moment and his recent passing as well.
Yeah, I think that obviously I would have loved for him to have been here, but this is exactly where he'd want me to be and exactly what he would have expected me to work hard from the get-go and to get this, so it's exactly what I've done every single day since being pre-selected.
Aria Bolkus, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on the News Channel and ABC iView. You're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Rory McClaren.
And I'm Emma Rebellato. The time is 8:52 p.m. and we have 19% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest with Casey.
The statewide figures are really settling in. Labor 38.5%, the Liberal Party 18.4%, One Nation continuing to outpoll the Liberal Party on the statewide primary vote. The Greens just shy of 11% and 11% sitting with others. The change in vote is, we keep showing this graphic because it is so clearly one of the most significant stories of the night. The Liberal Party is down 17%, One Nation is up 18.8%. The Greens and Labor Party are roughly steady on the statewide primary vote. Labor has been re-elected. Labor has an increased majority. This is the biggest win in terms of seats in South Australia's House of Assembly in South Australian history. But at the same time, this election has massive national implications. This is a disintegration, particularly on the Conservative side of politics, of the two-party system that we have seen. Now, will that sustain itself into future elections or not? That's going to be probably a question for another day. But I've just been totalling up, been looking at the map of Adelaide and looking at the leading candidate on the primary vote, excluding the Labor candidate. I'm trying to get a picture of who the candidate that is non-Labor, that is sort of most challenging Labor, where Labor's set to sweep nearly every seat. In Adelaide, One Nation is leading all of the non-Labor Party candidates in 17 seats. The Liberal Party is leading in 9, and the Greens are leading in 5. This map looks very strange compared to what we're used to. It is, I've said it a few times, it's a political earthquake that we're watching happening in South Australia tonight. It is a massive national political story that is going to have implications all around the country.
Yeah, it certainly is. Casey, thank you. And we want to dig into that in a little while. But first, Tom, this is going to be your second term in government. What are some of the challenges? Because at the moment, we're all talking about interest rates, we're talking about the cost of fuel, the cost of living, and you're looking at a huge deficit of a $50 billion debt by the end of the decade. How are those factors going to affect that debt?
I think the biggest concern the state has over the next 4 years is the GST carve-up. You've seen Premier Minns begin talking about that. We've seen this deal that the Morrison government did to give Western Australia, you know, $6 billion extra a year in GST from the rest of the country. That is something that the Commonwealth government cannot sustain. These make good provisions will only last till 2030, and then you'll see states progressively worse off. Western Australia are showing budget surpluses in the billions as a result of that sweetheart deal that Mr Morrison gave the Western Australian government. If it's not reversed, states will not be able to provide the same services.
But carving up the GST is not reform. What about reform in this year's federal budget from Jim Chalmers?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, we've got a housing crisis.
Yeah, we've seen the federal government and Parliament looking at capital gains tax reform. The trail of breadcrumbs is being led towards May.
Sure. Well, look, every time the Labor Party have talked about structural reform of the tax system, we've come into very strong headwinds from our friends in Canberra. When I say our friends, I'm talking about the LNP, the coalition, who've opposed any reforms on capital gains tax. So I'll look forward to the budget.
Surely Jim Chalmers is your main friend in Canberra right now, Tom Koutsantonis.
Well, look, the Commonwealth government will do its thing. We will do ours. The country is facing a lot of challenges. There's war in the Middle East. We're seeing unprecedented pressures on our supply chains internationally. The Commonwealth government are handling that well. I am confident in our fuel reserves and our fuel supplies, but this will have an impact.
But would changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing potentially assist the state policies that you'll be looking to deliver over the next 4 years?
It certainly will change the investor class mode about where they put their money. What we're doing is releasing more land, training more apprentices, and making sure we can have the houses that are built and putting out the trunk infrastructure that's necessary. My concern is that with results like tonight, I think the federal elections are going to be fought over immigration again. And if you have that problem, we're not going to be able to build the houses that we need. We're not going to be able to build the infrastructure that we need to meet the demand that's being needed in this country, that'll create that prosperity. We're going to go back to the dark old days of arguing about migration. The country has a good skilled migration program, and it targets the appropriate migrants that we need. What we need is both sides of politics to stand up and call out One Nation, saying they're being reckless for the country's prosperity, they're being reckless for the country's future, and if we argue over migration, what we are going to see is the country go backwards, not forwards. And I'm very worried about that.
What about the impact of the cost of fuel and also interest rates? Let's talk about the cost of fuel first. I mean, this is possibly going to affect the cost of everything. How is this going to affect your infrastructure projects and the cost? Are you looking at a potential cost blowout here?
Well, obviously our infrastructure programs are done with the federal government, so we share those costs, but that is a major problem. Now, a lot of these companies factor in the rise and fall in fuel costs, but no one's factored in a war in the Middle East where the Straits of Hormuz are closed potentially indefinitely. We don't know what the impacts are going to be. But I do know, I've received a briefing today from the Federal Energy Minister, Mr Bowen. There's actually more fuel in Australia today than there was at the start of the war. So there's been a lot of panic buying. So far, supply is holding up. The question will be long term. If there's a ground war, if this war escalates, then things can change.
Have there been any conversations had about rationing at a state level?
No, there haven't been. And it would be, that's a matter for the Commonwealth Government. If the Commonwealth Government say to us we need to begin rationing, then we'll look at it. But what we're seeing is not a supply issue, we're seeing a demand issue.
But to Emma's question, will it be the case that in this new term of government you'll have to rapidly accelerate your cost of living relief to people, given that there are these emerging issues that have come up through the campaign, the fuel crisis, one of them?
I mean, and the thing about our campaign is we've been honest with people. I mean, too many politicians have stood up and said, vote for me, I'll lower your power prices. Vote for me, I'll change the price of petrol at the Bowser. Obvious, blatant lies. It's impossible for politicians to do that sort of thing. And that's what I think you're seeing here with the One Nation surge. Sick and tired of people making promises they cannot keep. Now, any politician who says, I can lower your petrol prices, is lying, because petrol prices are being informed by what's going on in the Middle East, which is out of our control. Now, you know, we can do more for refining in our own country, but I do point out that when Mr Angus Taylor was Energy Minister, there were 6 refineries in this country. When he left as Energy Minister, there were 2. So it would be disingenuous of the Liberal Party to complain about our refining capacity given their term in office. So I think the Commonwealth Government are doing their bit to make sure that we can meet our demand as long as we can stop the panic buying. That's the key.
OK, well, let's head over to Casey now, who's looking at some more seats. Casey, I think you're looking at some independents?
Yeah, seats in regional South Australia where independents are contenders, but I'll just say at the start, these are all very complicated races. So let's go to Finnis. I might actually go to the map. We're a few hours in and I'm starting to forget which buttons to press. Finnis. Southern Fleurieu Peninsula, Victor Harbour, Goolwa is the centre of this seat. David Basham, the Liberal incumbent. Now, Lou Nicholson ran 4 years ago, came quite close to winning. Now, this was a seat where she actually won the election day vote, but was defeated based on the early vote. We are yet to get early votes in. We're being very cautious for lots of reasons, including that. Phoebe Redington, the Labor candidate. Let's bring up the primary votes. David Basham, 23.7. Greg Powell, 23. Lou Nicholson, 21.3. 17.6. So there's a 24 or 25% sitting with the Greens and Labor. We're making a lot of educated guesses here, which is why we're being very cautious. We would think they are more likely to favour Lou Nicholson, which may bump her into second position. She may be able to win from third position. You might guess she would be ahead, but we don't have the right counts to be sure of that at the moment.
It's interesting, when you talk about winning from third position, I think back to the 2009 Frome by-election when Jeff Brock won from third. Isn't that right, Tom?
That is absolutely right. We are preferencing Lou Nicholson. And I know the Greens are preferencing through to Lou Nicholson, and I know that the other independent is also preferencing. This is about who comes second. If David Basham comes second, his preferences will flow to Greg Powell. If Greg Powell comes third, his preferences will split. Now, One Nation are not directing preferences.
Or it depends on if someone's filled out the how to vote card with some pen.
Now, if they've put just a 1 in the One Nation box, those preferences are distributed equally to Labor and Liberal. So it'd be very fascinating. This would be a very difficult count. To use the old adage, harder to pick than a broken nose.
Exactly. Yes, I would maybe put Lou Nicholson's nose very slightly ahead, but a lot to do there. As we look at these, as Emma breaks and we look at these figures, the other thing I'll just urge you to look at through these seats is, look, we've got 3 candidates in the low 20s and then one in the high teens. So we've got very even splits of primary votes in Finnis. Now, let me take you to Carville as well. I'll do the setup on all of these potentially. Dan Cregan is retiring. He's endorsed Matt Schultz, the independent. Bradley Orr is the Liberal candidate, notionally a Liberal seat based on the results of the last election. Here's the current primary count, 17.5% counted. Again, look at this. We've got 3 candidates between 21 and 22%. Matt Schultz leading, but it is really a 3-way tie we're looking at the moment. And then just a couple of points behind Bradley Orr. So again, will the Greens... well, who knows what will happen here, to be honest. This one's really, really hard to pick. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and guess this one because the Greens may well push Labor above One Nation. Does this become then a Labor independent count? Probably. And what happens from there? Let's just wait and see what we're going to get there. Stewart, a vastly redrawn seat. I'll show you the map to see. Oh, I keep doing the wrong button. Sorry, everybody. Let's jump through back to Stewart. Setup will bring me the map of Stewart. Vastly redrawn. This is the biggest seat in South Australia now, and Jeff Brock's had a lot of highways to cover to work this new seat and introduce himself to a lot of new voters. Bring you back now. Jeff Brock is leading the primary count. He has just over a third of the vote. One Nation is in second. The Liberal Leon Stevens is in third. Labor running in 4th position. I think Jeff Brock is favoured to go on to win there, but the complications here are giving us a bit of caution. You would favour Jeff Brock at this point in Stewart to be re-elected. And then Narunga, where Fraser Ellis is seeking re-election on the peninsula, 16.2. He's running in 3rd place. One Nation on 35.8. Now, is that enough of a primary vote to go on to win? I would imagine all of these candidates are going to favour the Liberal Party over One Nation. So will that gap close? I'm guessing, and I will very much say these are all educated guesses. We don't have a lot of data at the moment, that Tanya Stock may end up a nose ahead there. But that is the very complex picture in the bush. In regionals SA, a lot of these regional seats, we're not going to know the result tonight. We'll be waiting for, in some cases, a full distribution of preferences.
Casey, thank you. Let's take you now to Liberal headquarters. Angelique Donnellan has been there on the ground for the evening. Angelique, it has been a difficult night for the Liberals. What are you hearing from inside the room?
Yeah, it definitely has been a hard night. It's been a bit of a downbeat feel, but at the same time, maybe people were expecting this result, so maybe it hasn't come as much of a shock as perhaps it would have been. Now, we're told Ashton Hearn, Liberal leader, is not too far away. She's coming from the Barossa Valley, so she should be here at about 9 o'clock. Well, it's 9:05 now, so a few minutes, hopefully she's not too far away. Now, I spoke to her media team to find out whether she had phoned the Premier, Peter Malinauskas, to concede. They wouldn't tell me, but we're obviously very keen to hear her reflections on the night when she arrives. Earlier, I spoke to Shadow Treasurer and Liberal campaign spokesman Ben Hood about what he thought about what's been happening tonight. He said he was surprised at how well One Nation had done. He noted there had been pain for both sides, for both his party and Labor. He said that there needed to be a real stock take of what has happened, and that will take time to unpack that and, you know, what this result actually means. But he did say, obviously, there are national complications from it. So, yeah, hopefully in the next few minutes we'll see Liberal leader Ashton Hearn arrive, and we'll see what she has to say to the party faithful.
Angelique, have you seen many MPs or candidates through the headquarters yet?
Yeah, we've seen a few. Stephen Patterson is here. Heidi Girolamo is here. Obviously, I said I've spoken to Ben Hood. We've had, a few other, elders of the party. Alexander Downer was here. I had a chat to Nicole Flint as well. So there are definitely some familiar faces here. People, like I said, people have actually seemed, relatively chatty. I do wonder whether, as I mentioned, that, maybe they were, because they were expecting, a bad night, that perhaps that hasn't, it's what they've expected. They hope for the best but have prepared for the worst. But I think obviously everyone is very keen to hear from Ashton when she arrives, and hopefully that won't be too long.
Angelique Donnellan, thank you.
OK, well, let's go to Anne now. Anne, do you think this is what people expected in the Liberal Party?
Well, I mean, I think you've only got to have looked at the polling over the last little while and realised that, the potential for this kind of result was well and truly on the cards. I mean, as I said, back in November, I think the polls were predicting that we were going to win no seats. So, the fact that, we are obviously going to get some seats tonight, and there's a few out there that I think there's every chance that we will be able to drag them back. But, the reality is that, I think we quite clearly have lost sight of the things that are important to South Australians. Ashton did her very best to try and haul that back in over the last 3 months, but quite simply, you can't fatten a pig on market day, as the old saying goes, and I think it was probably pretty unrealistic to expect Ashton to have done much more. But, she's hopefully saved a number of seats tonight, and as I say, the rebuild starts from here.
And as early as, election night 2022, we knew that it was going to be a rough time ahead for the Liberals. But in your mind, at what point did you really feel like the polling could be as disastrous as it is? Because from our perspective, I mean, I know there was some internal polling released while Vincent Tarzia was still in the leadership position, and there was some suggestion that had some influence in prompting the leadership change. Was it at that point, or did you feel like much earlier in the term things were going wayward for the Liberals?
Well, I think if you have a look at the experience that we had last May 2025 at a federal election, quite clearly, particularly metropolitan Australians, were quite challenged. about their preparedness to vote for the Liberal Party. So there were certainly some pretty early warning signs there. And the subsequent instability both here in South Australia in terms of the Liberal leadership and the federal instability have clearly played in to a result that we're seeing today. So I think, anybody who, sure, it became apparent that One Nation was having a surge in popularity towards the end of last year that's continued into this year. But I think the warning signs are about making sure that the offering that we were giving to Australians and South Australians was what they wanted. The warning signs were at the last federal election, really.
And we just spoke to Tom about being bold in reform. Is there a lesson for the Liberal Party in that?
Well, I think that Australians are probably looking to the body politic more generally and saying, we do want you to be bold, we want you to be putting policies out there that are actually going to be making our lives better. I think a lot of what we've seen is, spending like drunken sailors, to be perfectly honest. And I think Australians actually want a responsible economic sort of narrative coming from their major parties, and they want us to be out there focusing on the things that matter to them. So I think, whilst, sure, we have definitely worn the brunt of the response of the public tonight, unquestionably. And the Labor vote has gone down, but because of the way the nature of this, you'll get some more seats tonight. But, yeah, I think it's around, focusing on making sure that we constantly look forward, learn from the past, but we've got to look forward. But, look, it's been a tough night, but as I said, and I'll keep on saying, what do they say? When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and that's what we've got to do.
On the policy issue, the first, policy that was released under an Ashton Hearn-led Liberal Party was to scrap the voice to Parliament. Was One Nation and these thoughts that One Nation could be doing so well in the polls, did that have something to do with that release of that policy? Obviously One Nation has been throughout this campaign very strong, saying that that's one of its policies is to scrap the voice.
No, I don't think so. I think, we have always, as a Liberal Party, been very clear that we went to the nation and asked Australians if they wanted a voice to Parliament. Australians overwhelmingly said no. And quite frankly, I think our policy just reflected the will, not only of Australians, but here in South Australia, they said they didn't want a voice to Parliament. And I think it's really disrespectful to do something that is not what the public, who have been asked to go to a referendum and responded to, we should be reflecting what they asked us for.
OK, Tom, let's go to you. What is your main priority when you start work again tomorrow? The work hasn't stopped, but when you start to form government again, what's the top priority that you're going to take? Housing.
South Australians need homes to live. We need to make sure that compact between young Australians and older Australians is maintained. That's what's causing this social breakdown with One Nation. People feeling they can't afford that home. When my father bought his home in Cowandilla in the 1960s, it was 3 times his average wage. When I bought mine in Torrensville, it was 6 times my average wage. Now young families are looking at 12 to 13 times their average wage to buy a home in Adelaide. We need to deal with that and deal with that quickly. And successive governments, Labor and Liberal, have not done enough. We need to throw the kitchen sink at this to make sure young Australians got somewhere to live, to aspire to home ownership, to raise their families. That's key. And maintaining those budget surpluses. The results we're getting in Metropolitan Adelaide tonight, Stephen Mulligan, who's retiring tonight, deserves some credit as well. He was able to deliver 4 budget surpluses in a row. That is unprecedented in this state's history. Debt is now $1.2 billion lower than it otherwise would have been under a Liberal government had Mr Marshall and Mr Lucas been re-elected at the last election. And I think financial management is very, very important for our state. We have to manage that.
Just on debt, though, part of the reason why the debt is lower is because you've also reprofiled some of the major infrastructure projects that the state is undertaking as well, Treasurer.
Well, there's some reprofiling, but also some
pretty significant amount of reprofiling.
Sure, and larger revenues. I mean, the economy is booming. South Australia's economy is growing faster than the rest of the nation. Our economy grew by 5% this year. The rest of the country was lagging behind. That extra growth gives us more revenues, which allow us to pay down debt faster.
You talk exactly on the debt question. It's going to hit nearly $50 billion at the end of the forward estimates. Do you have a plan to pay that down?
I do. Let's be clear about this. I think South Australians need to understand this. By the end of the forward estimates, the next 4 years, the debt that our taxes will have to pay down will be $37 billion. not 50. I mean, SA Water will pay its own debt through its customers. Renewal SA will pay its own debt through its customers. Homestart Bank will pay its debt down from its customers. This is not something the taxpayer has to pay. $37 billion in a state budget of 22...
figure, though.
Sure, but that's not debt that we're paying for through our taxes. Let's be clear about this. General government debt is a debt we pay for through our taxes. The entire net debt is not paid for out of your taxes. And that is the honest truth. And people know that.
But that's also the same figure that successive governments have used as the measure.
Sure, I mean, we're honest about the debt we have to pay for and the debt that we underwrite. But underwriting debt is not the same as paying it down. So, you know, $37 billion is manageable. I am comfortable with it and I think we can manage it.
To what extent, though, did debt play on your mind as you were developing your policy platform? I compare it to the 2022 election when we had these, quite bold, visionary plans for hydrogen, fixing the ramping crisis. Even in the infrastructure space, we had, the new aquatic centre. We just didn't have that level of bold, big infrastructure projects announced by the Labor Party in the lead up to this election. Was that because of the budgetary position that we're now operating under?
Well, two things to that. I mean, the North-South Corridor is the biggest infrastructure program right now in the country. So the state's ability to consume more is difficult. Our opponents proposed about $6 billion worth of spending. Now, they'll dispute that, but there were our calculations of $6 billion, which made it clearly unaffordable. We put forward, we thought, a modest program to continue building the North-South Corridor. We've still got the Women's and Children's Hospital to consume as well. Debt needs to be managed and managed well. And I think one of the reasons tonight the Liberal Party is being repudiated is because their promises were unbelievable. Promising tax cuts, more spending and reducing debt is just unbelievable.
We'll come back to debt if we can in a moment, and Ruston, but let's go across to Casey, who has some more numbers to bring you. Let's now go back to Adelaide's southern suburbs, the seat of Black, held by Labor's Alex Dighton, of course picked up at that by-election midterm.
Yeah, an extraordinary swing in that by-election midterm and a further extraordinary swing, we think, on top of that. Labor, 44% of the primary vote. But really, what are we looking at here? It is the Liberal Party falling to 5th place. David Spears on 4th on the first preference vote. You've got basically 44, daylight to the next 3 candidates, all sitting in the mid-teens, and then the Liberals on 8.4. I'll just show you the change in vote because, again, this pattern, big blue box going down, and this one is a very big one, 41% down, and that is splitting between Labor, One Nation. There is the independent there is David Spears getting 14.3% of the vote, and the Greens up a little bit as well. Now, a massive shift in vote there, but it's all on the right side of politics and the sort of independent. Alex Dighton will retain that seat.
OK, next up, you're taking us to the seat of Port Adelaide, where Susan Close, the former Deputy Premier, is retiring.
Shane Rich trying to replace her, Scott Anderson, the Liberal candidate. And have a look at this. The Liberal candidate is in 5th place once again. Now, we've got, again, Labor on just under 40%. In Port Adelaide, we're seeing One Nation run in 2nd, well ahead of the independent Claire Bone. At the moment, we're getting a preference count between Claire Bone and Shane Rich. That may not end up being the one that matters at the end of the day. Let's have a look at the change in vote. Labor significantly down with the presence of that independent. The Liberals also down. One Nation up, but we're expecting... well, let's see where the count ends up on that one. We may see that Labor takes a haircut on its margin while still retaining the seat in Port Adelaide. A ways to go. We're not quite sure where that one will yet land. But Shane Rich will be the winner at the very least.
All right, let's talk about a seat we haven't spoken about yet this evening, that of Croydon, held by the Premier, Peter Malinauskas.
Yeah, this is one of the seats we're seeing in the inner suburbs of Adelaide, where the Greens are coming 2nd at the moment on the primary vote. Now, I'll say in many of these seats, the Greens are coming 2nd on the primary, but they might not make the 2CP because of the preference flows between other parties, and that might be the case here. You'd expect it to be the case here, probably. But Peter Malinauskas has more than half the vote. That is actually down a bit on the last election, but he will go on to win that seat on first preferences, most likely. And again, a transfer of vote from the Liberal Party to One Nation, a fracturing of the Conservative side of politics showing up in seat after seat after seat. But Peter Malinauskas will be Premier tomorrow. He will remain the member for Croydon as well.
OK, so we're going from the Premier and Labor Party leader to the Liberal Party leader and Ashton Hearn in Schubert.
A greatly depleted party room that Ashton Hearn leads at the moment. She will continue to lead. She will continue to be in Parliament, I should say. The leadership will, be, of course, be a matter for the party. But Ashton Hearn has 44.6% of the vote, and One Nation has indeed run second there. Ashton Hearn has seen we're getting a count there, a swing toward the Liberal Party, a swing toward on the count that we're getting of about 6%. So Schubert will remain a Liberal seat. Ashton Hearn's primary is down only about 7. I say only 7 because that's one of the smaller numbers we're seeing across the 47 seats. One Nation up 17 and other candidates down a little bit. And then let's finally have a look at one more seat.
And that's the seat of Bragg in Adelaide's eastern suburbs. Jack Batty, of course, picked that up at a by-election earlier in the term when Vicky Chapman, the former Deputy Premier, left politics.
And at this stage, it's looking like the only Adelaide seat that the Liberal Party will hold. Jack Batty has kept up that primary vote. It is down again by only 8.8, a relatively small number compared to the ones we've been talking about. Labor on 31.8. We're getting a preference count between Jack Batty and Rick Sarr, and Jack Batty will retain that seat, albeit with a small swing against him. So Jack Batty, Ashton Hearn, two of the definite members of the next Liberal Party room, joining, we think, Tim Whetstone and a fourth person whose name is escaping me right now because it's quite late in the evening.
All elected on Labor preferences.
OK, Casey, thank you. Look, we understand Pauline Hanson has been speaking at the One Nation headquarters. Let's bring you some of that now.
I feel so many things that are going through me tonight. The last time I saw a crowd like this was when we won 11 seats in Queensland in 1998. And 1998, that's how long ago it was. I think the rest of Australia is going to be watching what's happening here tonight. And I think it's very important to see for Farah, and I also will set a strong team for Victoria. So if you're from Victoria, you're watching this, we're coming to support you down there. Stand candidates. And I see our state president, Warren Pickering, is here, and he's going to lead the team for Victoria. We've also got Stuart Bonds that is here tonight from New South Wales, so representation from all around Australia to support you. It has been a long battle, and I've had my ups and downs throughout the years. But with my other colleagues on the floor of Parliament and Federal Parliament, especially Malcolm Roberts, that's worked tirelessly with me over the period of time. And now we are joined by Sean Bell from New South Wales and Tyrone Witten from Western Australia. And then we also have Barnaby Joyce has joined our team. Today, it's not about Pauline Hanson, it's not about the members getting elected, it's the start of a new beginning for the people of South Australia and the people of Australia. It's for you the people, and to each and every one of you that has done countless hours or a couple of hours on a polling booth. Without you, we would never have got there, because without your support, your hard work and believing in us, that we have achieved what we have today. The vote... Thank you. To all the people that have voted for One Nation, please believe me when I say you have got a strong leader in Corey Bernardi here in South Australia. You have... You also have a very strong leader in this man, Carlos Quambero, we're number 2. And hopefully we get the third one up with Rebecca Hewitt, who will take the third position. We're hoping she will take a third position also. It is unsure where we will stand with the lower house seats. We don't know if we're going to have 1, 2, 3 seats. We're not sure of that. At where we are tonight, just to let you know, this is the low tide. Once they really get to look at the votes that they've put aside as calling them informal, once they start to really sort them out, I believe that our vote will rise even more. So wait and see what happens next week. I will finish on this note. Peter Malinauskas, congratulations on your win. No, he did win his second term. But I will say to Peter Malinauskas, I'm still in South Australia now. I am leaving tomorrow to go to Canberra to continue my duties. But guess what, mate? I'm leaving you some landmines. They're called One Nation Members of Parliament. So I suggest don't step on them because they will explode. And that's what we're here for, to ensure you get good representation, good government, with a good opposition, which you have not had in the state for a long time. And that's going to come with One Nation. To each every one of you, have a wonderful night. Thank you very much for your support and take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
OK, that is Pauline Hanson there at One Nation HQ. Let's get over to Casey now at the touchscreen.
We want to look at a couple of northern Adelaide seats. We've been looking at where One Nation is performing well, and we've, thanks to one of the panellists, just been pointed out a couple of seats that we hadn't been looking at particularly closely in northern Adelaide, where there is a particularly interesting set of figures. Taylor is one of them. So this is Nick Champion's seat. Peter Rentoulis is the person we're going to talk a little bit about now, because this is the first preference vote we've got at the moment. Nick Champion on 41, Peter Rentoulis on 30, the Greens on 10 and 7.5% sitting with Family First. I'm just going to look back to my computer for a moment, because at the moment now, a bit of caution in all of these figures, but we're projecting, based on what we know about the history, that Nick Champion's vote might fall from 41, and that would make that actually quite an interesting looking contest where One Nation could become potentially, I'm being very cautious with my language, competitive, but that is a very strong result for One Nation in that seat, and I'm interested in the Treasurer's perspective on that one as well. And if I can also have a look at Taylor. At Taylor. We looked at Taylor. Let's now have a look at Light, the neighbouring seat. Again, this is a safe Labor seat on the traditional pendulum. Labor's not performing quite as badly, we think, here, but again, more than 30% with One Nation. James Agnes on 38.3. We are not getting Labor One Nation counts in these. We're going to go and do a bit of an estimation of what we think based on the data we've got, which is very thin on the ground. But One Nation's performance is actually quite strong in Light as well, so potentially becoming far more competitive in those couple of seats.
OK, Casey, thank you. Tom, do you think that One Nation has left you some landmines here? Do you think they will get some seats?
Well, I don't know. Again, this depends entirely. I mean, what's that, 22.5% counted? Obviously, the pre-poll hasn't been factored in. Pre-poll's the biggest booth in here, so I'll be fascinated to see, once we see those pre-poll numbers in there, how they're going. I wonder whether a lot of the working people in the north voted at pre-poll. So we'll see. It's still early days, but this shows you the importance of taking One Nation.
As we're talking to you here, Tom Koutsantonis, looks like we have the Liberal opposition leader, Ashton Hearn, there making her way into Morphettville, where the Liberal Party HQ gathering has been happening across the course of the evening. They're flanked by members of her media team and also her husband, Adam, off to the side. We're just going to pause here to see if she has anything to say on the way in.
Oh, I'm really proud of the campaign that we've run. We'll keep going, guys. Got to get in and speak to all of my supporters. Really proud of the campaign that we've run as a team, and we've just always stayed focused on those bread and butter issues, and I'm really proud of what we've been able to achieve. There'll be a lot of time for analysis later, but I'll just keep working and we'll keep working hard for all of our local communities. It was a challenge, but I've been really proud of what we've been able to achieve, and I've spoken with the Premier of South Australia.
Well, there you have it, Ashton Hearn making her way into the Liberal Party headquarters at the Morphettville Racecourse, where they're gathering this evening. Of course, they're acknowledging the challenge that she has been facing throughout the course of this campaign, bearing in mind that she has been opposition leader here in South Australia for little more than 100 days. She is making her way towards the podium now to address the cameras more broadly. We'll cross now to the opposition leader, Ashton Hearn.
Thank you so much, everyone. And look, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you here tonight, and I wanted to let you know that I have phoned Premier Peter Malinauskas and congratulated him on his re-election. He has run a campaign that has been a good one. We've had some amicable times together, and I just congratulate him and his team for their re-election and what they're putting forward to achieve for the people of South Australia. The pundits, they said that we wouldn't get a single seat. But tonight we will prove them wrong. We have done a fantastic job across South Australia. There are thousands of Liberal supporters who have backed us in against the odds. But as counting continues, our position continues to improve as well. I'm really proud of the team. It's so fantastic to see so many volunteers here tonight. But look, it's a tough night for the Liberals. There's absolutely no doubt about it that things are tough. And lessons must be learnt. There are a lot of things that we need to reflect on, but now is not the time for that. Now is the time to celebrate the Liberal cause and to give hope for the future, because there is still hope for the Liberal future here in South Australia. I am a proud Liberal. I'm a proud Liberal. I love this party. I love what we stand for. And when I look out and I see so many of you here tonight, I see a sea of blue of true believers who really do believe in this Liberal cause, and there is still so much to fight for. You all know that I grew up on a farm on the outskirts of Anguston, and that I've reflected a lot throughout this campaign about what lessons I've learnt from that. And not every season goes your way. Sometimes it doesn't rain when you want it to, and sometimes the crop that you're growing doesn't produce the goods. But that doesn't mean you walk off the land. You stay and you fight another day because you love what you do. I would like to sincerely thank all of our volunteers to have the privilege of getting out to so many pre-polls across South Australia, to join so many of you on election day today, and to see you all really digging in deep and making sure that we are working overtime to convince people to vote Liberal. It was really a pleasure to see. So thank you so much to all of the volunteers for sticking with us. I'd like to acknowledge the Liberal Party campaign team. Thank you so much for all of your efforts. Yes, big round of applause for them. All of the staff. I'd like to thank all of the staff at Liberal HQ. I'd like to thank all of my Leaders Office staff, and of course a big shout out to my Schubert Electorate Office staff. To all of the candidates, you're all amazing, and I know how hard you have worked. You have put in so many hours and you have believed in the cause. You have knocked on thousands of doors. You have stood at supermarkets talking to people about our positive plan for the people of South Australia, and I'm so proud to stand by each and every one of you. You've all been fantastic, and I feel so proud that you've been part of the Liberal team for 2026. So a big round of applause for all of the candidates. To the members of Parliament who have been in my team, thank you so much for all of your support. We have lost Vincent Tarzia. He has conceded his seat of Hartley. So I'd like to take the moment just to recognise him as a former leader. He has been incredible for our team. The work that he did in particular in defeating Nick Xenophon was exemplary, and he has gone down fighting, and he is an example for all of us well into the future. So I'd like to thank Vincent very much for his service. To my leadership team, who I can see here, thank you so much. You've worked your asses off as well, and I've been really proud to be in the trenches with you. It's been an absolute honour and a privilege to be with you. To my community of Schubert, my local community, which you all know I love dearly, the Barossa Valley and the Northern Adelaide Hills have returned to me as their local Member of Parliament, and I couldn't be prouder. And to my family, I couldn't do it without them. My husband Adam here is here somewhere, and he's been amazing behind the scenes, helping with our little Rupert, who's nearly 2. I looked at a photo of him actually only this week, and I thought, God, he's grown so much over this last little while. And it underscores the sacrifice that we all make to put ourselves forward for public office, and it can be a lot, but I'm so grateful for that family support. To my mum and my dad who are watching somewhere in Angaston, and my brother Shannon, my nan and my in-laws, thank you for all of your support. You've been incredible. But into the future, we've got... Yes, we have been sent a message tonight, and it's not just the Liberals who have been sent a message, it's the Labor Party as well, that there is a large cohort of South Australians who are sick to death of the status quo, and we have to acknowledge that, we have to learn from that, and if anything, we need to dig in on what we've been talking about for the last 100 days of my leadership, and that's all about getting back to basics, focusing on those bread and butter issues that South Australians are crying out for leadership on. And so whilst the Premier, he's lived to survive another day, and he'll have 4 more years in office, and I do sincerely congratulate him on that, we are going to come back stronger than ever. We're going to keep fighting for not just the Liberal cause, but for the people of South Australia, because at the end of the day, that's what we're in politics for. We're not in politics because of ourselves. We're in politics because we ultimately believe in our local communities, and we ultimately believe that we've got the best vision for the people of South Australia. And whilst the voters didn't give us the nod this time, we'll keep fighting to earn their respect into the future. The voters never get it wrong. And they've sent us a clear message, and it's up to us now to heed that advice and to look forward with a true sense of optimism, because like you, I do see an optimism in South Australia. We've got so many fantastic opportunities ahead of us, and we all just need to band together, keep working hard and backing one another in. Now is the time to come together really as a party and to be in lockstep together for the future. It's been a pleasure to be your leader for this campaign, and I'm looking forward to leading this party well into the future for the next 4 years and making sure that we continue to climb back bigger and better. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
OK, that is the opposition leader Ashton Hearn, who announced that she called the Premier Peter Malinauskas to concede defeat this evening. She congratulated him. She talked about continuing on as leader, continuing the fight, and also said all parties need to heed the message. She said voters get it right. They've told them messages loud and clear, and they need to listen to them.
She picked up on that idea of people being sick of the status quo, and as you Casey, look at some of these pictures here. I can see Shadow Treasurer Ben Hood there hugging Ashton Hearn. As I talk to you right now, I saw Shadow Health spokesperson Heidi Girolamo, Jack Batty as well, the member for Bragg, there alongside Ashton Hearn.
She also said that Vincent Tarzia, the former Liberal leader, has conceded in the seat of Hartley. Now, he, of course, defeated Nick Xenophon, a huge opponent, back in 2018, but he has now conceded defeat in his seat. Very soon, we are expecting the Premier, Peter Malinauskas, to leave his home to head to Labor headquarters, I guess, to begin celebrating, Tom.
Yes, tonight is a night for Labor to really sort of look at the result and be humbled by it. It's a remarkable result. I mean, we're looking at potentially winning up to 6 seats in Metropolitan Adelaide. I was thinking as I was listening to Ashton talk then about the way the Liberal Party campaigned. You know, two-thirds of their spending were in 3 seats. Hyson, the Deputy Leader's seat, Schubert, the Leader's seat, and Bragg. And I'm thinking about the candidates in Hartley, Unley, Morialta, Morford and Colton, the Liberal candidates who did not get the same level of commitment, and how they'd be feeling about tonight.
I want to go to Anne Ruston. You've known Ashton Hearn for a long time. Your reflections on that speech?
Oh, well, I think it just shows what an incredibly gracious person she is. She's incredibly positive, and she's a leader. She's a team player. Tonight, she reflected on all of the people who, you know, had contributed to putting the show on the road. And you know, I think that there would have been a lot of people in that room tonight who perhaps mightn't have been feeling quite so great. And, like, I, for one, actually felt great after listening to that speech. And, you know, there's always a silver lining in what is a stormy night for us tonight. And we just saw it just then. You know, that is one of the most gracious speeches that I've seen. But it was just so positive as well. And so, I just say thank you very much.
She's not going anywhere, is she?
She's not going anywhere. But, you know, the other thing that I think we often forget in these conversations is that we think about the members of parliament who have lost their seats. We think about the candidates that haven't been successful tonight. But the other people that I want a big shout out to are the staff of the people who've lost their seats tonight, because they're the ones that nobody sees. And it's incredibly difficult for those people. So I think the fact that, you know, Ashton just covered absolutely everybody in her contribution there. So, yeah, no, very proud of her.
Let's go across to Casey Briggs. You've been having a look at some seats where One Nation's been outperforming the Liberals and the Liberals have been outperforming One Nation.
Yeah, what I want to do, I want to show you something that's just struck us that is maybe not the most intuitive of sets of figures. The statewide figures, now that gap actually between One Nation and the Liberal Party on the statewide primary has closed a little bit. One Nation's still leading, but only by about 1 point. It was, I think, up to about 3 earlier in the evening, so that gap has been closing.
Have we seen any early voting booths
They're starting to come in some seats, but we're just still... I'm just going to say we've been going through seat by seat and doing quite a lot of overriding of Electoral Commission counts and installing our own estimates in their place, far more than we normally do on an election night. Can I just say that? So it's a really... it's occupied quite a lot of our time to try and work out what's going on in many of these seats. But we've just observed, the point I really wanted to make is the One Nation is leading the Liberal Party statewide by a smaller margin, but still leading. Let me show you the regional split here, where we've got the Liberal Party outpolling One Nation at the moment. Now, we know there are lots of complicated seats here. It's going to take a bit of time for us to work out what's going on here. But at the moment, the Liberal Party's getting more primary votes than One Nation in regional South Australia. And in Adelaide, it's the other way around. One Nation's actually outpolling the Liberal Party in Adelaide on the first preference vote. And that is not necessarily what you would have expected going into tonight.
Why? It's the question, Casey.
Good question. We are seeing One Nation perform extraordinarily well in some of those northern seats. We're talking about Taylor Light. You know, as we were discussing, One Nation is leading the Liberal Party in far more seats in Adelaide, especially when you go north and south. And that pattern is happening far closer to Adelaide, like far closer to the CBD, I should say, than we have seen in previous federal elections. Certainly, that that is a real shift in what we're seeing, and that would be some concern, not just for the Liberal Party, but I would suggest is also of some concern to Labor.
But is it also potentially a concern interstate as well, Casey? Because if we're talking about outer suburban seats here, no shortage of those in the bigger cities, Melbourne, Sydney in particular.
Yeah, if this sort of election is repeated in Victoria in November, it is going to be a heck of an election night, let me tell you that. If this sort of a result, we've seen so many of these four-corner contests with candidates on 20, 21, 22% of the vote. We've got a Farrer by-election with a lot of these sorts of dynamics at play as well. There are clear national implications. I suspect that political parties around the country are going to be thinking about this threat in a much more real way, now that this is no longer polling, this is real votes, and really digging into, and it's just something that is going to take a bit of time to dig through all of the polling places and the electorates and the electoral geography and just how it is no longer a blue-red map. It is a red, blue, orange, and maybe even in some places green map at the moment that we're looking at. The tapestry is far more complicated in South Australia than we've ever seen before.
I think if the Labor Party hadn't been preferencing the Liberal Party ahead of One Nation in a principled way, tonight we'd be seeing 2 Liberal MPs elected instead of 4. What you've seen tonight is the Liberal Party have its worst election result in its history. I've never seen the idea of the Liberal Party getting in the single digits at all is remarkable. I mean, they started with 13, you thought they might lose a couple in the city, but to lose that many seats in one election is remarkable.
I want to go back to Casey now. You've lined up some more seats for us to look at as well.
Yeah, we're looking at all of the the most likely Liberal members of the House of Assembly, 4 of which we're pretty sure of, and then we'll add Nadgery, where we think Penny Pratt's probably favoured, but it is a really messy contest where, again, Penny Pratt is on 1/3 of the vote. David Payton, the One Nation candidate, is on 30%. Tony Piccolo is a serious risk of being defeated in this election. He's only on just over 1/4 of the vote, and it's very hard to see how he would.
Let's just remind everyone about Tony Piccolo as well.
Tony Piccolo entered Parliament in 2006, if I'm not incorrect, Tom, looking at you, has been a Member of Parliament since 2006, representing the seat of Light, has been really produced some remarkable swings toward him over those years, and has constantly, routinely in elections, really faced a threat that he might be defeated. He's never shied away from a fight, I would say, Tony Piccolo. He didn't need to contest the seat of Nadgery. His seat is Light in the boundary redistribution. Light and the seat formerly known as Frome, now Nadgery, was significantly altered, and a lot of people that used to live in Light now live in Nadgery, so he decided to go with them, setting himself up against Penny Pratt, another sitting MP, and also taking in quite a bit of the mid-north region up to Clare in South Australia. So he's not shied away from this fight. It is a marginal Liberal seat he's trying to win, and at this stage, partly because of this disruptive influence here, he's seriously at risk of being defeated. In fact, probably is going to be defeated. You would favour Penny Pratt at this point. So Penny Pratt might be one of the lower house members of the House of Assembly for the Liberal Party, and the other ones we've talked a bit more about now. Tim Whetstone is probably should be relatively safe here. He trails One Nation on the primary vote, but that is not a high enough vote that will see Jennifer Troth elected. These preferences will favour Tim Whetstone, so he should be re-elected. So you've got maybe Penny Pratt, we've got Tim Whetstone, we think we've got Sam Telfer on 40% of the vote. Now, that's a pretty significant gap there, and you would have thought that, again, these preferences will favour Sam Telfer, or at least not favour the One Nation Party by enough to close that gap. So Sam Telfer should be in the next Parliament. Jack Batty will be in the next Parliament, as we've been talking about, has seen off another contest from Rick Sarr, but will remain in the Parliament. And, of course, we've been talking about Ashton Hearn, the leader of the Liberal Party. She as well, she's sitting now at just under half the primary vote, so she will be re-elected. So that's 4 definites, potentially Penny Pratt, but that one's still in doubt. And then a complicated mess for several other seats still. 4 seats.
Casey, thank you. To you, Anne Roston, some observations on what you've just seen there. A potential hold of Nadgery with Penny Pratt and Sam Telfer over in Flinders, potentially.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting, and I've just been having a quick look at some of the outer metro seats that are very strongly were held very strongly by the Labor Party. We've seen some really significant shifts in the primary vote of Labor. Just looked at Light, 57% primary vote in 2022 down to 38. Taylor, 53% in 22 down to 41. We saw in Chris Picton's seat a similar, I think it was 56 down to 37. So obviously there is a protest vote going on, particularly in safe seats. And, whilst obviously the Labor Party has picked up some votes in the inner city in some of the seats that were previously as, you've actually taken a fair bath in the primary vote in some of the others. But it looks like many of them will come back on the two-party preferred. But it's been really interesting how attacked the primary vote of both major parties have been. And interesting, as you rightly point out, Tom, how preferences have rather weirdly meant that the two-party preferred situation's coming out in a different way than it might usually have come out.
Well, I mean, it's fair to say the Liberal Party have not preferenced the Labor Party ahead of One Nation anywhere. So we're getting elected because we're winning in our own right or because we're relying on other preferences, but not from the Liberal Party and One Nation. I saw Ashton's speech, and as gracious as she was, the Liberal Party were cheering that they had won 4 seats. And I've got to say that there needs to be some self-reflection here. They started the night with 13. They're looking at 4. I think the message here, while you could argue it's a pox on both your houses, I don't see that argument in metropolitan Adelaide. I see our primary vote with a 4 in front of it. Our primary vote in regional areas, well, we don't really hold many seats in regional South Australia. We hold 1. I think we've done exceptionally well tonight. I think this message wasn't aimed at us. And it might be okay to deflect, but I think the message here really is to the Conservative side of politics that they are unhappy with the representation that they're getting, and they're letting people know about it.
I mean, I'd accept that quite clearly there was a very strong message sent to the Liberal Party, but I think you have to be fair. The numbers tell the story that I think there has been a sort of a pox on both your parties type response tonight because, there have been significant drops in your primary vote. So I don't think you can hide from that. And I also think, Ashton has had a very short runway to come in. We were expecting to win no seats in November.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, that was what the polling was showing.
That's not accurate. There's never been a case in this state where the Liberal Party won't win a seat. That's just a ridiculous statement.
Well,
it sounds like spin to me. It sounds like the Liberal Party is saying we were winning no seats and we've won 4. Aren't we fantastic? I'm sorry. That's not the message South Australians have given us tonight.
Well, I'm got to say, if anybody thinks that I have told the public tonight that we've had a fantastic night, then obviously I have not given my message out very well. I certainly accept the fact that tonight hasn't been a great night.
I want to pick up on, you mentioned the seat of Light as an example here, Tom Koutsantonis. Something that your party has tried to do at this election is generational change. You think of seats like Enfield, Light, Torrens, amongst others. Could that also be partly attributed to the fall in primary that you've seen there with Tony Piccolo moving from Light into the adjoining seat of Nadgerry?
Potentially. I mean, Tony was a respected figure. He won the seat of Light from the Liberal Party. I think he beat Malcolm Buckby all those years ago in 2006. It's a remarkable outcome. Obviously, we want to bring new people into the parliament. Open seats, you can get strange results. I think we will win Elizabeth, Taylor and Light. I'm not sure what's going to happen in Nadgerry, whether Green preferences will push us into second place or not. I just don't know. I mean, that is a very, very hard seat to pick. But you're right. I mean, there are pockets of protests around the state. The biggest voices being heard are in metropolitan Adelaide. There are other voices being heard in regional South Australia. I'm not sure they're saying the same thing. I think in regional South Australia and in parts of the north, they're talking about immigration. I think in metropolitan Adelaide, they're talking about the Liberal Party flirting with One Nation. Now, I've never seen an occasion in my lifetime with the Liberal Party coming 4th in seats they previously held. So there's a lot to unpack here, but I don't think it's a uniform message. I think the messages are different across different areas.
Well, I'm particularly interested in the northern Adelaide area because that's obviously traditionally been Labor heartland. What is it about that particular region of metropolitan Adelaide that you see people moving towards One Nation? What are the issues that they're talking about in some of those regions?
I think I think immigration is something that is playing on people. I think this is a lot of the culture war stuff that's going on, that's being pushed. A lot of young men are feeling disenfranchised with the world around them. I think social media and the information people are getting. I saw this phenomenon throughout West Torrens where people were bringing pens to polling booths because they thought their votes might be changed. There's a lot of misinformation online and those trusted sources of news are breaking down. I saw some research during the campaign where there is now becoming a point where a majority of new voters don't even have aerials connected to their televisions. And they're only watching streaming services. And they're getting harder and harder to get to. And some of the news outlets that they're watching aren't even Australian-based. So them being aware of what's going on in Adelaide is getting very, very difficult. And if you're disenfranchised already, and then you're diving into this social media mix where you're not actually getting news from trusted sources, all sorts of things pop out.
Casey, you've lined up a few more seats for us to take a look at. Can we start with Ghana?
Yeah, I think
held
I might.
by Chris Picton.
Yes, what we're going to do is show you a long list of seats right now where the Liberal primary vote has crashed to single digits. It's quite a long list. These are, yes, in the southern suburbs, also in the northern suburbs, but not just there. So Ghana, Chris Picton is the MP, nearly half the vote. Shane Carter is on 6.7% of the vote, while One Nation is at 25.3%. In Raynell, nearby, we've got Katrine Hildyard will be re-elected, has more than 40% of the vote. One Nation has replaced the Liberals, who are on 6.1%. Cheltenham, Joe Sockarch has nearly half the vote. Melissa Higgins, 20%, and Helen Pike, 8.3%. Ramsey in the southern suburbs, so Cheltenham, I should say, not an outer suburb area. This is inner Adelaide. Ramsey, Zoe Bettison, nearly half the vote, and again, similar sort of pattern, 5 versus 27.2 in that seat. In Florey, we've got Michael Brown, the MP, 48% there. For him, he'll win nearly on the first preference vote. One Nation has 21%. The Liberal Party has 8.6%, and the independent Francis Bedford, former Labor MP, has polled just 4.5% there. In Enfield, Lawrence Ben will be the new member for Enfield. He has nearly half the primary vote. One Nation has 15.7%. That's clearly just ticked up because it was in our list for a reason, but is on a very low 13%. In Newland, the Liberal Party is on 12%. I think these are starting to climb. We're starting to climb out of that list now. Olivia Savis on nearly half the vote. One Nation on a quarter of the vote. I've got about 15 seats where the Liberal Party is on a single-digit number. Elizabeth as well, Port Adelaide, Taylor, Croydon, the Premier's seat. We've got Playford, West Torrens, Black. We've seen Florey, Hurtle Vale and Giles. This is a long list of seats where the Liberal Party is on a single-digit first preference vote, and that is a very big mountain to climb if that party wants to rebuild.
Casey, thank you. I just want to bring in you again, Tom Koutsantonis. Tell us a little bit about Lawrence Ben.
He's a bright future, that boy. He's very, very good. He's the Premier's economic advisor. He is someone who's spent a lot of time in the union movement as well. We've got big plans for him. Him and Alice Rolls are exceptional additions to the caucus, as is Aria Bolkus. In fact, I've got to say, a lot of talent coming in to the caucus, and they'll be pushing on the cabinet door quickly. So,
well, just on that, how do you manage that? You have a growing caucus, a bulging backbench. How do you manage expectation?
Discipline. The Labor Party is born on discipline. We are a party that organises well. We mean what we say, we plan for the future. You said it earlier about the plan renewal that we're pushing through the system. We always plan for the future. We take a lot of time and take this business very, very seriously. We're not part-time politicians. We plan about how we run ourselves because we want to govern the state. And, you know, Bob Hawke laid it out for us all those years ago. If you can't govern yourself, you can't govern the country. Our first responsibility is to govern ourselves and make sure that we are formidable. We do that, and we do that with talent. And I think you're seeing a lot of people come in tonight who've got a lot of talent.
Well, Tom, let's talk about, I guess, the next cabinet going forward. How well advanced are those discussions, I guess, on a factional level about who may get some of those cabinet positions going forward?
Well, you'll have to wait and see.
We're just going to, while we talk, here's the Premier.
Thank God.
Humbled. It's obviously an extraordinary privilege. It's been the privilege of my life outside of having such a beautiful family, and I'm just looking forward to be able to continue the work going, keeping the momentum of South Australia moving in the right direction, and I feel grateful to have received a really nice call from both Ashton Hearn and Corey Bernardi.
How'd that call go?
I received a call from both of them early this evening, and that was generous of them both, and I'm looking forward to reflecting on that when I get the chance in just a few moments. Thank you very much.
It's been a tough campaign, Premier.
Thank
what
you.
does this mean to you and the Labor Party? What did Ashton have to say?
Look, like I said, it's an absolute privilege, and the whole experience is always, you know, it's a big deal running an election campaign, and everybody from a range of political perspectives in this election have worked really hard, and a credit to all those people who have participated in our democratic process so peacefully and civilly. I think it's something that all South Australians can be proud of, and you might excuse me now as I make my way to...
I just want to ask you what you've increased your majority. Who voted for you?
I'm just very
Okay.
Look, it's hard to overstate how humbling it is when you're sitting in your living room and you're watching these sort of numbers come through. We've never seen anything quite like it before, and it means a lot, and it's just not lost on me the responsibility that comes with it. And now you really have to excuse me as I owe it to our supporters. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Premier.
OK, so that is the Premier Peter Malinauskas leaving his home. He will be heading to Labor HQ where he will give a victory speech. So he said he has received phone calls from...
Ashton Hearn and Corey Bernardi.
Yes, both Ashton and Corey. He's saying it was very humbling to watch. It's a great responsibility. Tom Koutsantonis, as you look ahead to this next term of government, and as we were talking about with this regeneration, with a lot of talent coming through, as you have said, do you want to remain Treasurer?
Oh, it's a matter for the Premier.
But do you want to?
That's a matter for the Premier.
What do you want, Tom?
I want lots of things. I want a happy wife. I want my kids to be prosperous and do well at school and listen to their dad.
Liverpool win the Champions League.
I want Liverpool to beat Paris Saint-Germain and win the Champions League, and go on to claim our 7th title, being the 4th.
What about Treasurer?
That is a matter for the Premier.
Well, there's a few, I guess, MPs now that are entering their second term, a lot of potential there for leadership going forward. It must be quite a crowded contest going forward. I mean, how much work has gone into figuring out who the next leaders of this state are?
Lots. I mean, we're sport for choice. There's Lucy Hood, there's Blair Boyer, there's Chris Picton. I'm going to miss someone out now and upset someone. There's
high-risk strategy.
High-risk strategy. There's obviously a lot of talent within the caucus. But the way I view it is that the party must regenerate itself, and you must share power within a party. I've seen it in the Liberal Party work in reverse, where it's winner take all, and I don't think that system works. We try and put our best people forward, no matter which grouping they come from within the party, to make sure that power is shared equally across the group, and you get good outcomes.
I'll give Anne Ruston the chance to respond to that.
Well, we're not going to have the problem with a really big backbench this time, so Ashton won't have too much trouble filling her front bench positions, will she? But, you know, tonight is your night, and congratulations, Tom, to you and your team, because quite clearly this has been a significant victory for you. And, you know, to the winner go the spoils. And I have to say, one of the things that really resonated with me from Ashton's speech and that is the people don't get it wrong. And tonight the people have had their say and they've elected you, so congratulations. But, you know, I think this is it's a challenging time, but, you know, make the most of it while you've got this great victory in front of you, because I can assure you we're not down and out. We are coming back. And I'm really looking forward to working with the team here in South Australia and federally to make sure that we really do take it up to you at the next state election and the next federal election.
Now,
but tonight's your night.
As we have this conversation, the Premier, he is on the move. He is making his way towards the Drive complex there, Memorial Drive at Adelaide Oval. About a 5 or 6 minute drive, not far from where he has been spending the evening. I want to go back.
Got to find a car park.
You've got to find a car. It's true. On the question of renewal, with, again, some hindsight, is that something that your party hasn't necessarily done well over recent electoral cycles?
Well, quite clearly not. Because we find ourselves in the position that we have been in. I mean, I think probably the thing that was most heart-wrenching at the last election, federal election, was how many amazing candidates that we had, particularly women candidates who weren't successful at the last election. We've had some amazing candidates today who haven't got across the line, who would have provided us with that renewal. So that's why I'm saying, you know, we really do have to go back to the real basics and start with the party rebuild, so that we are in a position not only to have great candidates, which we did have, but we need to be in a position...
Well, one example of that could be Anna Finizio in the seat of Dunstan, who has obviously gone contested that seat again and is looking like, on the numbers that we're seeing here, unlikely to turn that. That looks like a very safe Labor retain at this stage with Cressida O'Hanlon.
And let's be real here.
I'm trying to be real.
No, you've got a lot of single digits here for the Liberals, with the Liberal vote. How are you going to attract more people to the Liberal Party when you're looking at those numbers, particularly women? We know this has been an issue.
Well, this is where we have to go back to those values that we talk about, the thing that why are you a Liberal? We need to make sure that we are giving people a reason to want to be a Liberal, and we need to give the public a reason to want to vote Liberal. And quite clearly, we have missed the mark over the last few years in that respect, because we have gone backwards in both the state and federal elections in the last 2 elections.
There has already been a lot of reviews into that. I mean, I go back to 2022 after the last state, actually it was after the Bragg by-election, and that was specifically looking at how the Liberal Party could bring more women into it. And at the time, we had the then leader, David Spears, say that having only 2 women in the lower house for the Liberals was not enough. Well, looking at these results as they're coming through now, that could be the case. So nothing changed really in the 4 years. You've already done those reviews. What more is needed?
Well, it's a culture change within the organisation, and, you know, quite frankly, I think the place that we need to look in the first instance is actually to the organisational structure and decide what it is that we really are as a Liberal Party. And so I think, you know, we're not going to see the kinds of changes unless we actually sit down and accept the fact that, and as Tom said, I mean, the reasons why we've had such a low vote in the city are probably completely different for the reasons that we've seen a significant deterioration in our vote in regional areas. So I think, you know, the idea that there's got to be, you know, one sort of silver bullet solution to this, it's just not going to happen. But I think we do need to understand that, you know, we are always successful when we're a party of the centre-right. We're never going to be successful if we move too far to the left, because then we just look like the Labor Party, or if we move too far to the right. I think Australians respect us when we sit in the centre, and that is the value proposition that I think we've been missing and that we have to get back to if we're going to be competitive again anytime soon.
OK, as we wait for the Premier to arrive at Labor HQ, let's go to Casey now, because you're taking a look at the Legislative Council.
Yeah, the main game on election night is always the House of Assembly, because the Legislative Council just takes a lot longer to count. This is a very early count, so we're just going to show you the figures of where things are, but they are likely to shift as this count progresses, and we're not getting any early votes of the Legislative Council tonight. But here is what we've got with 4.7% of the state counted, Labor sitting on 35.5%. Now, there are 11 seats up for grabs in the Legislative Council. A quota for election is 8 1/3%. So Labor on 35 are currently sitting on more than 4 quotas. So you would assume at this point you could probably confidently say Labor on 4. Now, I would have, given the polling, Labor might have been hoping for 5, and that we'll see how we go. Now, again, small count, which means there's more regional votes in this, and we're not correcting this from where it's come from. These are raw counts. So Labor's vote may well increase from here. One Nation on nearly 3 quota, so I think Cory Bernardi's certainly elected. Carlos Caremba, the Victor Harbour plumber, is probably elected, and there may be a third as well in the upper house. The Liberals have probably 2, and the Greens have won probably 1. But there's a bit of, you know, these numbers will shift, so I'm not even going to try and project out the other seats at this point. But a good result for One Nation there. They could well get a third seat in the upper house, not just the 1 or 2 that people are talking about.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Well, we are standing by to take you to Labor HQ, where the Premier Peter Malinauskas is due to arrive any moment. In fact, he has arrived.
Premier, driving yourself again.
Down a car park.
Premier, congratulations. Obviously, a big win was expected. How are you feeling?
That's his brother.
That's his brother, Rob Malinauskas.
It's just a...
And what would you say to South Australians who have thrown their support behind
So
you?
the Premier is just making his way into Labor HQ. There's his wife Annabelle behind and their children as well. He talked earlier about being humbled by this result, at such a great privilege to do this job, and how he's looking forward to the future as well.
Yeah, Tom Coots and Tonus, some more reflections. You've known Peter Malinauskas for, well over a decade now. You've worked alongside him in Parliament for a decade as well. How have you seen him mature over his parliamentary career?
He was a groomsman in my wedding. He's someone who we saw a lot of promise in a long, long time ago. And during this campaign, he has not needed anyone's guidance. He is match fit. He's at the top of his game. He won't like me saying this because he's a very, very humble bloke, but he's ready. He's peaked at the right time, and he's going to do a great job. And his wife and family are his life. His 4 kids, his small Catholic family, as he likes to call it. And he is going to be devoted to the state the same way he's devoted to them. And I trust him with my children's future, and I think South Australians have tonight as well.
OK, let's take you to Labor HQ once again. There, the Premier is walking up the stairs to be greeted, no doubt, by a very loud reception at Labor HQ. Let's just take these pictures as all the camera crews head in as well and head up the stairs. The Premier will make his way to the podium where will he be giving a speech.
And what is happening inside Labor HQ right now is the Deputy Premier, Kaya Ma, is revving the crowd up in preparedness for the Premier's arrival. He is up there on stage. There we go. Very much getting them ready for Peter Malinauskas, who in just moments will make his way inside the function which is being held at Memorial Drive, again to the southern end of Adelaide Oval.
OK, he is about to make his way in. His family's just waiting for him. I'm sure the crowd is getting a bit revved up. I don't think they need any revving up, but I'm sure they will be anyway.
I can see the tired faces of a few Labor staffers in that crowd as well.
And he won't forget Annabelle tonight.
No. Will he forget the Labor Lion?
Yes, he should. We should focus on Annabelle tonight.
OK, so there you can see in Kaya Ma, the Deputy Premier there, speaking to the crowd. Let's take you to him right now.
People who work at Bedford Industries what a Labor government can do. Ask Aboriginal elders whose voices are now being heard through the First Nations voice to Parliament. South Australia is a different place to what it was 4 years ago. People do not make jokes about South Australia anymore. We are the envy of the nation. How others see us has changed. And that also changes, I think, how we see ourselves. And that's because of a Labor government, this Labor government, a Malinauskas Labor government. I've known Mally for, I think, 20 years or so now. He recently said that We agree 99% of the time, and for a Premier to be wrong 1 in 100 times is remarkable. I am proud to call him a friend. He's a father of 4. He's a weekend gardener. He's a pretty ordinary football player, and he's the continuing Premier of South Australia.
Yeah, so here he is, Peter Malinauskas, making his way through the crowd as you'd expect, being greeted with open arms. There's Jen Roberts, the incoming member for Hartley, there at the front of the stage, waiting to see more selfies and an embrace with Kyan Ma.
And the Premier is about to make his way to the podium for his speech. If he can make his voice heard over the crowd, we will take you to that right now and hear what he has to say.
Friends, I am somewhat humbled to be standing here tonight on the lands of the Kaurna people, and I feel it's entirely appropriate to pay my respects as Premier of the state to the longest living culture that human history has ever known. More than anything else, tonight I'm overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude, a gratitude to so many people who have provided this government the opportunity to be able to continue to serve, to be able to continue our work of making sure that the momentum in South Australia delivers for the people who deserves it most, and those are the people of South Australia. Earlier this evening, I received a couple of phone calls, and I do want to take this opportunity to first and foremost pass on my thanks to Ashton Hearn for the gracious way she conceded defeat. I give Ashton great credit for her poise and commitment throughout the course of the campaign, and I wish her every success in whatever undertaking she takes into the future. Similarly, I also received a phone call from Cory Bernardi, and One Nation, Cory Bernardi and One Nation also deserve recognition, not just for the way they went about going out of their way to contact me this evening, but also for getting a very significant result at the ballot box, which does deserve recognition and credit. And I say to both Ashton and Cory Bernardi, along with leaders of other political parties elected to the Parliament tonight, that my government stands ready to work with each and every one of you for as long as it is in the interests of South Australians. But let me assure you, it is in no way lost on me as I stand before this rather full room that without doubt I am fortunate enough to be able to lead one of the most disciplined, united political parties in the history of our federation. So I would like to thank all of the women and men in South Australian Labor, the candidates, the volunteers and the mighty trade union movement. The coordination of of such a outfit and organisation is an immense task. So tonight I want to give a particular shout out to our campaign director. I first met him as a rather shy and quiet boy from Port Victoria, until he got a few bundies under his belt. And let me tell you something, you can take the boy out of Port Victoria, but you can't take the York Peninsula out of the boy. And he has shown all of that grit and determination throughout the course of the campaign to steer it home. Eamon Burke. Well done, Burke Mo. Yeah. To my staff, working in any office in a political environment is robust. It's tough. It's long hours, as all of our MPs and ministers will attest to. But that's particularly true in the Premier's office. I've got an incredible team, ably led by, without doubt, the hardest worker I have ever come across. And I can't thank John Bistrovic and the team within the Premier's office enough. For my parliamentary and cabinet colleagues who chose to put their faith in me almost 8 years ago to the day, when we were in opposition, that was a big decision, and it has never been lost on me how grateful I am for the enduring support, the absolute loyalty and dedication that you have provided my leadership so we can focus on the task at hand. To each and every one of you, I thank you, but particularly I want to take this opportunity to thank a great man, a man with a heart of gold, a man who is Labor to his core, a man whose work ethic is only matched by his carpentry skills. And I'm, of course, talking about our leader in the upper house, the Deputy Premier of South Australia, Kai Ma. I also do want to take the opportunity to give a shout out to our loyal Labor line. Our Labor line's loyalty is only outweighed by his wisdom. I've tried taming him every now and then, it doesn't work, but he fights for our great party every day, and I do want to take the chance to thank the longest serving member of our parliament, the father of the house, Tom Koutsantonis. The other person who I do want to give quick acknowledgement to, I think is well deserved, is our campaign spokesperson, who has done an outstanding job stepping up throughout the course of the campaign, and Blair Boyer. But my most important thanks, hopefully doesn't surprise anyone. I do want to thank the people that mean more than anything to me in the entire world, and that is, of course, my beautiful, ever patient family. Most of all, the most incredible woman I know, a woman full of kindness and warmth, intelligence and grace. And that's my beautiful wife, the love of my life, Annabelle Margaret Malinowski. She's most importantly, she's the incredible mother to our 4 children. This time 4 years ago we had 3 kids, now we've got 4. And I can promise you there are no more. But to Sophie, Jack, Eliza and little George, who's in his cot as we speak, I love you so much, guys. I'm so proud of all of you, so thank you so much. Beyond my eternal gratitude, I do have two reflections tonight. One for my colleagues and another for the people of our state. To my colleagues, although this is a historic result, although it is the best result our party has ever achieved, it's very important that no one confuses tonight's result as adulation. Instead, we should see it as only being an invitation to continue to work our guts out for the next 4 years, to make sure that the next 4 years are as busy as the last 4 years. If you're looking for satisfaction in the parliamentary Labor team, it shouldn't come from tallying votes. It can only come from using the power invested in us to be used to advance the interests of our state and our people. And when I say the people of our state, I mean each and every one of them, regardless of who they voted for at this election. Which brings me to a second reflection. I lined up today, as I've done at each election, at the Woodville Gardens polling booth in my electorate. It's home to one of the more diverse communities in our state. And I got chatting to the gentleman in front of me, who I had met before, and he was Vietnamese. A man small in stature, but tough as nails. He was a boat person. He came out here from Vietnam, fleeing communism, looking for the same thing that my grandparents did, an opportunity to live in a peaceful country where he knew he could work hard, provide for his family, put a roof over his head, and then in turn give back. And as he was queuing up to vote today, he said to me, rather quietly, "I like elections." Thankfully, he had a Labor How to Vote card in his hand. But it sort of struck me as being a clear signal of what patriotism can look like. It reminded me that patriotism in our country comes in a number of forms, all of them good. And I, subsequently this afternoon when I was thinking about tonight, I couldn't help but go back to a poem that was written by one of Australia's greatest authors, if not greatest writer, in Henry Lawson, who of course appeared on our $10 note. And he wrote a piece titled "The Duty of Australians." He wrote it just post our nation's federation, well over 100 years ago. "'Tis the duty of Australians in the bush and in the town to forever praise their country, but to run no other down. When a man or nation visits in the heyday of its pride, 'tis the duty of Australians to be kind but dignified. 'Tis our duty to the stranger, landed may be, but an hour to give all the information and assistance in our power. To give audience to the new chum and to let the old chums wait, lest his memory be embittered by his first days in the state. 'Tis our duty when he's foreign and his English very young to find out and take him somewhere where he'll hear his native tongue. To give him our last spare moment and our pleasure to defer. He'll be father of Australians as our foreign fathers were. Lawson was onto something that has remained true to this day in our island continent that we call home. And it's why Australians should be patriotic and can be proud of what our nation stands for, because it is distinct. Australians' version of patriotism is a little different to our Northern Hemisphere friends. We are famous for being just a little bit more laid back. That is to say, less brash and boastful and more dogged and determined. We can and we should wave our flag with pride, knowing that Aussie patriotism sometimes means sitting with a stranger and having a cuppa or a frothy and arguing about the footy, not our faith. It's been a hot summer in Australia, so maybe we should all look forward to the temperature coming down just a little bit, so that when we sing the national anthem with pride, we don't forget there is a second verse, which reminds us. It reminds us that when we all combine, we can achieve anything. When we work together, diversity has always been our greatest strength. And for South Australians, that matters, because right now in our state, it's all hands on deck. We've never had more opportunity in this state than what we have before us right now. And if we are going to unlock that opportunity to take a growing and expanding economy and turn it into improved living standards for everyone, then we've got to work together. If we're going to overcome the challenges that will be before us in order to seek and share that opportunity, we've got to work together. There is no way that this state comes to its full potential unless we work together. But if we get this right, if we focus on what unites us, a shared love of living in a peaceful, prosperous place, a state full of hard-working people that value care and compassion, then we can harness this moment with our newfound confidence as a state to look out rather than just in on ourselves, to create new wealth and prosperity by celebrating capital as well as labour, so that everyone has a seat at the table of opportunity, so that we set our state up for future generations who can choose to call this state home with pride as much as we do here tonight. This is a great state. In the most magnificent of countries. So let's be proud and patriotic in the Australian way and work and walk together to ensure that when we look back on this moment, we can honestly say, we did our bit, we made a difference, and we made sure that the journey of South Australia's march and momentum continued so that everyone benefited, regardless of where they live, regardless of where they come from, regardless of the circumstances they've endured, regardless of their background, just as long as they call South Australia home. Thank you very much. Let's continue the work.
And that is the Premier Peter Malinauskas hugging his family, waving to the crowd after giving his victory speech after sweeping to victory for a second term in South Australia. The chants are going on. He's hugging new members of Parliament. This is a very big night, a historic night for the Labor Party. And watching on right here at the ABC's Election Centre has been Treasurer Tom Koutsantonis, Labor Lion, or perhaps Little Lion, as he's sometimes referred to, Tom.
Pussycat.
How are you feeling about tonight after seeing that?
I'm incredibly proud of him. I think he's the best Premier in the country. I think he's the best leader I've ever worked for. He's a remarkable individual, and I think he thought about his speech tonight, and that Lawson poem was just what the state needed tonight after this result. We're all South Australians. We all care about the future of our state. And in one speech, he brought the entire state together, no matter who you voted for. And it's exactly the type of message that has made him so popular, and it has made him the choice of so many people who traditionally voted Liberal or other political parties to say, yep, I'm with Mallee.
He's talking to reporters now. We'll try and bring up this Catherine Birmingham from ABC News.
Housing has been the cornerstone of your campaign. Do you think you can fix that?
I think we can make a big difference, absolutely.
And
that's what our
I heard
policy.
you haven't had a cheeky drink since New Year's. Is that on the cards tonight?
I haven't. I will have a mid-shake beer at some point or another.
What's first on?
There we go. Peter Malinauskas addressing the media as he makes his way back out of the Labor headquarters function. And Rustin, some of your reflections on that speech?
Look, I mean, it was a great speech, and he is the Premier of our state, and I think to actually speak to everybody, whether they voted for him or not tonight, I think is really important, because he's going to be the government or the Premier of this state for the next 4 years, and his government will be the one that governs our state. So I think first and foremost, all politicians, no matter who they are and what party they come from, should always put the interests of the people of our state or our country at the forefront of that. And so I'm very keen to start work tomorrow morning to make sure that we focus on the things that matter to South Australians, so that South Australia can be the prosperous state that we all want it to be.
And are you leaving tonight feeling like you've got enough seats in the bag to be able to actually credibly start your rebuild?
Look, absolutely. There's still a few seats out there that I think over every chance will come to us that haven't been called yet. It's a very confusing sort of scenario in many of those seats. But quite frankly, we have to. We absolutely have to. We have to, focus on our core values. We need to make sure that we communicate them better to South Australians so that they understand what the Liberal Party stands for. We need to make sure that every South Australian knows that we care about them and that we want them to live their best lives in South Australia. But as I say, we have to focus on our values and what we stand for, and quite frankly, we've got to put the culture wars behind us and focus on what South Australians want us to do.
And Rustin, that might be your final thought. We'll give Tom Koutsantonis a chance to have his.
The Liberal Party are sleeping giants. If they had more Ann Rustins, they'd be doing a lot better. But they've got too many Alex Antics.
Okay, and what about your final thoughts for your
Labor government now?
We've been given a precious gift by the people of South Australia. We have a responsibility now to deliver for them. If we let them down, we've only got ourselves to blame.
Stephanie Richards, your final thoughts?
I think an orange tsunami has crashed over South Australia tonight. What we're seeing is South Australia, traditionally a centrist state, potentially shifting to the right. No surprises about the Labor victory. We knew about that as far back as the election night 2022. Where the Liberals go from here, do they have enough seats to really restart their rebuild? Well, it's going to take a very long time, but I think the main story tonight is One Nation and what they've achieved.
Thank you for all participating in the panel tonight. Casey, over to you for your final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, a number of earthquakes we're watching tonight. South Australian Labor has had its best result in the House of Assembly on record, and at the same time we have a massive disruption on the right of politics. One Nation has exceeded the Liberal Party vote in a great number of seats, and indeed statewide. 37.4% of the vote across the state is our latest estimate for Labor. The Liberal Party just under 20, and the One Nation just under 22. The Greens have had a very small lift in their primary vote in this election, and they are running second on primary in a number of inner Adelaide seats, about 5 or so. They may not all end up in the 2CP, but they've seen, with the collapse of the Liberal vote, been the beneficiary there and been able to sneak into second place in some of those seats. The change in vote is obviously telling one of the very big stories of the night. The Liberal Party vote down 15.9 points, One Nation up 19.2. On a statewide basis, our estimate is it is shaking out to a two-party preferred swing toward Labor of a few percentage points, but just because of the complexity of these counts, we are rejecting the two-candidate preferred count that the Electoral Commission is giving us in almost half of all seats. It is an extraordinary thing that we are doing on an election night. It is a much bigger number than we normally see, and that is making some of these sort of estimates of swings a bit more. We're relying on our own estimates of preferences in many, many more seats than we would normally do. Let's have a look at the chamber to see where we end the night. Labor on at least 30, the Liberals on at least 4, and we end with about a quarter of the House of Assembly in doubt still. Just extraordinary, and the sort of amount of work the Commission will need to do to get some of those preference counts rethrown next week. Some of them, I suspect, they will need to go to a full distribution of preferences. They may not actually rethrow we don't know who the final two candidates in some of these seats are, so it's going to be a very complicated week of counting until we get the final figures in about a week's time. And I'll show you the pendulum just to show you where these Labor gains are at the moment. Labor is absolutely dominant in Adelaide. The Liberals have retained Bragg, but really does not seem anywhere else. So moving across to the Liberal side of the pendulum, Labor's picked up the seat of Morialta. Matthew Morozzi will become the new member for Morialta. They've also picked up the seat of Unley. Alice Rolls is the new member for Unley, so a seat that the Liberal Party has held for decades is now in the Labor column. Vincent Tarzia, the former opposition leader, has been defeated, and Jen Roberts will be the new member for Hartley. And in Colton, Aria Bolkus enters State Parliament as the new member for that beachside suburb. We say Bragg retained by the Liberal Party, Schubert retained by the Liberal Party, Nash and Hearn stays in Parliament. Tim Whetstone has been returned in Chaffey, and Sam Telfer, we're pretty sure, has been returned in Flinders as well. But you can see there are a lot of seats here that we are still going to see considerable counting in. And I might just bring up just 3 to close out the night where there are some real complexities. We've got in Hammond, fascinating count happening here. 27.6 for One Nation, 27 for the Labor Party, Simone Bailey. Adrian Pedrick is in deep trouble, is likely to be defeated and will not return to the next Parliament. Ellie Keane has failed in her second attempt to win this seat. Now, Green preferences will favour Labor, but there are not all that many votes there. The Independent and the Liberal both preference One Nation over Labor. They recommended voters preference One Nation over Labor. So if they do indeed break in One Nation's favour when we get a count, we're not getting a preference count here, that would put One Nation in a pretty good position. We're being cautious because we have no counts and we have no data, but the Liberal Party and Ellie Keane certainly in their how to votes We don't know how many people followed them, is the number one question there. McKillop has 14.9% counted. This is a very low count. This has really got a long way to go. But again, One Nation on more than a third of the vote. The Liberals, Rebecca Roster on 22, 14.8 for the independent MP, Nick McBride, and Labor in fourth position. I'm not actually going to say all that much about this one because the count is so low. This one's been a very slow one. But again, another one where One Nation is topping the primary vote that remains in doubt. And Nadgerry, this one remains a really interesting contest. Again, I would continue to favour Penny Pratt, and I think it's quite likely that Tony Piccolo will be defeated and not return to the next Parliament. At this stage, the only Labor MP that would not be returned to Parliament. But again, we've got a small gap there. It's just very hard to see how Tony Piccolo would close that gap at this stage. So really fascinating contests, a lot to unpick still, and as we've been saying all night, this election, it matters in South Australia obviously deeply in terms of who governs the state, but nationally there are massive implications in this result. A lot of hand-wringing, I'm sure, among the major parties. The Liberal Party has suffered the biggest blows. There have been some seats where Labor has taken a haircut as well, although it's looking like Nick Champion in Taylor is probably on track to be okay and be re-elected. And we should say the sort of split in this Conservative vote, we're seeing, it's a bit hard to know exactly how preferences are flowing. We don't get them by the candidate at this point. Greens' preferences are flowing to Labor relatively strongly from what we can gather, much stronger than the Liberal to One Nation flows and the One Nation to Liberal flows. So it seems that that is also helping Labor here. There is a bit of leakage across toward Labor from the sort of fracturing of the Conservative vote. A lot to unpack, a lot of information there, Emma. It's been a very long and a very complicated night, but that's where we stand as of the end of counting, or there's still a bit more to be done, to be honest, but as of this point in the night, 12 seats still in doubt. It's a really, there's a lot to follow in the coming days.
Absolutely complicated night. You've done so well to break it down for us. Thank you very much, Casey, for all your work tonight. And that brings to a close SA votes for 2026. Peter Malinauskas and his Labor government have been returned for a second term and with an increased majority.
Now, as we get to the close of counting tonight, Labor is on track to gain several seats.
The Liberals have been decimated. They're at risk of losing as many as 9 seats. Now, at this stage of the count, we are projecting they have won just 4.
While this is overwhelmingly Labor's night, the performance of Pauline Hanson's One Nation will send shockwaves through the political establishment. The party is on track to win more than 20% of the statewide vote and at least 2 seats in the upper house.
In the coming days, ABC News will keep updating results as they are reported, and you can find the latest, of course, at abc.net.au. Join the ABC's David Spears tomorrow on Insiders, where he will interview the Premier Peter Malinauskas live. I'm Emma Rebellato.
And I'm Rory McClaren. I'll be back on ABC Radio South Australia tomorrow for a comprehensive analysis of the result from 10 a.m. But for now, from all of us here at the ABC Election Centre, good night.
Good night.
Rumour is you and your wife are cops.
In another life.
Check-in is open on a cracking new series.
Honey, I thought we weren't allowed to do that to guests.
Blue Murder Motel, next on ABC TV, or stream it all on ABC iView.